Chapter 161, Gopher. After the door closed behind him, Dream was met with utter darkness. Though if darkness were all that was there, Dream wouldn't be worried. But instead, the first thing that he sensed was a skeleton next to the doorway. Sophia, there's a skeleton. Goosebumps broke out all over Dream's body as he backed up a step. Although he was as powerful as he was and was no stranger to death, spooky skeletons in a clearly abandoned corridor weren't exactly settling. Yeah, forgot to tell you about that. There's more throughout the corridors, some blood too, and also ghosts. Ghosts? Hee, just kidding. There are energy signatures though. I think they're devices. In fact, there's one next to you. Whipping his head around, Dream laid eyes on the energy signature next to him. He could sense the worn-down mana circuits that were attached to an orb sticking out of the wall. These circuits traveled from the orb all the way down the corridor, passing by more orbs along the way. Reaching out, Dream touched the orb, rejuvenating the circuits and activating them. Moments later, the orb lit up with bright light and the mana quickly traveled down the circuits, creating bright glowing lines along the ceiling. Whoa, this is cool. It looks like these people really were advanced. They had a much deeper grasp of enchanting than the people today. Let's keep going. I want to see where this leads. I'm a treasure hunter. Do you think they have a declaration of independence that I can steal? Dream asked as he began walking down the corridor. Sophia rolled her eyes in his mind. Their national treasure is different. Do they even have one? Besides the source, probably the trump cards of the kings. Or they have secret weapons or armor that are supremely powerful. Either way, they're all probably in possession of someone. Although inventories are incredibly useful, they can also be incredibly troublesome. What happens when someone gets their hands on something that's someone else's? The other person won't be able to get it back. Not only that, what happens when the person dies? Where does all the stuff in their inventory go? A question I've been trying to figure out for a while. The inventory is some kind of separate space that can obviously accommodate plenty of items, although limited. The more power someone has, the more space they get. Though despite having access to this inventory, I can't actually locate it. I can see into it, even tamper with things inside, but nothing else. Weird. Well, not the thing to worry about now. How far into the wall have we scoured? When he asked, a string suddenly appeared going from his body to the wall next to him. After that, he began receiving information on the layout of the wall. The wall that wraps around the city actually has a huge tunnel network. It allows easy movement to anywhere else in the wall, most likely for soldiers and such. It also leads to the underground portion of the city. The planning that went into this was extensive. They were prepared for everything. There are even weapons that still in place. Doubt they would be very useful considering how broken everything is. Didn't you say there were auxiliary cores powering the wall? Yes. To get there, just follow my blip. When she said that, Dream got an overlay on his vision showing him the path. Nodding, he began flying through the wide corridor, not wanting to waste time. As he flew, he did indeed come across more skeletons. All of the skeletons were of different beasts. Some had weapons through their chests, some were dismembered. Others were a pile of dust. Whatever had happened in this wall, it was clearly a very long time ago and consisted of a battle. All these soldiers were weak though, with none surpassing class 2. Although they were old, powerful skeletons wouldn't be so brittle as to wither own time. All it took was a bit of movement and these bones would fall apart. It didn't take long before Dream was approaching the core. Although it took some winding and going through broken doors, he eventually made it to a restricted area. After repairing and stepping through one final door, Dream was greeted with a large room. The room was barely lit up with a few circuits that weren't broken. The majority, however, were. And it was clear that something had devastated the enchantments in this room. There was one thing that wasn't devastated, however, and that was the huge cube in the center of the room. The cube was nearly 10 feet tall and wide. It looked to be in great shape if one disregarded the mess of an enchantment. Attached to the cube were dozens of metal circuits that transported mana to other parts of the wall. This cube is one of hundreds that are spread out evenly throughout the wall. Unfortunately, most of them seem to be broken, and I won't be able to spread our mana throughout the wall unless they're fixed. Sophia spoke as Dream walked up to the cube to inspect it. More mithril. Grade 11. They were awfully extravagant. The circuits are also grade 11 mithril. Even I wouldn't have enough to build this whole wall in such a fashion. Maybe they knew how to enhance materials. Given their expertise, I would imagine they did. And with thousands of people to constantly enhance materials, they would have huge supplies of high-grade metals. Now, let's repair this thing and see where it leads us. Saying that, Dream began to dump his mana into the cube. Sophia repaired the enchantments while he reattached the broken circuits. And, done. VRR. Right as the enchantment was fixed, the room lit up as mana coursed through all the circuits again. The cube released huge fluctuations which Dream quickly masked. Sheesh, powerful core. So, I've discovered a huge circuit that's attached to the bottom of the core. From there, it shoots straight underground towards the center of the city. And although I was able to use the core to expand our map of the wall, I can't see any corridors that lead along the path of the circuit. Well, this core gets its power from something bigger, so all we have to do is follow the circuit. I guess it's time for some digging. Will it be hard? Of course not. We could dig through metal, not to mention dirt and stone. You underestimate your macro manipulation abilities. Anyway, just lift the cube and fly through the hole I dig. Okay. Nodding, Dream used his magic to pick up the cube. When he did, the floor underneath it was broken, and he could see a metal circuit as thick as a leg attached to the bottom, like a wire. Dream walked over to the circuit. When he did, a large hole was dug out right next to it. Dream just stepped into it, placing back down the cube as the hole was sealed behind him. Feels like I'm a gopher. Dream smiled as he flew along next to the circuit. Despite it being pitch black, he was able to sense everything clear as day with his mana. The dirt and stone under him was easily pushed aside as he glided through. As Dream dug and flew along next to the core, he quickly descended and headed towards the center of the city. This wire sloped down diagonally, and it was exceedingly long. So after nearly descending nearly 2 miles and digging across for around 60 miles, he finally hit a metal wall that the wire led into. Dream easily dug and headed through the wall. Whoa! Dream's eyes went wide as he entered a room. The room was utterly massive. He was above near the ceiling and the ground was almost 80 meters below him. The adjacent wall was also over 150 meters away. And in the middle of this massive room was a core that took up nearly all of the space. The core was a huge globe that rested comfortably inside a metal-coated indent in the floor. This globe had a diameter of 100 meters, and its top also rested in an indent in the ceiling, just like the floor, like a holder. After scanning around the entire globe, Dream could sense the hundreds of wires that were attached to the top hemisphere of the globe. These wires all shot through the ground above and outward, heading directly for the auxiliary cores in the wall. One of them was the one he dug around. That wasn't the most shocking thing, though. What baffled Dream were two things. One, the entire globe was made from grade 12 mithril. Such an extravagant expenditure on one object was mind-boggling considering this was an empire, not him. 2. The metal-coated indent on the floor that the globe rested inside was actually a massive wire that connected to the globe. This wire was nearly 40 meters thick, as wide as the indent, and it shot straight down to who knows where. After a bit of scanning and staring, Dream lowered himself to the doorway that led into this room, getting a frontal view of everything. This thing is insane. If I made a core that big and strong, you'd be able to make a weapon that surpasses Metal Gear. Well, I actually might not have to make a core. I got one right here. Doesn't seem like anyone is using it. It's not giving off any sizable mana signatures. Let's properly scan it. Nodding, Dream walked over to the bottom of the globe and put his hand on it. When he did, a large chunk of his mana was instantly dumped into the globe. This thing actually has a core made of solid mana. Enchantments are severely damaged, though it seems like they were artificially destroyed rather than by mana overload or degradation. Someone destroyed it? I mean, considering that there was a battle throughout the wall, it's not surprising. There must have been a pretty big war. My thoughts exactly, but no matter. Even if I can't repair the enchantments, I can make our own. I'm fine with that, but refrain from repairing the connection to that massive wire underneath. We don't want to draw attention. Sure, starting now. By the way, there's a lot of solid mana inside. A core about 10 meters in diameter. Psi all right. Go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Dream sat down next to the globe, preparing himself for significant energy expenditure. When he did, Sophia began doing her thing, though not before chuckling at him. Hee, I'm not planning to drain you. We're not enchanting the solid mana, just making sure the enchantments are enough to assist us in removing this thing. I've also called a couple of mining teams to dig a tunnel from outside the city. Oh, that's like 60 miles of tunneling they'll have to do. 63, actually. Either way, would you rather do it yourself? Good point. How long will it take? Playing it safe, it should only take a few days. They'll have to take a roundabout path and avoid all the construction underground. But they'll be fine. All right, I'm good with whatever as long as I can get this thing. Although, couldn't I just put it in my inventory? Ah, yes, actually, though it would take up nearly all the available space. I'd refrain from doing so until we figure out what the source is. It would be tragic if we couldn't put it in your inventory and have to come back. Very true. How much more for the enchantment? Nearly there, and done. When she said that, the giant core began to fluctuate a bit before settling down. It sent a couple of bursts of mana up the circuits after having its enchantments redone, giving Sophia an overview of the entire wall. Other than that, the only thing it was really enchanted for was stealth and movement. Considering how it was big and powerful, it could do those two things very well. Great, now we need to find the source. Considering the mana density has skyrocketed after coming here means we're getting close. And I think I have an idea as to where it is. Time for more digging. Stealthily, though. Wherever this core is will be highly guarded by either people or enchantments. I'm not too worried about either, but better safe than sorry. Now, let's follow this huge wire down. Saying that, Dream stepped up to the edge of the indent where Sophia quickly made a hole underneath. Since this wire shot straight down, he only needed to do the same. However, there was one other thing he did as he descended, and that was loosen the wire from the ground around it. It was also made of grade 12 mithril, and there was probably more wire than globe. He wanted to be able to extract it and take it too. It didn't take long for Dream to descend another mile. As he got further and further down, he was shocked by how long the wire was. There was definitely more wire than globe, and he got excited about the thought of extracting it all. A bit after he hit the mile mark, though, he came to a halt. Along the way, he had kept his influence and mana reined in so as to not accidentally alert someone far away. So when he eventually hit metal, he was surprised. Below him was a plate of metal, clearly not natural. The wire went straight into it, meaning this was definitely an important area. Dream's heart began to pound nervously. The mana density had gotten so high as to turn into a fog. In fact, it was close to becoming a liquid. That meant he was close, or so he hoped. I'll need to tread lightly. If one of those ancients are near, then I really need to be careful about scanning the place with influence. We can use Aegis. Poke a tiny hole in the metal, and we'll stream him in. Okay. Dream nodded and tapped his foot against the metal beneath him. When he did, particles began flying away as an unnoticeable hole was drilled. When it cut through, Aegis streamed some of his particles in. He's scanning. Nothing. No life signs. Sophia sent the visual feed to Dream. When he looked, he saw a large room with another globe in the middle. The globe was nearly as big as the one above them and looked identical, though to his surprise, there was nobody to be seen inside. To be safe, though, Dream drilled a bigger hole and sent Aegis in entirely. In his gaseous form, he flew around the entire room to make sure there was nothing hidden. My lord, there is nothing in this room. Huh, there really is nothing? Surprised, Dream dug himself into the room. When he entered, he flew around while scanning the room with his mana. Looks the same as the room above, though this globe is different. There's a hole. As Dream looked around the giant metal ball, he suddenly came across a large hole in its side. He looked through it and saw that it led towards the center. The center is dug out. Whatever was in here, it's gone. I'm thinking it was the source. Most likely, this entire globe is made of mithril that surpasses grade 12 and is entirely filled with solid mana. It's far more powerful than dash dot. BA dump. What the hell was that? As Sophia talked, Dream suddenly felt a tremor run through him and the area. It was like a heartbeat, and it was so powerful that it caused his soul to shake. He stood there, feeling a pressure weighing down on him that left him stunned. BA dump. After several seconds, the tremor came again. Dream was still frozen, but the second tremor seemed to wake him up. Quickly reeling himself in, he activated his mana and stabilized himself before settling down. When he was calmed and steady, he was able to protect himself against the tremors. Though its power still shocked him, he was even more excited than before. That has to be the source. Whatever that thing is, it's extraordinary, far beyond what I expected. Whatever I do, I must get my hands on it. Chapter 162, The Heart. Dream shivered excitedly as he felt the power of the tremors. He knew that whatever was shaking his soul, it was definitely the source. Although the source isn't in this room, it's close. Only the source could release so much power. It's hard for me to tell exactly where it is, but I know that it's definitely within 60 meters of the exit to this room. When she said that, Dream turned around to the only set of doors to the room. After taking a deep breath, he crouched down and moved over to the door, nervously cracking it open. When it was cracked, he looked through. But when he did, he was baffled. A wall. Dream tilted his head as he pulled the door all the way open. On the other side was nothing but dirt and stone. It doesn't lead to anything. Maybe the ground caved in and sealed off this room. We just need to dig some more. Saying that, a hole was quickly made in the dirt ahead of him. Dream just shrugged and slowly walked through. As he tunneled, the tremors beating through the area only got stronger. But that also meant that the source was getting closer, and Dream's nervousness rose with every step. By this point, Dream couldn't have been more stealthy. Nothing farther than a few inches from his body would even know he existed. Aegis was already fully activated and solidified around him, and Dream's skills were in full effect. He was being as cautious as possible. Eventually, Dream crossed the 30-meter mark. When he did, he suddenly reached a metal wall and stopped digging. Silently, he put his hand on the wall. Scanning. This wall is lit up with enchantments, all of which are for security. Their design doesn't match with the ancient ones like those around the wall, and none of them are broken. I think we found what we're looking for then. Can we overwrite them? Yeah, we can, but it will take a bit of time. Although these enchantments aren't complex, they're powerful, driven by solid mana cores. How long? 20 minutes. Okay. Nodding, Dream sat down with his hand on the wall. After he did, strings of mana extended out from his hand and streamed into wall. These strings targeted certain points of the enchantment with the utmost precision. Like matter, mana could also take on large or small sizes. Although Dream had yet to discover the smallest building block of mana, it didn't prevent him from utilizing it on microscopic scales. And in situations like this, Dream's knack for microscopic precision came in handy. None of the enchantments on this world were bound to materials on a micro scale. The only example of such was his own armor, Aegis. This meant that he could easily work around enchantments and effectively hack them without disturbing them. So for the next 20 minutes, Sophia slowly seeped mana into the wall. And when she had successfully identified all the crucial points in the enchantment, she bombarded them all at once. Not only did this not trip the alarm, but even if it did, the mana signal wouldn't be able to go anywhere as she cut off any exit points. In a situation such as this, Sophia didn't take any risks. She tackled the objective with the utmost caution, efficiency, and ruthlessness. And when she was done, she was given full access to all the enchantments in the wall. We're good. Let's see. It's a big room, filled to the brim with waves of liquid mana. There's a door leading out of the room and up a pathway that leads to the surface. Celine was right. There's security enchantments galore. If there are so many enchantments, how does anybody get in? Access medallions. If you scan a medallion with a specific signature at the entrance, you can enter. I see 24 signatures that are allowed access, 18 of which are broken and scrambled. Only 6 medallions can effectively gain access. Well, it's not like we need that, right? Of course not. I now have full control of everything. As for the room, aside from the pulsing waves of liquid mana, there's nothing else inside. Take a look. Sophia routed the data to Dream's mind, which quickly processed everything. What Dream could see was a simulated room. This room was 30 meters tall and 50 meters wide. He himself was outside the west wall while the entry doors were on the south wall. The room's walls were nearly a meter thick and made entirely of mithril. Combine that with the enchantments, and one could tell that whatever was inside was incredibly important. And sure enough, in the middle of the room was an altar. This altar had dozens of circuits connected to it, and they all snaked down the bottom and out into the walls. After they twisted and turned through the walls, they shot straight up to the surface, going to who knows where. Finally, Powering these circuits was an object on top of the altar. The object was held inside a bowl, sitting there totally untouched. Inside the bowl was a heart. The hell? I knew those tremors sounded like a heartbeat, but it's actually a heart. Ba dump. After he asked, the heart pulsed as if to answer him. Being this close, Dream had to expend quite a bit of effort to keep his soul from shaking. Geez, it's powerful. It's time to start planning its extraction. Since it really is a single object, we should be able to just run in and grab it. But we should only do that when our escape route is clear. Once we grab it, we're going to throw the entire empire into chaos. Every Class 4 will be scouring the land for us. We need to be thoroughly prepared, bolster the mining teams, get them drilling as quickly but silently as possible. On it. We're going to extract those huge cores along with the massive wire. Then I want a tunnel from here straight out of the city. That's when we'll extract the entire altar, escape, and collapse the tunnel behind us. We'll leave no trace that we were even here. That'll take about 70 hours. I can wait. A few days for several tons of grade 12 mithril and a super powerful heart? Best trade I'll ever make. Plus, that's not all I'll get out of this. Saying that, Dream turned around and went back to the giant room with the globe. While we wait, let's take control of all the enchantments. We can hijack everything the altar and this globe is connected to. Although it won't give us much personal use, it's more to have. Who knows when I'll have to come back? Taking control will be easy. Just sit back and watch. Dream smiled and nodded. After taking out a chair for himself, he sat next to the giant globe, connecting a mana string to it. He also connected a string to the altar room from afar. When everything was set, he sat back lazily and closed his eyes, moving up into his mind space to hang out with Sophia. Over the next few days, Dream prepared to extract the heart while also taking care of matters on the outside. After his avatar was finished with the meetings at the Empire, it left the city, at least on the surface. In actuality, the avatar went over to assist Dream in repairing auxiliary cores all around the wall, giving him full access and control over the wall itself. As for the Alliance, all the empires quickly began talks and negotiations in regards to military action. At the same time, Dream had all the bracelets delivered to the empires for distribution. When it came to delivering things, though, Dream had to do it delicately. He knew that Raoul would recognize his ships, so in order to deliver, he sent the delivery ships over to any kingdom but his. He made sure to avoid Raoul at all costs. Luckily, the man never came looking for any of the ships. Dream had a select few kingdoms distribute bracelets to the others, easing his workload and keeping the ships out of sight. As for the Elven and Dwarven empires, he never had to worry about those. After that, he gave an update to the family. Needless to say, after hearing everything, they were shocked. Although the fact that Dream was even able to find everything he did was shocking, the source being a heart was also baffling. They would never have guessed. One thing Celine found most intriguing, though, was the walls and their enchantments. She had never heard of an entire tunnel network under the walls, let alone such large-scale enchantments. And now that Dream had taken control of everything, she was able to see the scan of the entire thing. When it came to the family, Dream didn't bother keeping anything secret. He had fun sharing all the details of everything he found, and the only thing he regretted was the fact that he couldn't bring the girls along with him to explore. They were busy with their training, though, so everyone was happy. Other than diplomatic business and hijacking enchantments, Dream just had to wait for his miners to do their thing. Their job was the most crucial part of this. Luckily, Sophia knew exactly how to move them. The miners started from about 8 miles outside the city walls. From there, they drilled down and pointed themselves straight towards Dream. Since they were nearly 70 miles away, it took the few days Dream waited to get to him. But when they did, there was a tunnel from the room he was in straight to the outside. Not only that, but a secondary team also went to extract the 2 massive globes. The globe in Dream's room was quickly flown out through the tunnel, as was the globe higher up. The only difficult thing was extracting the wire, but even that was quickly taken care of after chopping it into segments. And so, on the 75th hour, the mining teams cleared out and left with their loot. Behind them, they left a large tunnel that went straight to the surface. All Dream had to do was fly through it and collapse it behind him. At this moment, Dream finally opened his eyes. The huge room he was in was empty, and the only thing he could hear was the constant heartbeats sending tremors through his very soul. Time to begin. Saying that, Dream stood and put away the chair he was on. He turned to the tunnel that led to the altar room and walked in. After reaching the metal wall, he put his hand on it. Inside, he could clearly sense the altar and the heart in the bowl. Taking a deep breath, Dream enacted the first step of his plan. He had thought about this thoroughly. Step 1. Releasing Aegis. After Sophia spoke, Aegis flew off his body and into the floor. A large hole was dug that led to below the floor. Aegis dug a tunnel under the floor until he was directly below the altar. When he reached the spot, he latched to the metal above him and began cutting out around the altar. Good. Step 2 dash. We got company. Of all the fucking times, Dream frowned as he had data sent to him. As of this moment, a tiger was walking over to the entrance to the passageway that led into this very room. The entrance was near the surface, and there were many twists and turns to get to this altar room, but the very fact that someone was coming was bad. This wasn't the first time someone had come to this room. Over the 3 days that Dream waited, there had been 4 individuals who had come to the room. They were a lion, a wolf, an eagle, and a lizard. All of them had the access medallion, and after coming to the room, they would practice magic or meditate near the heart. These people didn't come with any set schedule, and Dream didn't want to lock them out as that would cause problems. So he just nervously watched as they did their thing, waiting until he was ready. Now, however, he was going to extract the heart, and with the tiger coming, he had 2 choices. HRMM. Why is it always me who has to refresh the damned core? A low growl was released as a tiger hovered through a building. As he flew, he passed by several other animals, all who were Class 3. As he did, all the animals who saw him would bow respectfully before going on their way, calling out greetings to the tiger. Greetings, Ancient. Good day, Ancient. With a nod, the tiger dismissed everyone and continued flying. This tiger was one of the few ancients of the United Empire and known as one of the strongest combatants in the world. He also ran the most dominating kingdom in the empire, lording over his entire species. After flying for a bit, the tiger eventually reached a secret set of doors. These doors were part of the wall, and nobody under the Class 4 level would be able to sense them. Even Class 4s would have to intentionally search the wall to find a hint of an enchantment. But this tiger knew exactly where the doors were. It wasn't his first time coming here after all. So after going up to the wall, he took out an object. It was a metal crown beautifully designed with precious metals and stones. Just by being outside, it radiated a strong, ancient aura. After taking out the crown, the tiger held it up to the wall. A beam shot out of the crown towards the wall, causing it to glow and rumble. The wall opened, and the tiger strutted in. The wall quickly closed behind him, going back to its inconspicuous look. When the tiger entered, the walls and ceiling lit up with glowing lines of mana circuits. The circuits traveled along a passageway that descended steeply. Not bothering to take it a step at a time, the tiger hovered and flew down the passage. As he went further in, he encountered twists and turns along with a few more heavily defended doors. The tiger went through the passage reflexively, obviously having done this many times before. Those enchanters need to get better at their craft. That core runs out of energy too fast, and it takes constant stabilizing. The enchanters of back then were many times more skilled than the ones today. They weren't taking out the heart all the time like we are. It's going to take 4 days now to refresh the core? Trash. The tiger growled irritably as he glided through. When he came upon a door, he would quickly hold up the crown which would open the door. He did this once, bypassing the first of 3 doors along the passage. However, when he came upon the second door and held up the crown, nothing happened. Not working. Tilting his head, the tiger activated the crown a second time. Light flashed from it to the door, but like last time, it caused no reaction. Has the crown gone bad? Or the door? The tiger activated the crown a couple more times, but every time, the door did nothing. That's not good. Let's grab another crown and see if it works. If not, looks like we'll have to fix the door. Turning around, the tiger began to make his way back up the passage, not suspecting anything. However, at that moment, the heartbeats that were always pulsing through the area went quiet. The tiger stopped as the heartbeat never came. After waiting a minute, the mana density in the area began to drop drastically. The tiger's eyes went wide. Something happened. Darting at high speeds, the tiger went down the passage to the second door. Knowing that the crown wasn't working, he didn't bother activating it. Grr, I'll just have to break it down then. The tiger backed up and prepared to strike. But right when he did, the door suddenly lit up as the enchantments were activated. Boom! The tiger struck, creating an indent in the door. However, since the enchantments were activated, the door lashed out at the tiger, sending it flying away into a wall. Thud. Wah. Security? But I'm not an intruder. Damn it. Roaring with fury, the tiger flared up and attacked the door again. This time he was ready for the backlash and didn't let it hurt him. Despite that though, it still took several attacks to finally break a hole in the door. With that, the tiger broke through, flying down the passage and heading at top speeds towards the altar room. The entire way, the tiger was sweating nervously as he couldn't feel even a speck of the heart's aura as he always did. Something's going on. The heart disappeared. I need to contact the other ancients. Chapter 163, New Body. Back as the tiger was going down the passage, Dream had quickly made up his mind. I'm taking the heart now. Sophia, lock him in. Roger. And since I'm on a clock, we'll need to speed this up. Saying that, Dream became active. He went down into the tunnel with Aegis and quickly drilled through. Thud. When they were through, the section of the floor with the altar on it fell down into the tunnel. When it did, liquid mana began to flood through from in the room into their tunnel. Not only that, but Dream was blasted with intense pressure from the heart itself. Ugh, damn. This thing is insane. Cut the altar from the floor. Of course, my lord. Aegis quickly got to work and separated the altar from the metal floor. When he cut the circuits and isolated the altar, Dream took the piece of floor and put it back where it was supposed to be. Like that, Dream fixed the floor, leaving no trace that it had ever been cut. Then he looked at the altar. No time to waste. He put his hand on the altar, instantly putting it into his inventory. With that, the aura and pulsing mana coming from the heart disappeared. The tiger has noticed the disappearance. Shit, then let's get out of here. Turning, Dream equipped Aegis and flew back through the tunnel. Along the way, he collapsed the tunnel, filling it back up. Not turning back, Dream collapsed the tunnel near the wall and went back to the giant empty room. After closing the doors, he flew up and out through the huge tunnel the miners dug. The tunnel was over 100 meters from wall to wall. This was necessary as the cores were just as big. Dream looked like an ant as he flew through the tunnel, but his influence was anything but ant-like. As Dream flew, he did the same as with the other tunnels. He destabilized the dirt and stone around him and sent everything crashing down. This was able to mostly plug the tunnel, and he wasn't really that worried about anyone knowing there was a tunnel here. Like that, he flew quickly through the 70 miles of tunnel. At the same time, he could sense auras springing up around the Empire. So they've noticed. The tiger was able to quickly notify the others. Currently, there are 6 people charging over to the passageway. They are now going through the passageway. That's fine. I'm almost out anyway. Dream smiled as he said that. He could already see the light at the end of the tunnel. Not long after, Dream breached the surface. Behind him, plumes of dust were kicked up as the last of the tunnel was collapsed. Dream didn't bother with that though. As soon as he breached, he shot straight up into the sky with his highest speed. It wasn't long until he had disappeared into the atmosphere. Haha, that was freaking awesome. Hee hee. Oh yeah, I'm so awesome. Up in the space factory, Dream walked over to the storage area while dancing a victory dance. Well, aren't you feeling proud? Heh, very much so. I managed to snag the most powerful item probably in the world, all right from under the nose of the world's strongest empire. If that isn't awesome, what is? It honestly wasn't that difficult. Aegis could have done it alone, let alone you. All thanks to our enchanting ability. Sai, I really love being powerful. You get to go steal treasures. Well, I can tell you that those ancients are not happy. They know the heart is missing and they're going wild. Any suspicions? Nope. No trace of a thief, let alone one that would lead back to you. Very good. Now I can relax. I got really anxious back there. Taking a couple deep breaths, Dream went over to the couch in the storage area and sat down, closing his eyes. As he sat there in silence, he focused on his heartbeat, or at least what he thought was his heartbeat. So you've noticed? Yes. Is that heart really so powerful that its power seeps through my inventory? As Dream sat there, he was able to feel the pulses of the heart in his inventory. Not only that, but his body radiated powerful mana uncontrollably. Although it wasn't as intense as when the heart was in the open, it was still noticeable. I hadn't noticed before since I was so nervous. This heart really is something else. Let's take it out. Saying that, Dream stood up and pointed to a spot on the floor. There appeared the altar with the heart on it. As soon as it was in the open, the heart's power burst out and filled the entire factory. The mana in the area immediately turned to liquid and flowed violently through the air. Dream just stood as the mana poured over him. He wasn't very concerned about free mana moving around. But one thing he was concerned about was the sheer power this heart radiated. It has its own aura, and it's far beyond the power of a Class 4. I'm feeling pressure just being near it. Dream observed it for a bit before getting closer, completely disregarding the pressure on his soul that increased with every step. He was soon right in front of the altar where he immediately let loose his own influence. At first, his influence struggled to encompass the heart, but eventually it pushed through the heart's aura that had no purpose and therefore no power to stop Dream. In terms of shape, the heart didn't exactly look like a human heart, but it wasn't that far from it either. The heart was more spherical with some valves coming out the top, pretty standard. But what wasn't standard was the material the heart was made from. The heart seemed to be made from a crystal. It was translucent and lightly glowed red. It almost didn't look real and definitely didn't seem like a functioning heart, but it was in front of him, beating away as if it were still in a body. Sophia quickly did a scan. This material, I'm not sure what it is. Really? Are you not able to sense the molecules? Kind of. If these are even molecules, I'm not sure that this heart is made from regular matter. It looks like there's an atomic structure, but at the same time, it feels immaterial. Not only that, but this heart is four-dimensional. How can it be four-dimensional if it's a physical object? Not sure. Either way, it seems this heart can manifest in both the third and fourth dimension as a rigid object. That's a valuable property. It wouldn't be easily snagged. Is this heart attached to the altar in any way? No. Then I'll just pick it up, while not touching that liquid in the bowl. Saying that, Dream slowly reached his hands over to the bowl on top of the altar that also had some light red liquid in it, which Dream assumed was some kind of blood. He scooped the heart carefully. Ba dump. Ba dump. As soon as Dream made contact, his own heart pulsed along with the crystal heart. He felt a small resonance between his heart and the one in his hands. It felt a bit foreign, but surprisingly, he could feel power pulsing through his own blood vessels. After a bit of time, Dream became totally enraptured by the heart. Wanting to study it further, he quickly sent mana into it. Not only that, but he had Aegis send some of himself into the vessels. Aegis moved quickly and flowed into the spherical crystal heart. However, when he began filling the inside of the heart, his enchantment and signal pathways started to fluctuate oddly. At first, Dream didn't notice. Sophia, however, did. Curious, she tapped into a signal pathway on Aegis to see what was going on. However, that's when Aegis systems began to undulate wildly. Finally, Dream noticed the change. He had a connection to Aegis that went from a part of his mana pathways to Aegis processing systems. It was an attempt on his part to build a relationship like his and Sophia's, but the fact that Aegis was still a bunch of programming was still a barrier that limited his success. Either way, Dream could sense the wild changes in Aegis. Before he could react, though, Aegis suddenly flew off him entirely and went to go surround the heart, encapsulating it and his hands. What? Aegis? What's going on? My connection has been cut. I can't communicate with him. Seriously? Wait. Something's going on with my mana. After Aegis encapsulated the heart, Dream suddenly felt a powerful tug on his mana through his hands. At the same time, the mana he had inside the heart was absorbed into the heart itself, disappearing from Dream's control. If that were it, Dream would have just cut his mana channel and let go of the heart. But for some reason, that resonance he felt grew stronger. Not only that, but he could feel the mana connection to Aegis growing stronger. It wants more mana. Wonder why. You think we should cut it off? No. Let's just feed it. Though I don't know why it needs more mana. It's been gushing the stuff for years. Shrugging, Dream kept his hands on the heart and started inserting his own mana into it. When he did, Aegis's capsule around the heart began changing. First, Aegis dispersed himself into a gas and hovered around Dream's hands. Seeing that, Dream released the heart, which floated in the center of the Aegis fog. He didn't stop sending mana though, and after he had given around 15% of his mana pool, Aegis began taking on a form around the heart. First, Aegis applied a layer of himself around the crystal heart, then on top of that sprouted vessels. It looked just like the heart, except steel, but it didn't stop there, and soon, these vessels began to grow longer. No way, is it trying to form a body? Dream stared incredulously as the vessels grew longer and longer, sprouting off into different paths. As Dream inserted more mana, the vessels branched off into the vague shape of a human. After thinking for a bit, Dream just kept inserting mana. He could tell that Aegis was trying to do something. Whether it was according to his will or not was a question Dream couldn't answer, but he didn't want to lose what looked like a good opportunity for progress. So he threw caution to the wind and fed Aegis all the mana he needed. Eventually, Dream had inserted over 3/4 of his mana, but only the major vessels of the body were created. The vessels continued to branch off into secondary vessels, and then went even smaller to branch off into tiny capillaries. It wasn't long before Aegis had formed into a cloud of bloody strings. Dream knew that his mana was being used to form the vessels, even if he didn't know why. And knowing that it would take much more for the entire body to be formed, he began pulling in liquid mana that the heart had released into the factory and converting it to his own, thereby giving it to Aegis. After half an hour, Aegis had taken on the general form of a human with only blood vessels. Much of his floating particles had been formed into the vessels, leaving behind about half of his body to float as a gas. Dream observed Aegis's new form as the tug on his mana weakened. The heart still constantly beat, but instead of the mana flying out into empty air, it flowed through its new body. Along with that, Aegis's vessels actually changed color from steel gray to blood red. Dream wasn't sure what caused that change, but everything about this heart was mysterious, so he didn't pay it much heed. After another 10 minutes, Aegis had formed the last of the blood vessels. He really did look like a man made of strings, and there were so many strings that he was almost solid. Once that was finished, the rest of Aegis's unused particles flew over and filled in the gaps between the vessels. Eventually, he truly became a solid body, but even then, Dream could still see the vessels glowing red underneath his gray skin. Dream continued to observe Aegis as he stood there. He had ideas about what happened. Maybe the heart wanted to take on a specific form. When it came in contact with Aegis, it realized it was a good host. Aegis is versatile both physically and magically, so I can understand why. But how did the heart have an intent of its own? Maybe the person this heart belonged to was so powerful that his heart, when separated, took on part of the power of the soul. It has its own aura, and I was even able to sense something like a soul string attached to the material of the heart. Although I still don't know what the material is, it's possible that it's a material outside the laws of our physical universe. Something from beyond, like another realm. That's what that guy said during the class advancement. He was speaking to me from another realm. Maybe the owner of this heart came from another realm too. Lord. Hearing a voice, Dream lifted his head. In front of him, Aegis had taken on a unique form. He was no longer a sleek metal humanoid like he used to be, but instead looked like a threatening, efficient killer. His new armor looked futuristic and advanced, and retained a high level of intimidating qualities. Blood-red lines moved along his limbs, like circuits that delivered power to muscles. His head had no mouth or nose, only blood-red eyes that glowed with ruthless acuity, as if he were always primed to attack. The armor wasn't at all bulky either, but instead refined and slim. This didn't take away from the sense of durability or power at all, however. Even now it looked like Aegis's material was evolving into something stronger and more flexible. Not only that, but Dream could feel a much stronger connection between them developing. Wait, evolving? Dream suddenly thought of something as he observed and concentrated his influence. He and Sophia both did a scan of Aegis, focusing on the material. It's changing. Why is it changing? Crap. It's changing into a material similar to the heart's. That's not really a bad thing. But if the material changes, I won't be able to do any upgrades. I was planning to shrink the particles more with the solid mana. Plus, I could have used the solid mana to upgrade the enchantments. Shit. Relax. It's not like we can't make another batch of particles. Although Aegis's steel had been enhanced to a rather high level, we'll just spend some time to enhance stuff personally. Maybe we can experiment more with carbon materials, or even pure iron. Fine, but still, it could have asked me first. If I had done the upgrade before this, it probably would have been stronger too. Whatever. Taking out a chair, Dream just plopped down and sighed. After calming himself, he took another look at Aegis. When he did, he could see Aegis's eyes glow as they focused on each other. So Aegis, how's the new body? Chapter 164, Evolve. How's the new body? Dream asked Aegis as he sat and observed. He could feel the connection between them that had strengthened by leaps and bounds. They could sense each other's thoughts, and because of that, Dream knew that Aegis had undergone drastic changes mentally. In fact, he still wasn't entirely done evolving. Aegis looked at Dream, then down at his hands. After a minute or so, he responded, I protect. Who do you protect? You, my lord. I'm glad. You're radiating intense power, though. So I'm wondering if I'll have to give you a device for stealth. Dream took a deep breath as he felt Aegis's aura. Well, it was the heart's aura, but Aegis was now theoretically in control of the heart. The aura coming off him was powerful, to say the least. Dream felt pressure just sitting there. It was a pressure that came from sheer, absolute power. Dream felt suppressed, and although he could fight against it, one had to remember that this was just a heart from a dead person. He couldn't imagine how powerful the person was when he was alive. Whoever it was, they were definitely beyond Class 4. Class 5 maybe? I've never seen one, so I have no idea. But would the difference in power really be so vast? You have to remember that you're only a Class 3. Although I don't know how big the jump in power will be when you form this core during advancement, you'll definitely be much more powerful. Especially your soul. Still, this heart is really something else. It transformed Aegis. My lord. Wait, your aura. Dream's eyes went wide as he felt Aegis's aura. At first it was still the same as the heart's, but now it was beginning to change. The aura fluctuated with intent, something the heart didn't really have. Dream could also sense his own mana within Aegis getting overwritten by another signature. Wielding intent and writing signatures to mana can only be done by souls. I can't believe he's getting a soul. I can detect it. So can I. Did I just create life? No idea. Would that mean he's your son? Who's the mother? The heart, I guess. That's weird. I don't even know who this heart belonged to. Hopefully not a dude. Although how would you give birth to a robot? You've always wondered how robots would fare when souls were introduced. Now you have a live example. Hey Aegis, my lord, do you have a status? Dream looked toward Aegis. If he did have a status, then he would be an entity of his own. I am not sure. Say status. Status. Dream waited, but after a minute, Aegis never said anything. Did anything happen? No, my lord. So there's nothing in your vision or mind? No. It's surprising, but I understand. Maybe it's similar to my case. I'm part of a soul, but I have no status. Maybe only those who are birthed like me can be granted a status. Although he has a soul, it must not be a fully developed one. We can soul search him. I'd rather not. He's only just developing and I don't want to hurt him. Anyway, Aegis, are you capable of what you were before? My lord, I am capable of all the functions you granted me. Oh, sweet. Now what about the heart? Is there anything about it you can sense? I am unsure about the extent of the heart's capabilities. However, I do know that it supplies large amounts of power, and it has overwritten the enchantments that existed prior. So it overwrote my enchantments, but you still retain the same functions? That is correct, my lord. Interesting. Maybe the heart ate them. Now, here's the big question. Are you still capable of acting as my armor? Yes, my lord. Show me. Of course. Aegis bowed, and Dream put out his hand. He expected him to flow onto his body like before, but after he bowed, Aegis disappeared. He's in the fourth dimension, so the heart really is a four-dimensional material. Dream's eyes widened as he concentrated on his mana sense. Sure enough, Aegis had entered the fourth dimension and moved over to his soul. When it came to Dream, there were two parts of him that existed in the fourth dimension: his soul and his mana pathways. These two things connected to his body in the third dimension, and it's where he pulled his magical power from. When Aegis moved into the fourth dimension, he placed his heart right next to Dream's soul. Not only that, but his blood vessels moved to encompass and mix with Dream's mana pathways. This didn't disturb Dream's pathways at all. In fact, he could immediately feel Aegis's power coursing through him. After Aegis placed his heart and vessels in the fourth dimension, he moved his armored body back out into the third. When he did, the armor reappeared on top of Dream's body. When it appeared, the armor began to adjust itself to perfectly fit Dream. It also communicated magically with Dream's bodily enchantments, providing another source of power for them, as well as making the movement between the two seamless. After Aegis was fully adjusted, Dream clenched his fists. He could feel massive power surging through him, more than he ever had before. In fact, it was a bit too much power, and only after 10 seconds of equipping Aegis, Dream could feel his body enchantments destabilizing. It felt very uncomfortable. Aegis, turn down the power. I am unable to do that, my lord. Seriously? Damn. Sophia, how bad is the destabilization? The enchantments are barely holding. Although it won't really injure you now, give it enough time and it will. Hearing that, Dream's forehead creased. The whole point of this was for Aegis to be his armor, but now he was finding out he couldn't use him. It would ruin the point if I couldn't work with Aegis. The enchantments are destabilizing, so I just need to restabilize them, right? And I need better enchantments. If I can control the power and stabilize it externally, the enchantments should improve, right? That's possible. Then I'm doing it. HRNGHH. Focusing his power, Dream began to put pressure on the power that was flowing through his body. He controlled every enchantment in his body and forced them to retain their shape no matter how much mana was flowing through them. Unfortunately, the heart was dumping out too much power. Even after 10 whole minutes of trying to control everything, the enchantments were still destabilizing. Not only that, but Dream could feel lots of pressure on his soul when trying to do that. Damn, it's not working. Too much power. It needs an outlet. But if I release it, I'll start radiating mana. That'll cause too many problems. Then don't radiate it. Focus the surplus energy into something. Either way, you need to let some go. The pressure of the heart is too much for you to fight against, at least right now. As Sophia spoke, Dream was looking inward at the heart and blood vessels. After equipping Aegis, Dream had become aware of a few things about the heart. First, the heart didn't release unlimited energy. It was like a water pipe. The pipe had a certain water pressure, and only by blocking the pipe could you stop and control the flow. Unfortunately, Dream didn't have the power to completely block the flow, and neither did Aegis. Although Aegis helped a lot, much of the power still leaked. While Dream could actually seal the power entirely, it would result in his bodily enchantments destabilizing. So he had two routes: either improve his enchantments or let the power radiate. The first option wasn't something he could solve right now, and he wouldn't take the second option, at least not permanently. So Dream did a bit of pondering over Sophia's suggestion, and he soon had an idea. Focus the power. You know, I haven't done a lot of fighting recently. I like where this is going. Hoo-hoo. Locate the nearest demon army on the human continent. Contact the family too. It's time to do some hunting. The family is actually out fighting an army of 2 million. How does that sound? Like music to my ears. Let's go. Smiling, Dream levitated and flew his way over to exit the factory. Soon, he was out in space where he saw a plotted path to the continent, to infinity and beyond. As Dream exited the factory, Luna and Iris, along with Riddick and Celine, were fighting in a hilly region on the south portion of the human continent. As Dream was off doing his own things, the family would often come out to locations like this and have Sophia find them a demon army to fight. Sometimes the army numbered in the hundreds of thousands, sometimes they numbered in the millions. They didn't really mind as long as the number didn't get too high. If it did, there was a high chance of multiple Class 4s being present. As for the army of 2 million they were fighting, it only had 2 Class 4s in it. Both were detected by Riddick, and as the girls went on a slaughter, he would hold both of them back. This wasn't too difficult on his part. Even if it was, Riddick was also trying to get stronger, so this served as great practice. As of this moment, they had already been fighting for a few hours and had cut down several tens of thousands. It wasn't much, but the girls weren't trying to destroy the army by themselves. They were mainly experimenting with their skills, taking whatever time they wanted to try things out. Out of nowhere, though, they all got a notification in their vision. It was from Sophia and told them that Dream was on his way. Seeing this, the girls smiled and got excited. Riddick and Celine frowned, though, both thinking the same thing. What about his search for the mana source at the Empire? Maybe he gave up? Or did he actually find it? Both of them pondered for a bit, but just decided that they would ask him when he got here. They refocused back on their fights, but suddenly, Luna and Iris looked up. Dream? Both of their eyes went wide as they looked at the sky. Neither of them could see anything, but they could sense his connection. Odd thing was, it was extremely powerful. Not longer after they noticed, they saw a small figure moving quickly towards their direction. It quickly got bigger. In fact, it was moving so fast that they started backing away. What the hell is he? Boom. An explosion rang out as the figure crashed into the ground. The crash brought forth shockwaves that shook the hill they were on like an earthquake, and all demons in the area were instantly killed, turning into limbs and chunks of flesh that were blasted away. After that, everyone in the area felt a stifling pressure radiate out from the crash site. Everyone aside from Riddick felt pressure on their souls, and the mana in the area immediately turned to liquid, flowing outwards like waves. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Maniacal laughter rang out from the crater in the ground as the figure inside rose up. The family looked over. So it is Dream. Luna, you're laughing like a madman. Iris, what is that pressure? Riddick, hi guys. Dream smiled brightly as he flew over. When he did, though, the pressure on everyone increased and they subconsciously backed away. Boy, what's up with you? What's that pressure? You're radiating mana like a geyser. Luna, oh that, how about you take a wild guess? Dream smiled at them as he removed his helmet and reined in some of the energy. Everyone looked at him for a bit, but it was Celine that spoke first. You actually got it, so you could tell what it was. I've lived within that mana since I was a little girl. Although it's much more powerful up close, I can recognize it. Can we see it? I can't really take it out of me. It's part of Aegis now, but I can give you the rest of the data. Saying that, Dream had Sophia send everyone data on the heart. They all soon saw it in their vision. Not only that, but they could see the altar it had been on as well as its location underneath the Empire. I managed to grab it rather easily. The enchantments guarding the place couldn't handle me, so I was able to get in and out totally undetected. I can't believe you actually went and did it. What about the Empire? Riddick. Oh, they're going batshit crazy, especially the class force. They've been scrambling the place for hours trying to find the thief, but have turned up nothing. Not trying to judge your decision, but was it okay to do that? Iris asked unsurely, prompting the other three to ponder the question. Dream understood where it was coming from as he had already asked himself the same question, but he also had an answer. From a purely objective standpoint, no, I guess it wasn't okay to do that. But from my standpoint, it kind of was. I got a hold of a super powerful item that was just wasting away in a dark room, and I'm going to use it to its utmost capability, or at least I'll try. It's still difficult to control all its power, but you took away a treasure from an empire. It was providing the entire empire with a large mana density, which is definitely beneficial to millions of people. Not only was it not yours, but they were using it. Well, it actually wasn't theirs either. Sure, they possessed it, but they had taken it from somewhere else too. I just decided that it would be better in my hands than theirs. I mean, using this thing just for mana density is a wastage I can't even begin to comprehend. With this, I'll be able to make weapons that could help wipe out the demons, and all they were using it for was freaking mana density. Ugh, I cringe just thinking about it. I mean, I guess. Plus, I'll think of it as payment for everything I'm doing for them. I'm providing a revolution in the field of communication. I've used up thousands of tons of materials for them, all for free. I think I can help myself to a bit of compensation. I actually forgot about that. Lastly, there's one more, very simple reason why I went and grabbed it. As he spoke, Dream walked over to Iris while sucking in the radiating power. He put hands on her face, pulling it close to his with a smile. As he approached her and grabbed her face, Iris flushed a bit. She knew that smile. It was the one he had while dominating her. I wanted it. Mwah. Giving her a smooch, Dream laughed and rustled her hair. She just shrunk her head back with oomph when she realized he was teasing her. Chapter 165, Gorilla. After messing with Iris a bit, Dream backed away and looked around him. There were tens of thousands of demons itching to sink their teeth into him, but by simply letting out his influence, he was able to hold them back. Anyway, I came here to let out some energy. I can't completely control this heart yet, and until I do, I'm not going in public. It's nice that you're out here with us either way. Luna. Hey Scarlet. What? Want to compete? Let's see who can kill more. Me or you sisters. You're on. Huh. Smiling, Iris transformed into her fox form and flared up, bellowing out bloody fire. Luna also grinned as she summoned out dozens of bullet-sized ice lances. Seeing that, Dream's helmet reformed over his head. His awesome suit glowed red with power, and the heart kept on pouring energy into his body. Hee rah! With a howl, Dream jumped into the air straight towards a huge crowd of demons. He then slammed down on the ground, releasing waves of force with his body and magic. All demons in a 70-meter radius were instantly killed, and Dream could see a long kill feed suddenly stream down his vision. Iris wasn't one to be beat, though. So after Dream slammed down like a gorilla, she dashed into the nearest horde and released flames without restraint. Any demons at the Class 2 level or below were instantly turned into a crisp and disintegrated into nothing, turning into energy for her. Even Class 3s were severely injured, and it only took a single lance from Luna or a bite from Iris to kill them. Like that, the three went around, between, and over hills, ensuing carnage wherever they went. This was especially true for Luna and Iris, who had abundant experience doing this kind of thing. While they went around bellowing hungry fire and lances, Dream was throwing out very simple but effective magic. Sometimes he would produce spikes from the ground or control the air to form air bullets, all hitting their targets with absolute accuracy. And while he was keeping up, he wasn't satisfied with his performance. My magic without my weapons is rather basic. I can control it without wastage, but it's not up to par with my skill level. Oh, why don't we try that magic that the elf used? Make some magic golems or something? That magic is pretty wasteful itself. You may as well use mana bullets or blades that constantly attack your enemy. Mana bullets. Maybe mana needles? I send them to the enemy with an enchantment and it'll attack the enemy, either disturbing their mana or killing them. We've never enchanted pure mana before. It'll be a good time to learn then. So we form the needle, give it an enchantment, one that attacks the soul. That would be good. Then, oh, I got it. Suddenly thinking of something, Dream gave Sophia the details and she quickly formed the enchantment. That's devious. It'll be super effective though, especially for large hordes like this. Although it would only work against everything up to weak Class 3s, that's enough to utterly devastate an army. Very true. Alright, launch some whenever you're ready. Smiling, Dream stopped attacking the demons around him and stood still. All the demons looked at him warily for a bit, while screeching before launching ranged attacks. None of the attacks could do anything to Dream though, as they were either redirected into the floor or forcefully dispersed. As he stood, clusters of mana began forming around his body. Those clusters formed into thin lines and took on ultra-sharp points. They were mana needles, and there were 200 that formed around his body. Once they were completed, Dream looked around before pointing towards some Class 2 demons. Zip. All 200 needles flew at ultrasonic speed before disappearing into the bodies of the demons. Immediately after, blood-curdling screams were let out by the targeted demons. Screech. Looks like it's working. Dream smiled as the demons fought against the needles. But as he knew very well, that's exactly what would bring about their demise. Soon, the demons shivered and fell to the floor lifeless. After they died, 2 needles came out of each body and shot out towards another target, doubling the amount of needles and therefore victims. From the time they were attacked to their death, barely 2 seconds passed. It was the same for every other demon that was subsequently targeted, and like that, hundreds and thousands of needles were created, all of which found a target and quickly killed it. Luna and Iris had been watching Dream. When he threw out the needles, they weren't very surprised. But only a couple seconds later, those needles doubled. They doubled again after finding new targets, and they kept doubling indefinitely. It wasn't even a minute before Dream's rate of killing surpassed theirs. Arcana has leveled up? Oh, nice. Dream? What are those? Luna came walking over as he stood there lazily. He smiled to her. Those are a new magic I thought of. How do they work exactly? I've enchanted each needle to attack the soul of their targets. When the target fights back, they inadvertently fuel the needle with their will and mana, thereby strengthening it. Upon the death of the target, the needle will split in two should it have enough energy. Then it'll find another target, repeating the process, so you use their strength against them? More like their weakness. It's not powerful enough to do that with strong enemies, as my cognitive manipulation, which forms the basis of the enchantment, won't confuse beings with too much power. They can easily see through the attempted confusion. What happens if the target doesn't fight against the needle? Then the needle will destroy their soul. Although it wouldn't gain as much energy, it wouldn't prevent the needle from finding another target. Very interesting, isn't it? I'm rather proud of myself. But isn't the whole point of you being here to release energy? The needles are an efficient way to kill, but you're not looking for efficiency. That is very true. Hey, Scarlet. Yeah, eat up. Saying that, Dream deactivated the needles and sent them hurtling towards Iris. Seeing them, Iris shot out a pillar of fire that engulfed the needles, eating them in their entirety and gaining the bit of energy they had collected. Thanks. Yup. Anyway, I'm gonna get back to jumping around. Of course. Chuckling, Luna watched as Dream jumped back through the air, leaving a small crater behind. For the next several hours, Dream jumped and slammed around the hordes of demons with surging power. Each time he landed in a horde, he would release massive shockwaves of mana and energy. It was unleashed indiscriminately as Dream didn't bother to aim his attacks. He had plenty of energy to release anyway. Not only would he slam around, but he would run through hordes while throwing out punches. Each one of those punches would release a long wave of destruction that wiped out a column of demons 5 kilometers long. It was a supremely powerful attack, and Dream could launch it out however many times he wanted. The reason that Dream often got tired while using his magic was because he often handled materials on a microscopic scale. It requires lots of concentration and energy to work so precisely, and he would usually handle materials on a nanoscale to build things on a large scale, like Aegis. That's why, despite having a small mana pool, his soul was strong enough to handle amounts of mana several times bigger than his pool, even going so far as to allow him to control solid mana. But when he was fighting as he was, it didn't take microscopic precision. He didn't need to precisely control his will. He was just releasing energy like mad. It was so much easier to direct energy vaguely than to provide ultra-precise directions. This was also the reason Sophia said that Dream underestimated his macro-scale abilities. And until now, he really did. But now that he was going wild, he was getting a true handle on the things he could do over a wide range. For one, he could spread his mana and retain control over it for nearly 300 kilometers. When he had tested this, Dream was baffled. Being able to do what he did meant that he could cast magic anywhere within that 300-kilometer radius. Although he had done something similar in the Mercenary Empire during the siege, that wasn't nearly as large-scale as this. It was to the point where he could easily encompass the entire 5 million-strong demon army. This showed him how truly devastating Class 4s could be. They could kill anyone below them in a huge radius with but a thought. He was no longer surprised at how the Grand Demons were able to kill so many people during the siege. He was actually wondering how they didn't kill more instead. Either way, Dream now knew that his large-scale abilities were terrifying. And while it would take a significant expenditure to cast magic over his entire domain of mana, he wasn't exactly lacking in terms of energy. However, even though he had fun felling demons by the thousand, he didn't forget his original goal. He needed to work on his enchantments. Luckily, his enchantments were acting as he figured they would. With so much energy coursing through them, the enchantments would usually destabilize and eventually break down. But Dream maintained pressure on them, forcing them to handle the energy. That, combined with Sophia, who worked on optimizing the enchantments, made it so that they were improving at a steady rate. Unfortunately, the 5 million demons were totally obliterated by the end of the day. Dream and the girl's killing speed was too much for them to handle. Luckily, Dream was able to level up 6 times, bringing his level to 248, so it wasn't a waste. The girls also leveled up, both being level 273. They had definitely been killing far more demons than he had. After the destruction of the army, Dream had nowhere to vent his energy. Although he could just let it radiate, he would feel better when putting it to good use. The girls were also feeling good, so after some deliberation, they quickly found another demon army. This one, though, had nearly 12 million demons. At first, Riddick was hesitant about going to an army that big. Sure, he could handle 2, or maybe even 3 grand demons, but any more than that and things would get troublesome. And this army would definitely have more than 2. However, Dream was confident in being able to tussle with 1 or 2 class 4s, so he was able to convince the man to go. With that, the family moved on to the next army. Although night had already fallen, none of them were tired, nor did they have any problems seeing. Only weaklings would have their combat power reduced during the night. When they arrived, the first thing that Dream and Riddick did was perform a scan of the entire army. And sure enough, in this army there were 4 grand demons clustered together. Dream immediately began launching attacks at the 4, promoting them to react violently. Riddick also followed and attacked, and after they got into the groove, they split the 4 in half, taking 2 each. The girls also dove into the horde, but as they fought, Iris actually spoke telepathically to Dream, asking something of him. When he heard what her request was, Dream nodded, thinking it was a good idea. He then focused back on fighting his 2 class 4s. The very first thing that Dream noticed while fighting these 2 grand demons was that their hits were surprisingly weak, although it was probably his armor that was too strong. Even Dream didn't know the extent to which Aegis had grown, so as he battled, he made sure to take plenty of hits and figure out how strong Aegis was. While Aegis could get injured by some powerful attacks from the class 4s, it was never enough to chop off limbs. At most, he received slash wounds a few inches deep that would just quickly heal as if nothing happened. And this was from full-powered attacks. The weaker attacks could barely scratch him. Not only was Aegis much tougher, but he was able to supplement Dream's strength. Although Dream had already received a huge boost in strength from his muscle restructuring, Aegis's power boosted it even more. He wasn't even sure numerically how strong he was. All he knew is that he could easily match up to and surpass these grand demons. Plus, when he thought about how his enchantments would be stronger after he got the heart under control, he grinned. In addition to a strength and magic boost, Aegis was able to boost Dream's speed as well. This boost came passively from the heart, as well as the fact that Dream's enchantments were coursing with seemingly unlimited power. This also allowed him to surpass even the grand demons he was facing. The 2 grand demons that Dream faced had a sword and an axe respectively. Both were formidable, and as per their unique demonic trait, they were able to work together flawlessly. Despite this, though, both were extremely frustrated. Even after having hit their opponent several times, they were never able to injure him. Although they had gotten through his armor once and drew blood, the bodily wound healed just as quickly as the armor did. It sparked not only helplessness, but fear in their hearts. Luckily for them, their opponent didn't hardly do any damage to them. For the most part, he just blocked and occasionally delivered solid blows. They were also able to keep pace with him. This gave them a bit of hope and courage, especially considering that they hadn't done any surprise blitzes with the other 2 demons a small distance away. Unfortunately for them, though, Dream was taking it easy on them. He purposefully kept pace while delivering attacks that wasted huge amounts of energy. While he was able to have a good fight, he definitely wasn't going all out. They were merely tools he used so he could work on his enchantments that ever so slowly strengthened. These enchantments are taking a while to strengthen. At this rate, how long will it be? Dream spoke to Sophia as he fought, his brow a little furrowed. As we're going right now, around a week. A week? That's surprisingly long. Yes and no. The amount of power we need to be able to control is vast, and you need to be able to control it without expending any energy. It'll take some time to build your enchantments to that level naturally. What about artificially? I'm already optimizing them. But although we've become more proficient in using the Arcana skill, it's not enough to totally revamp your systems. That 1-week estimate also accounts for my optimizations. Very well. One day at a time, I guess. Though I doubt I'll be fighting demons that whole time. Find some things we can use this energy for over the next week. I hate letting so much energy go to waste. Sure, you just keep restricting the flow to the enchantments, and I'll take care of the other stuff. With that, we'll have jumped in power yet again. I can only imagine how all the other Class 4s would react. I'll be keeping it very hidden, so hopefully they won't react. Anyway, let's see if I can deliver on Scarlet's request. And should I catch them off guard, maybe I'll be able to get more out of this demon than just experience. Chapter 166, Hierarchy. Over the next few hours, Dream and Riddick continued to fight their pairs of grand demons. And although Dream's battle prowess didn't come as a surprise to himself, it came as a shock to Riddick. The entire time, he was paying half attention to Dream, ready to jump in should he be put in danger. But not only did that never happen, it seemed like he was rather relaxed. Dream responded fluidly to every attack that was thrown at him. He was just as quick as the demons fighting him, and considering there were two who were throwing out over a dozen coordinated attacks every second, that was impressive. It was hard to believe that he was still a Class 3. The demons, however, were scared witless. Although Dream hadn't done anything to reveal an insane level of power, they hadn't been able to do anything to him. If that were it, it wouldn't be too bad. But when one of the demons had tried to escape, Dream unleashed unprecedented speed and locked the demon down with a few insanely powerful attacks. After that, the demons knew they couldn't run and that this person was just messing with them. They were enraged and fearful, but they could do nothing, not even try to blitz the other human. Every surprise blitz of theirs was crushed before it could do anything. This battle didn't go on for too long, though. On the 10th hour, Dream finally decided to make a move. "Hey, old man." Dream spoke to Riddick through telepathy as they fought. "Yeah, tag the strongest in your pair of demons." Okay." Saying that, Riddick looked at the demons for a moment before letting Sophia know which one was the strongest. Dream nodded once a demon was tagged. It was a mage. Good. Smiling, Dream suddenly gathered a huge amount of power in his fist. The axe demon that was coming in to chop him was startled and tried to retreat, but Dream was too fast. Boom. Dream's fist hurtled forward with a sonic boom and made contact with the demon, blowing a huge hole in his stomach. The demon felt waves of pain overtake him, but it didn't prevent him from continuing his retreat. Unfortunately, the moment after the fist came, the demon felt all the mana in his body go stiff and agitate. It prevented him from using magic to defend or flee, and he was stuck suspended in the air. The demon investigated its body and quickly discovered hundreds of invading streams of mana, all preventing him from even controlling his body. The incapacitation was all Dream needed, and he quickly came back with another punch to the head. The demon couldn't even raise his axe to defend himself. Bang! You killed a level 325 Grand Demon. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. Dream's fist made contact and the head was reduced to pink mist, immediately causing notifications to stream down Dream's vision. The sword demon beside him was startled, and after feeling the intense killing intent from Dream, quickly made the decision to flee. Dream wouldn't let that happen though, and he quickly sped over, grabbing the demon by the neck. "Iris. Oh, is it time?" "Yeah. Yay. Send him." Nodding, Dream hoisted the helpless demon and threw him like a football. The demon went flying like a ragdoll into the ground near Iris. Boom. Hoo-hoo, thanks. Of course, he's still relatively fresh, so go crazy. Okay, let's go, Luna. Iris immediately discarded the lesser demons around her and dashed towards the grand demon. Luna did the same and followed suit with a smile. When Riddick saw what Dream was doing, though, he wasn't the happiest. "Boy, what are you doing? Letting them have a good fight. That's a Class 4. What? Oh my god, I thought it was a Class 3. It's fine, old man. They can handle it. I actually need you for something anyway." Saying that, Dream dashed over to where Riddick was fighting. Seeing him coming, the demons quickly decided to scatter, but Dream was too fast. Boom. Dream slammed his fist into the unmarked demon's chest, leaving the mage for Riddick to catch. He then quickly followed up with a second fist strike to the head, killing the demon. Riddick also caught the mage and tied him down. Dream came over a few seconds later, and the two men stood off on either side of the demon. Riddick spoke up. "So what do you need me for?" "I want to perform an experiment on this demon. I need you to help me tie him down." "Really? You need help?" "Yup. Your mana is perfect for this. Plus, I don't want you interrupting their battle. Your intimidation can lead to a reduction in the demon's performance." Dream didn't bother hiding his ulterior motive and spoke plainly. Riddick stared at him for a bit before turning to where the girls were. Celine was still out and about fighting groups of demons, but Luna and Iris were both wrapped up in an intense fight with the Class 4. Iris had enveloped the three of them in a ball of flame, and the two girls were working in perfect unison to quickly kill the enraged Grand Demon. It looked very similar to their training sessions with Dream, but they weren't getting hurt that much. While Iris did get deep gashes and slice wounds from the sword, both her own powers of regeneration and Luna's healing ensured they never affected her. The demon, though, wasn't so lucky, and all the wounds he got from Iris' wound drain his power and weaken his body. Asterisk psi asterisk fine. Great. You restrict the demon's mana without injuring him, and I'll physically hold him down. Dream smiled as Riddick gave in and dashed toward the demon mage. The demon was maintaining a strong shield, but it was quickly cut through by Dream. He was soon in the demon's face where he grabbed his neck and flew him to the floor. Boom. Dream pinned the demon to the dirt. After that, some of the armor around him flowed off of him and shackled the demon's limbs together. At this time, Riddick also came down, casting a powerful restrictive magic and sending it into the demon's body. All of his mana was disturbed and purged from his own body. In only 10 seconds, the demon was rendered totally incapacitated. When he was, Dream put his hand on the demon's head. Beginning soul search, the demon was startled as a wave of pain washed over it, not enough to make it scream, but enough to make it grit its teeth. And done. Skills. Hierarchy. Mana body manipulation. Demonic regeneration. Advanced demonic conversion. Advanced elemental magic. Advanced sequencing arts. Dream looked at the small list. As he expected, the top 3 were those same skills he had found on every demon he ever soul-searched. Other than that, the only skill that caught his eye was number 4. He wasn't really interested in elemental magic. Demonic conversion. That doesn't sound good. We already have demonic regeneration and some of hierarchy. I doubt mana body manipulation is at all helpful. Take demonic conversion. If you can get hierarchy, then great. Alright, beginning emulation. Just as the demon started calming down, Sophia began the emulation. He immediately started spasming in unbearable pain, unable to even think about resisting. If Dream hadn't sealed its mouth, it would be screaming bloody murder. Riddick saw this and looked at Dream. Boy, hang on. Emulated demonic conversion and, shit, you have killed a level 330 Grand Demon. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. Notifications streamed down Dream's vision, and from Sophia's curse, he could guess about what happened. Didn't get it all? I've got about 87% of hierarchy. From the skill observation, I'm able to patch in another 6%, but that only leaves a 93% completed skill. That's fine. We'll just find another Grand Demon. So, what's this conversion skill do? Dream asked as he stood up, putting the body in his inventory. The skill is nothing good. It's capable of converting living beings into demons. Okay, but what exactly does it mean to turn into a demon? You know hierarchy? Well, becoming a demon basically means getting branded with that skill. From what I've seen, hierarchy places you under a control system very similar to a taming or slave contract. So if a demon were to convert you, you would get thrown into their hierarchy and be put under their control. That's not all. The hierarchy skill also grants demons that mysterious power to get stronger with numbers. It's like a soul connection between all of them that shares power. Not only that, it makes it so that there's a greater transfer of power when one demon kills another. Instead of getting experience like normal, it gets multiplied kind of like yours. It's only between demons, but it promotes a terrifying internal growth system. No wonder they were able to grow so fast. They have this OP skill. What about the other two? Demonic regeneration is not only a regeneration skill, but a parasitic infection that transforms the user's soul and mana, giving it a different signature that matches that of the demons. Mana body manipulation lets the demons manipulate mana directly, but it also ties in with the hierarchy. With it, demons of a high class can control underlings, whether it's maliciously or otherwise. Asterisk psi asterisk, that's pretty insane. So this demonic conversion grants the 3 skills, but puts you under their total control. A rather efficient way to accept people. Are there any restrictions on it? Demons with this skill can forcefully convert those who are weaker than them by a large margin or have been injured beyond resistance. As for those who are the same strength and uninjured, enabling them to resist, they can only be converted through acceptance. Aside from those conditions, anyone with a soul can be converted, and only demons with this specific skill can convert. At least not every demon has it. I wonder how many do, though. The skill requires learning, so probably only those who are intelligent enough. Good. A decent restriction considering most demons are mindless animals, though that probably means all Class 4s have it as they all seem to be intelligent. I have yet to see one that isn't. Boy. At this time, Riddick spoke up. He was keeping an eye on the girls, but at the same time wondering why Dream was just standing there. I'm good. Just found out a few things is all. In fact, I'm gonna go out for a bit. Where? Gonna find another army and capture a Class 4. Be right back. Saying that, Dream took to the sky and blasted off at supersonic speeds. Riddick watched for a bit before shaking his head and turning back to watch the girls. Not even a few minutes later, Dream found another army. This one had 4 million demons, and after letting loose his influence, Dream found 2 Class 4s. Without even planning, Dream rocketed straight towards the 2 demons that were standing next to each other. One was a hammer and shield user, and the other was a bowman. Dream chose to scour the shield user, so he attacked the bowman with a flying punch. HM-. Boom. You have killed a level 333 Grand Demon. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. Dream flew in unexpectedly, but his blatant attack was even more unexpected. That combined with the ridiculous power behind it made the bowman an easy one-hit kill. The shield demon couldn't even react in time, and his partner was turned into a bloody mist. You, human. Sup. Boom. Dream didn't bother wasting time before punching at the demon. He was already prepared though, and Dream's fist drove into the shield that he raised. Because of the force, the demon was launched over 100 meters away, killing every lesser demon that was in the way. His shield was also cracked and indented, but surprisingly, it started slowly healing. Huh, nice shield. Grah. Fuck off, human. Well, that's rude. Dream grumbled at the demon who jumped high in the air, waving his hammer for an attack. He came down with a pressing force, but Dream didn't dodge, instead deciding to take it head-on. He threw his fist out to meet the descending hammer. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Shockwaves rolled out as a crater appeared below Dream. Other than that, though, he came out relatively unscathed aside from the shattered armor covering his fist and arm. The demon wasn't so lucky, though, and as a result of the massive pressure, his hammer exploded into pieces. Not only that, but he was thrown back up into the air. Crack. HRM? The demon looked down at the handle after recovering and saw the missing head. His eyes went red. RHH. Human. Roaring, the demon threw both his shield and broken hammer away before darting down to Dream. He was planning to use his body to fight. Not the best choice. Smirking, Dream flew up to meet him, and they clashed in the air, delivering a punch to each other's fists. Bang. Splat. The result was as Dream expected, and the demon's hand exploded along with his arm. Ah. RHH. Alright, that's enough. Saying that, Dream went over and grabbed the demon after cutting off his other arm, incapacitating him. He then grabbed him by the head, performing soul search on the spot. Soul searching. Ah. Search complete. Skills. Hierarchy. Mana body manipulation. Demonic regeneration. Advanced demonic conversion. Crazed hammer arts. Offensive shield arts. Weapon reinforcement. Dream barely glanced at the skills before speaking to Sophia. You know what to do. Beginning emulation? Ah. The demon screamed as his soul was broken up string by string. Sophia first went through the learned skills before going after the top 3, making sure to get every bit of soul she could. Mana body manipulation emulated. Hierarchy emulated. You have killed a level 342 Grand Demon. You have gained experience. You have leveled up. The demon went limp after dying, and Dream just put the corpse into his inventory. Nice. Now, tell me the full extent of the hierarchy and mana body skill, and see if I can use it. As he said that, Dream dropped back down to the army and started lazily attacking the hordes of demons. Well, first, I would be able to use the hierarchy skill in conjunction with the conversion skill and the mana body skill to accept an underling. They would have their souls branded, enabling me to have unrestricted access to their soul and skills. If you wished, I would be able to give them skills using that access. Although since we've never directly given anybody a skill before, we would need to do some experiments. Either way, those 3 skills allow for that. There's nobody I can really do that with. Although granting skills freely would be nice. The girls? Never. Giving them some skills would be nice. But I would never violate them like that even if they let me. I really don't have any followers. That's kind of lonely. Oh, Aegis. My lord, you're the only follower of mine that has a soul. Kind of. I may be able to grant you skills even though you don't have a complete soul. That would require the things we just talked about though. What do you think? I am already your eternal servant, my lord. To be granted greater ability to assist and protect you would be my honor. Ho-ho. You sure know how to butter me up. It is nothing but the truth, my lord. Oh, stop. You're making me blush. Now, I'll want to find some test subjects first so I don't cause you harm. Will animals work? Demons probably won't. There's not really anybody that I hate with a burning passion. At least not on this planet. What to do? Chapter 167, Small World. Dream continued fighting for a few hours as he thought about what to do. Eventually, though, some people came to join him. Dream, we did it. A voice came from afar as Dream was in the middle of crushing a demon's head. He turned and found Iris flying towards him, flames and all. Right behind her was the rest of the family too. I knew you would. Yeah, but you weren't there for the grand finale. Guess how I killed the demon? How? I punched him, straight through the chest. You should have seen it. My flames ate him from the inside out. His heart was especially delicious. Nothing sexier than a woman who eats hearts. Hoo-hoo. I know. Kiss kiss. Oof. Jumping at him, Iris tackled him to the floor and planted her lips on his. Dream obviously made sure to remove his helmet as they went down. The two made out for a bit as Iris covered them in a dome of fire. That was until Riddick came over and blew the fire away. But by that time, the two were already separated and standing up as if nothing happened. Sigh only you two would mess around in the middle of an enemy army. Whatever do you mean mess around? We were just giving each other wholesome hugs. They're kids, honey. As if we weren't doing the same thing when we met. Celine flew over and cuddled up to Riddick while reprimanding him. He just huffed again as Luna went over to Dream. So, was your hunt successful? I was able to extract the skill I needed, but I've also learned some things that I really don't like. Like what? The demon skills. They're not good news. When he said that, Dream had Sophia sent them what he found. The family looked through it for a bit before coming out frowning. No wonder they could get so strong so fast. Luna, that demonic regeneration is crazy. All those skills are. They're all meant to enslave you. Iris, pretty much. There's nothing we can do about it though. Although I'm planning to run an experiment with those skills, see what I can do. What kind of experiment? Those hierarchy skills allow you to grant skills to souls that you have unrestricted access to. I'm going to find some souls to test that on, and then I'm going to try and grant some skills to Aegis. Aegis? But he's your armor. Not anymore. After merging with the heart, he kind of gains something like a soul. It's not totally complete, and he doesn't have a status, but he's got a will, so he should be able to drive skills and enchantments. I'm planning on subordinating Aegis and gifting him more power using the hierarchy skills. It's amazing how you're able to copy skills. I can't use them perfectly, so Sophia modifies them to fit me. It's very useful. Anyway, I'm thinking I'm going to find some animals to test this stuff out on. Animals? Subordination works with them too? Of course. Souls are souls, though it's not going to be easy finding good ones. If I'm going to subordinate animals, I want them to be decent and not just throwaways. Oh, I know the perfect place. The animal continent. Iris. Nope. Damn. I know a shop and a guy. He tames animals for a living at the mountain. He definitely has some good ones, or at least knows a place to find them. You guys want to come with? Sure. All right. What about the parents? I guess it wouldn't be a bad idea to go visit Graf. Riddick. Then it's settled. Let's fly. Saying that, Dream took to the skies with the family in tow. A little while later, the sun began to set. This was also when the family made it to the mountain. Not caring about proper entry, the five just flew into the mountain. Nobody could see them anyway due to Dream's stealth. All right, boy, we'll head to Graphs. Okay, see ya. Riddick took Celine and flew off, leaving Dream and the girls. So where's this guy of yours? Just follow me. Oh crap, I forgot I'm radiating mana. Let's just suck that in, and we're good. Let's go. Saying that, Dream turned in a specific direction and flew, the girls following. Soon they were over a certain district that was much less lively than the rest of the city. I remember when I was buying materials with the money your dad gave me. A lot's changed in less than a year. Oh, there's the shop. Dream suddenly caught sight of the familiar shop he went to only twice. Flying down, the three walked up to it and entered. Ring. Hello, anyone home? A minute. When Dream walked in shouting, he received a shout from the back room. It was a man's voice, but surprisingly, not the one he knew. Hello, welcome to my humble shop. How can I help you? Soon, a man came out and greeted the three. He was a short and pudgy man, and Dream immediately knew that something had changed. You're not John. John? Oh, he was the previous owner of this shop. He moved? Yes, he's now in the high-class district. A fine and successful gentleman living the life of luxury. I hear he recently got a woman and decided to get a better residence. Oh, very nice. Do you know where in that district he is? Next to a restaurant, I believe. What is it? Starlight Cabaret. That's the name. You'll notice it rather easily as it's one of the tallest buildings in the district. Oh, thank you very much. Here's a penny for your troubles. Saying that, Dream took out a bar of grade 8 mithril and tossed it to the man. He caught it in surprise, and when he looked at what it was, he was shocked. A mithril? All right, I'll be going. Have a nice day. Oh, you too, young man. Waving bye, Dream walked out of the shop and into the street. Iris bumped into his side with a teasing voice. Well, aren't you generous? I sometimes forget how amazingly rich you are. Just paying him for information. And yes, I am rather rich, though not in gold. So Starlight Cabaret. A nice name. Let's go find it. Shouldn't be too hard, though I don't want to take too much time. It's difficult to hold in the heart's energy. Are you gonna be good? Yeah, I should be good for maybe a few hours before things get dangerous. Let's go. Rising off the ground, the three flew off to the high-class district, and it wasn't long before they arrived. In fact, they immediately found the restaurant. It really was one of the tallest buildings, and the sign made it easy to point out. All right, there's the restaurant, and there's John's shop. Seeing the building next to the restaurant, Dream smiled and flew down. After landing on the floor, the three deactivated stealth and walked into the shop. Ring. Hello, Inian. Oh, there's people. As Dream walked in, he immediately spotted several people who were waiting around on couches. They all turned to him, scowling at his loud entrance. Hey, quiet down, kid. Don't come in here barking like a dog. Dog. Listen here, asshole. Now, Scarlet. We're not here to burn the shop down. As people started berating Dream, Iris quickly got pissed and snapped back, flaring up in anger. Dream pacified her, though, for fear she would kill someone, or worse, destroy the shop. Iris snarled at the people before giving up. Whatever. Just a bunch of class 2s anyway. Hey, what's with all the racket? I don't allow fighting in my shop. Suddenly, a rough voice sounded out from the back of the shop. Dream turned, smiling. Don't worry, John. I would never want to turn your newfound success into a pile of rubble. Tap, 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 tap. After Dream spoke, everyone could hear hasty footsteps coming towards them. Soon, a man came running through the doorway. He quickly laid eyes on Dream. No way, Dream? That's my name. It's you. Ha ha ha. How have you been, my friend? Laughing uproariously, John came walking up and picked Dream up in a bear hug. Meanwhile, when everyone heard the name Dream, they were shocked. Dream? I only know one person with that name. He's the one from the Grand Meeting. His signature was on the war declaration too. John knows Dream? How did he manage to meet a famous person like him? Everyone's eyes were wide as they watched the two men who looked more like brothers. Haha, I'm doing pretty good, John. Seems like you're doing great too. I like the new place. Dream chuckled awkwardly as John set him down. This is all right. None of this would have happened without your help. Not necessarily. I heard you got yourself a girl. That definitely wasn't my doing. Haha, yes I did indeed. But it seems you've topped me even in that respect. John smiled as he looked at Luna and Iris standing behind Dream. Dream just scratched his head. Yes, I did get pretty lucky. They did too, though. Charming. Luna. Haha, well, I'm happy for you. Come in, come in. I'll introduce you to my lovely lady, and we can have a good chat. Waving them over, John took the three into the back room. Everyone just watched amazedly for a bit before some took their leave, knowing they probably weren't going to get service now. After they walked into the back, John led them up to the second floor. In here, they found a large space acting as a living area and a kitchen. It looked like an apartment. Hey, Elisa. Yeah, come down here. I've got someone for you to meet. John shouted to the second floor where a girl responded from. After getting a response, John smiled and spoke to Dream. I met Elisa as I was out hunting. I had found an animal that I was supposed to tame, but turns out this girl had her eye on it too. She's a class 3, and we fought quite a bit before she eventually gave up. Though not before I agreed to take her out for dinner. Well, isn't that cute? Elisa, huh? Where have I heard that name? We have guests? Should I put on some tea? As Elisa walked down the stairs, her eyes and Dream's met. Suddenly, Dream remembered. Spear woman. No way. Dream. And you two fox girls. Both parties were flabbergasted as they saw each other. Elisa was the spearwoman that Dream and the girls fought alongside in the dungeon party. Back then, they were all pretty weak, only fighting giant rats. But now, it looked like everyone had gone up in the world. HM, you guys know each other? John looked between them, surprised. Hee hee, yeah, we know each other. Way back when, we fought in a dungeon party. We only met like once, but looks like we made a good impression. Good impression? Maybe a bit, but how could I forget you after the grand meeting? Everyone knows your name now, and I happen to be one who knows the face. Well, you've changed a lot, but I still recognize you. The girls too. Luna and Iris, right? You two are pretty memorable. Elisa. Heh, small world I guess. Congrats you too. I hope you're happy. Dream. Ah, thanks. Haha, how could I not be happy with such a strong girl? John and Elisa sidled up to each other while smiling happily. Seeing that, Iris transformed into a fox and hopped up on Dream's shoulders. Luna also moved in closer. Haha, since we all know each other, then this makes things easy. You have any plans for tonight, Dream? We'd love to have you for dinner. That sounds nice. Sure, I'm in. Fantastic. Elisa, mind grabbing some food for everyone? Sure. You two should go with her. Whatever you want. Dream. Okay. Iris, take this with you. Saying that, Dream took out some more ingots of grade 8 mithril and handed it to Luna. After giving them kisses, the three girls walked out to go shopping. That mithril should be enough for whatever they need. There's no need for you to pay for anything. After all you've done for me, you'd be surprised at how much they eat. Especially Iris. She'll eat out a restaurant. Huh, I may just be able to buy out a restaurant, not to mention their food. Anyway, what brings you to my humble abode, my friend? Just stopping by? John led Dream to a couch as they got to business. I could actually use your help. Just say the word. I need some animals. I'm performing some tests that involve a kind of subordination contract technique. I would have just gone out and found some wild animals. But if I'm successful in my tests, that means I have to take care of the animals. I didn't want to have to care for some throwaways, so I'm looking to find some good high-class animals. Interesting. It sounds like there's some risk to this contract you have. There is. It's an extremely advanced technique. Should it succeed, the animals can get stronger. Should it fail, they'll either die or become forever crippled. Although I have a high degree of confidence, you never know. Indeed. Well, fret not. I'm the best man you could have come to for this. I've got a sizable stock of all kinds of animals ranging from Class 2 all the way to Class 4. Class 4? Impressive. I only have 2, and they cost an arm and a leg to capture. But I did it, and right now, I'm the only one in the city who has tamed 2 Class 4 animals. As far as I'm concerned, though, you could have them both. No, that's not necessary. I wouldn't want to take away your trophies, and if I did, you'd come out even richer than before. I just need a Class 3. I'll try out this technique, and actually, I don't really even need to take them. I'll just contract them to you. To me? You sure? Totally. If I succeed, then great. I'll just hand it off to you, and you can make some money off of it. Better than me taking it as a pet. Whatever works best for you, my friend. Come with me. I'll show you my inventory. Saying that, John and Dream stood up and headed down to the lobby. After that, they went down another level into the underground. The first two underground levels of John's shop had hundreds of Class 2s and dozens of Class 3 animals. These were all the animals that were either on display or being prepared for an order. The third level, though, only had around 25 Class 3s. These Class 3s were the cream of the crop. Whether they were rare or held unnaturally high combat power, they all had something that made them special. Naturally, they were much more expensive as well, but even these were topped by the two animals on the fourth floor. Those two animals were the Class 4s that John had painstakingly caught. Regardless of their features, they were Class 4s, and they would catch an unbelievable price no matter where they were sold. John gave Dream a tour of all the floors and let him have his pick of whatever animal to test his technique on. For this, Dream went to the second floor and picked out an average Class 3. He didn't want to lose John money. The animal Dream picked was a deer. It looked pretty and specialized in illusory magic, as apparently most deer did. All right, this may or may not hurt. Dream went up to the deer in the cage and placed his hand on its head, beginning his first test. Chapter 168, Commence Construction. After Dream placed his hand on the deer's head, he inserted his mana, which simultaneously locked the deer in place and invaded his soul. The deer could do nothing, but let him do whatever he wanted. Beginning hierarchy subordination, Arcana has leveled up. Arcana has leveled up. Sophia has leveled up. Sophia spoke, and the next moment, the deer's eyes went wide. Infiltrating soul, applying conversion, branding hierarchy, problem. What? Hierarchy needs someone to be attached to, like a soul connection. The problem is that I haven't directly written the hierarchy skill to your soul, so there's nothing to subordinate someone to. Is there something preventing you from writing the skill to my soul? It could cause changes to your future development. Hierarchy isn't something to take lightly, considering it's something innate to the demons. Although I've tailored the skill to you, it will still fundamentally change how your soul connections work. Like with the girls? But the skill would be under our control. Couldn't we just not use it like that? It's not that simple. Hierarchy literally establishes a hierarchy for you. This means that anybody who connects to your soul must be placed in it or be rejected. It's a skill that acts on a much deeper level than normal skills. If it's really going to change so much, then is it even worth using? It has its pros. For example, power sharing. If such a skill were to be used in conjunction with Luna's familiar skill, it would allow a much deeper connection. Again, that would require me to dash. Hang on, I'm not done. While they would have to be placed in the hierarchy, it doesn't mean they have to be placed below you. Something like that wouldn't allow true power sharing. They can be placed into it as equals? Yes. Although Luna's familiar skill places her in a fundamentally inferior position, I could tamper with the hierarchy skill to synergize with it. I would have to do the same with Iris' Devour skill, which places her in a superior position as a predator. Or in a best case, they would cancel each other out and fit in fine. Or in a worst case, it doesn't combine well, and the connection gets thrown out of whack. Are you entirely confident in being able to control 3 souls fluidly and without pain while trying to put them in a power-sharing hierarchy? No, I am not entirely confident. Then we won't. If you can mess around with hierarchy and make it so that it doesn't tamper with existing connections, then we'll move on with subordinating Aegis. Otherwise, we'll unfortunately have to abandon the thought. Hierarchy requires us to go all or nothing, but I like to choose which features I want. If you can get us all pros and no cons, then that would be great. I'll do my best. Thanks. With that, Dream took his hand off the deer while removing his control. The deer soon returned to normal, although it looked profoundly terrified. John saw that and spoke up. Well, the deer isn't dead. Did it go well? Not as well as I'd hoped. Your deer is fine. Need another animal? No, I think that's all for now. Well, aren't you efficient in your tests? Very well. If you need to come back here, just let me know. Thanks. John locked up the cage before they both walked back up to the living area. I really didn't need to come here if I knew it would go like this. At least you got to visit a friend. I guess. By the way, the Empires are sending out their first army to launch an attack. They're going to use your ships to deliver 7 million soldiers to the front lines. Their first objective is to take back the land bridge. Oh, very nice. There's going to be plenty of Class 4s there, though. They're prepared, especially the church. In total, there's going to be 46 Class 4s going. This doesn't include Riddick or Idona, but does include Sirach. They're also requesting your help. What kind of help? Soldiers. While they're going to be sending 7 million people, your bots are obviously nice to have around. Give them 400,000 and no more? That's only a fraction of what we have. I don't want to steal all the experience. It's an opportunity for people to level up. And with my bots there to support, they'll have much less pressure on them. After a few battles, those soldiers will be much stronger than before. That's true. One more thing. There are currently mass amounts of demons that have already pushed into the continent. They're also not going straight for the mercenary empire. They're spreading. They're trying to destroy everything. So that doesn't surprise me. Just make sure the info is relayed to the empires. They all have my bracelets for this reason after all. Of course, though you should also begin to take precautions. I know you have your soldiers, but other weapons would allow for greater assurance. Plus, building things is a good way for you to vent all that power. Alright, prepare materials for me to use. We've had ideas for a couple large-scale construction projects, so I guess now's the time to start them. That night, Dream and the girls had dinner at John's shop. Luna and Elisa helped Iris cook a huge feast that would normally be enough for 30 people. It consisted of nothing but the best foods the city had to offer. Considering that John was rich and Dream had incalculable wealth, this much was nothing. That combined with Iris' amazing cooking skills made for one of the best dinners all of them ever had. Unfortunately, they couldn't stay much longer after dinner. The reason was that Dream was reaching his limits in terms of controlling the heart. In fact, he was beginning to unintentionally spill some of the mana. This small amount of leaked mana nearly filled John's entire shop with a mana fog. It was rather awkward for Dream, and he didn't really know how to explain himself, so to cover up, he decided to enchant the entire shop to maintain a mana fog density. Such an enchantment was apparently extremely extravagant, according to what John and Elisa knew. When Dream thought about it, he figured it actually kind of was. Even Idona's chambers at the spire only had a mana fog enchantment, and that was a small room. To enchant an entire shop with it was something never before seen throughout all the empires. Knowing that, Dream decided to restrict the enchantments to the top floors of the shop. Apparently, one of the floors was a training area, while another was a bedroom. Seeing that, Dream enchanted those 2 floors. It only took him a few seconds, and he did it from the living area. This baffled John and Elisa, and by the end of the night, they had come to the conclusion that Dream was a Class 4. Dream didn't bother correcting them, as it might seem even weirder if he wasn't. So after he fixed everything up, Dream and the girls took their leave. Upon exiting the shop, Dream immediately took flight and blasted off to exit the city. The entire way, he began losing control of the heart, and mana was poured into the city in waves. It startled many people, but none of them could find the cause. Once he was out and away from the city, Dream finally relaxed. Whoosh. Aw, ha ha ha. Dream chuckled with a wide smile as all the pin-up power was released. His soul had been stressed quite a bit, and his body's enchantments were on the verge of fracturing. It's like you were holding in pee before barely getting to the toilet. Hee hee, feels better than that. So we really gotta pull this together. I won't be able to spend time in the empires if this is constantly a problem. Well, you'll probably be in space for a while, so that's not much of a concern. Anything else can be handled by your avatar, or by simply calling people. True. Dream. Geez, you need to move that quickly? Iris. I guess it was really getting bad. Luna. At this time, Luna and Iris finally caught up. They couldn't fly nearly as fast, so they were left behind. Sorry, by the way, I've got some more plans for the next week or so. Gonna be doing some construction. On what? Some orbital facilities and a couple of weapons of mass destruction. A space laser. Iris. Unfortunately, no. Lasers don't combine well with the atmosphere. I could arm an aircraft with one, but it would need to be huge to accommodate the necessary power. While that's not a problem that can't be solved, whether it would be effective against any formidable enemy is debatable. I know. Tragic. Anyway, I won't be going in public until I can fix my problem, which can take up to a week. Will you be completely holed up? Luna. No, I can still see you. It'll either be in the dome or the factory, though. That's fine. We'll just continue training. Speaking of, the armies are launching troops to begin an offensive. Sophia will give you all the details. I'm sure that would be a good place for you guys to train. Maybe. Though we do pretty well on our own. More to kill, and there's no one in the way. Iris. Just a suggestion. Anyway, how about we go hunt a few Class 4s before I leave? Oh, yes please. Should we get Dad? We'll be fine on our own. He's probably busy anyway. Okay, let's go. Blasting off, Dream and the girls flew up into orbit and down towards the southern part of the human continent. When they approached the ground, a massive army of 7 million demons was in their view. Unlike before, though, none of them were phased and they quickly dove down. As Dream descended, he released his influence and scanned the area, immediately finding 3 Class 4s. They also detected his unrestrained aura. I'll take these 2. You take that one. Got it. The girls accepted his orders with a smile and shot down towards their target. Dream also shot towards his, and upon reaching them, launched out magic. Boom. His 2 demons were flung away from the third, clearly creating a separation. Without wasting time, Dream entered combat with his pair while Luna and Iris began their own battle. Iris used her skill to its utmost while Luna provided support. Iris was rather frequently injured, whether by impact or slashing, but with Luna there and the constant energy intake from burning demons around her, she was able to easily and quickly recover from the wounds. The other thing that could hinder her would be losing a limb, but even that could be regenerated with Luna's help. The two made a perfect duo that covered any possible weaknesses. Only an enemy that could utterly overpower them would pose a threat, and this Class 4 wasn't one of those. Even if they couldn't kill him quickly, Iris's skills made longevity one of her strongest aspects. She could pull in energy from any living thing, including her enemy. This made it so that she could tire out anyone of similar strength. Only people with ultimate control over their mana like Dream could break that vicious cycle. Like that, the girls fought for 4 hours before the demon finally fell. When this happened, Dream quickly killed off his 2 demons that were beaten beyond belief. Ah, yes, did you see that? We destroyed that demon. We can kill Class 4s. Iris flared up in excitement after burning the demon to nothing, devouring it whole. This fight had gone much smoother than the last, and after each one, she felt more and more accomplished. She felt more and more like a true predator that stood at the top of the food chain. Good job, guys. Not as good as you. You could obliterate those demons. I doubt there's anyone in the world that could kill you now. There may not be any one person, but if, let's say, 20 grand demons attacked me all at once, I probably wouldn't be able to hold. Remember that they get stronger with numbers, and individually they're weaker than even animal Class 4s, not to mention human Class 4s. I guess the next challenge is killing 2, one for each of us. Yup, just focus on 1 for now though. When you can kill 1 in less than 20 minutes, then you can move on to 2. Okay, I was just taking it slow in that last fight, so I think I could do that. Can we fight more? Why not? I have eyes on another army. Let's go. Yay. Several hours and 9 Class 4s later, Dream was flying into his factory. Luna and Iris had gone back to the mountain to rest with their parents. I really am getting more and more powerful. These level jumps are doing me good. Status. Shouting excitedly, Dream took a look at his progress. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, Magdasynthetic human male. Class, Exalted Arcanist. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 287. Stats, Strength S, Agility A+. Stamina A+, Magic S. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 5. Arcana, LVL 18. Translate, LVL 27. Active skills, Summons from Another World. Particle Manipulation, LVL 14. Look at that. My strength isn't the lowest anymore. Dream laughed as he took a look at the status. Everything had gone up, though not drastically. The only thing that had a large jump was his personal level. I think the last time we looked I was around level 250. Killing millions of demons gave me quite the boost. My influence range actually increased to 1,300 meters, though that also goes to show how much experience it takes to level. How are people supposed to advance unless they can kill way over their level? By taking their time. Usually people aren't supposed to go on mass murdering sprees like you and the girls. Riddick took over 100 years to get where he was. You took one. Very true, but still. Anyway, everything ready for construction? Of course. Hundreds of thousands of tons of material and hundreds of constructo boots at your command. Let's make more actually. Don't want production to be stifled while I'm doing this. 30 minutes later. And done. I think 3,000 additional construction bots will help me quite a bit. Better more than less, I guess. Indeed. Now we can start. Construction bots. It's time. Commence construction. Shouting to his legion of bots, Dream gave the order to move. Having been prepared, all the bots took flight and rose into the air. Their destination? The wall of the storage area. One of the preparations Dream had made was to punch a giant hole in the storage area. This would allow the bots to easily carry out their project while being nearby the factory. Once the project was complete, the structure could be released off of the factory and fly to its own orbital path. All the bots went over to the opening and quickly built a structural platform as a foundation. From there, they started forming the various pieces and skeletons of the structure. Unfortunately, this wasn't something that could be built in a few hours or even a few days. This project was massive, and the structure would be larger than even the factory. Dream watched as the bots started the general outline with utmost efficiency. In his vision were the schematics and a to-scale simulated model. The structure? An orbital railgun platform. Chapter 169, Kinetic Bombardment. Dream overlooked the construction for a bit before joining in himself. With Dream in the mix, while it would still take quite a while, the project wouldn't take as long. There were many parts that required precision the bots couldn't handle. At the same time, Dream's construction ability was many times greater than a measly bot. Like this, construction was immediately kicked off and quickly charged through the first stages. Despite the speed, though, just the outline took 3 whole days. The reason for this was the sheer size of the platform. As with any railgun, longer rails allowed for more time to accelerate a projectile. And because Dream's design for the platform consisted of 2 pairs of rails stacked on each other, all of which were nearly 8 kilometers long, it required many materials and a structural system that could handle such large-scale operation. Rails as long as a small city's width obviously implied a projectile that was similarly massive. And it was, but not in a shape conventional to normal projectiles. One of the greatest enchantments Dream could apply to his projectile-based weapons was the ability for mana to guard the projectile against any air in front of it. This effectively negated wind resistance and allowed his bullets to travel with much higher velocities and maintain the majority of their initial force. However, it also gave them the ability to use unique designs. The projectile that Dream and Sophia designed were not long telephone pole projectiles, but soda can projectiles. Each projectile was over 100 tons in weight and designed like a soda can. It was cylindrical, but not long and skinny. This design had in mind the surface area of the projectile, of which they wanted to increase to promote the spread of the delivered force outwards in the ground. Dream didn't want this projectile to be a mere bunker buster, but a strategic level weapon capable of destroying cities. And this soda can design allowed for that. The reason why normal projectiles were pointed skinny cylinders was that the projectile needed to worry about wind resistance. However, Dream could remove that factor entirely. This allowed the projectile to attain ultra-high accuracies as well as reach insane speeds far surpassing normal estimates of Mach 10. By Sophia's design that included an auxiliary booster system, these soda cans could reach impact speeds of nearly 27 kilometers per second. That's nearly Mach 80. Needless to say, these cans would cause utter devastation. However, mathematically speaking, these cans would only deliver the force equivalent to half a Hiroshima bomb, or about 36 terajoules. It would take 2 cans in this instance to equal a single such nuclear weapon. And compared to the nuke that Dream launched over the Demon Castle, it was thousands of times weaker. There were still advantages to this kind of weapon, though. For one, there was no nuclear fallout. 2, the projectile was a simple can made with tungsten. Dream didn't have any uranium or plutonium on hand to make nukes, so this was considered cheap by his standards. He could make tens of these projectiles. 3, the projectile would deliver kinetic energy that would cause seismic damage, not thermal. This led to its own results that Dream would favor in certain situations. Though perhaps the biggest reason as to why Dream would use these cans was because they were awesome. He could use them without hardly any consequence, and they would cause literally earth-shattering results. It was a boyish fantasy come true. However, Dream knew that no matter how awesome they were, there was a limit to what the soda cans from God could do. And because of that, the orbital railgun platform was given two modes of bombardment, kinetic and fusion. Dream had thought about making pure fusion bombs a while ago, and now they were finally coming to life. Using the platform as a launching system, he could fire fusion bombs in the same way that he fired the soda cans. Although they would be fired much slower than the kinetic rounds, it was still a useful delivery system that didn't need rockets like conventional nukes. Plus, Dream could fire a lot more fusion bombs than even kinetic rounds. This was where the real firepower lay. Sophia's design for the bombs would net an explosive yield of about 15 megatons. While it wasn't as powerful as the one he launched that yielded over 100 megatons, he could launch more in all without the radioactive consequences. With these two modes, Dream would be able to destroy any army from anywhere within minutes. And Dream didn't want just one of these platforms. He wanted two. While two may not seem like much more than one, it represented a maximum response time of less than half than with just one. If he had to hit a target on the human continent, but the platform was over the animal continent, it would take around 8 minutes for the platform to move. But if he had two, he could put one over each continent, ensuring an arming to impact time of less than 4 minutes. With that, Dream would have no worries about the demons. Of course, it would take a while to actually get those weapons up and running. After Dream had completed the skeleton of the first platform, Sophia came out with an estimate of around 16 days to complete the rest, including the projectiles. This meant 19 days per platform while constantly working. Dream would only have his two platforms after a month and a half, but he was fine with that. Nothing could interrupt him in space. That was probably his greatest advantage in all this. With Dream constantly working on the platform, time passed by quickly. As he worked, the girls would come visit every other day or so in between their battle sessions. When they had first seen what he was building, they were astounded. A singular structure of such size didn't exist anywhere on the planet. Even the elven tree was only 3 kilometers tall. This platform was over double that size, and it was a weapon. They were shaken for a while as they thought about the sheer destruction it would be capable of. They eventually found their bearings, though. This wasn't the first time Dream had done something this crazy, and it probably wouldn't be the last. Despite him being a bit of a maniac, though, they were glad such a weapon was in his hands. So as time went on and construction pressed forward, they enjoyed seeing the progress. Every time they came, it would be more and more complete, and their expectations grew accordingly. They wanted to see its completion. Other than them, though, things in the empires went smoothly as well. All the human armies were launching attacks, as were the animal armies. Everyone was supporting each other with Dream's help and mediation, which allowed them to press back against the demon invasion. Thousands of battles were fought among every power level. Class 4s were getting just as much work as the lower classes, and deaths were happening all the time. While they tried to be cautious, this was war. They all knew that they could die should they be careless. However, it also served as a time to grow. The weak died and became experience for the strong. And after only a week, the combat power of the armies had actually risen due to experience gain and skill growth. This bolstered morale and kept the armies fighting. Everyone was once again feeling what it was like to get pushed and become stronger. It was an intoxicating feeling that permeated the armies, promoting camaraderie. Things went on like this, and despite the constant death, things were progressing exceedingly smoothly. That was until the demons threw in a curveball about 2 weeks in. One night in an army camp on the front lines, a Class 4 was assassinated. When this happened, it actually wasn't noticed until morning when the other Class 4s were wondering where the victim was. Upon checking, they found the dead body with 3 stab wounds in his spine, head, and neck. This news quickly spread among the upper echelons, but it was also suppressed. None of the ordinary soldiers knew what happened, and an excuse was quickly made for the absence. They didn't want morale to fall after all. Despite the suppression, though, Dream was able to easily find out about it. In fact, he watched it happen after being notified by Sophia. But despite knowing about it, he didn't say anything. He didn't want everyone to know that he could spy on those with bracelets. After the assassination, security was increased and all Class 4s were vigilant. However, the assassination attempts kept coming. After only another week, there had been 12 attempts, but surprisingly, only one of them succeeded. This was obviously the best outcome for the upper echelons, But after seeing all these assassination attempts, Dream was left a little skeptical. Well, the reason he was skeptical was because he couldn't actually see the assassination. Every time it happened, the demons would go after the bracelet. This led to it being destroyed or the Class 4 putting it in his inventory. Either way, Dream would only regain connection after the battle had been fought and the victim was left a weak and bloodied mess. Dream sighed when he saw this. He had underestimated their intelligence. He didn't think they knew about the bracelets, and how they found out concerned him. However, Sophia was actually able to find the answer after sifting through some records. Apparently, there was one particular Class 3 upper echelon whose son was converted to a demon. This son was a soldier and had been captured after a battle. After being converted, he was forced to give up what he knew, which included the function of the bracelets. Although it should have been easy for Dream to notice this happen, people were getting captured on the front lines all the time. Most of them didn't have bracelets though, at least at first. As Dream pumped more out, they were passed down to the common officers. This son happened to be one, and he happened to be captured as well. It was unfortunate, but now they knew. Luckily, Dream could just deactivate the bracelets, making them unusable to the demons. Interesting thing was, these assassinations didn't only happen on the human continent. The same exact situations were playing out on the animal continent. Class 4s and even 3s were experiencing assassination attempts, and every time the bracelet connection would be cut. Some of the attempts ended with the animal dead, but most ended with them alive. Dream was just glad they were alive after everything. If they lost too many Class 4s, things would get bad. And so, the flames of war kept raging. The demons continued pouring in demons onto the continents, and by now, the two continents had over 200 million demons each. For the animals, the situation wasn't so bad, but the humans weren't doing all that great. In fact, after the third week that Dream started his project, the mercenary empire fell. With them gone, the many kingdoms around them were utterly razed and over 150 million people died. It also didn't help that the demons were already pressing onto the sword school and spire, and within the week, they would be receiving a full force attack. However, this was when Dream finally stepped in. While the human empires had amassed a few armies about 30 million strong each from drafting, things were still being organized. Thousands of Dream's ships were constantly flying and transporting troops and supplies. It would take a while to stabilize things, but luckily, Dream would be able to buy them time. 3 days after the mercenary empire had fallen, this was 22 days after Dream had started construction. Dream was up in the factory. On the wall of the storage area, another platform had been started. This was the second railgun platform Dream was planning to build. As for the first, it had already been completed. In fact, it was already positioned above the human continent. Dream was sitting on a couch by himself as the family was out fighting with the armies. His eyes were closed and his mind constantly processed various bits of data that Sophia gave him. But after a few minutes of pondering, Dream eyes finally snapped open. Arm the pea shooter. Understood. Sophia nodded and began sending signals out. About 4 kilometers away was a massive structure hanging above a specific spot on the planet cabin. This was the orbital railgun platform dubbed the pea shooter, and not long after Sophia got the order, it received a signal. Upon activation, the 8.5 kilometers long platform whirred to life. The platform looked like something straight out of sci-fi. Its massive rails were encompassed with equally massive heat sinks that made it look like a spiked barrel. The rear of the platform held several huge fusion reactors and an uncountable number of supercapacitors that all attached systematically to the rails and other systems on the platform. Last but not least, the platform held inside it dozens of 100-ton tungsten soda cans and dozens of nuclear fusion bombs. All of them could be fired from the rails. All they had to do was be loaded onto the rails like a bullet into a gun. And they were. After Sophia gave the order, one of the prepared tungsten soda cans shifted into a hatch and was placed inside the rail chamber. It was then locked in place and prepared to fire. After that, the fusion reactors dumped massive amounts of power into the supercapacitors and rail systems. Lightning-like arcs of electricity jumped between the 4 massive rails and even over the tungsten soda can. Under such power, even the rails that were built from grade 11 mithril and extensively enchanted by the best enchanter in the world couldn't help but receive burn marks. Finally, after 50 seconds of charging, the platform was ready. Back in the factory, Dream overlooked the target area. The target was the previous mercenary empire. Here stood a demon stronghold that held over 30 million demons. They stopped here after the fall of the empire, but unfortunately for them, that made them easy targets. Fire when ready. Commencing firing procedure. Firing in 8, 7, 6, 5. Meanwhile, as Dream gave the order, the family was fighting alongside one of the human armies. As they fought, they suddenly got a notification. When they read it, they were shocked. The reason they were shocked wasn't because Dream was firing his railgun, but rather that the target was only 200 miles from their position. They weren't very far from the fallen empire, and the army they were fighting was a vanguard troop sent by the stronghold there. After seeing the notification, the family didn't stop fighting, but instead activated a live feed from one of the drones over the destroyed empire. They could see the huge settlement of demons, and the sight made their skin crawl. However, they knew that the sight would soon change. In their vision, they could see the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, firing. After waiting several seconds, the family still hadn't felt anything. Iris looked around the sky in confusion. Shouldn't the rod have impact dash? Bio? Woman mem. Right as she spoke, a massive rumble shook the ground beneath them. It was a force that nobody had ever felt before, and all the millions of soldiers and demons lost their footing, tumbling to the ground. Anyone who could fly quickly did so, including the family. As they did, they glued their eyes to the live feed of the destroyed empire. Oh my God! Celine spoke with an incomparably shocked voice. In her vision was no longer a destroyed empire, but a tsunami of dirt and stone. After impact, the 100-ton soda can reshape the ground, immediately creating seismic waves that bent the earth with it. Like dropping a boulder in a calm pond, waves of force were transmitted across the ground, loosening all land for 50 miles around. Outside of that, the force was enough to cause earthquakes like what the armies over 200 miles away felt. Not only that, but a pillar of dirt and dust rose into the air, throwing boulders off into the distance and killing anything unlucky enough to get hit. And when all started to settle, the only thing left behind was a crater seemingly created by a meteor. Nothing that resembled a city was left. Everything was totally leveled. It was mass destruction not delivered by nukes, but by pure kinetic bombardment. Chapter 170, Unworthy. Dream watched everything that happened from the live feed, and he was most pleased. Very good. These soda cans are rather capable, but we're not done yet. Launch the fusion bomb. Understood. With the order, the railgun alternated its hatches and inserted a bomb about the same size as the soda can. Once it was locked in, the railgun only had to charge a little bit before sending the payload. These bombs weren't kinetic-based, so they didn't need atrocious speeds. The reason why Dream decided to launch a bomb on top of the kinetic round was that many of the demons were still alive. Only the weaker demons Class 2 and under were killed, and Class 3s and up were able to survive it. So he sent in another bomb to wipe the floor. Launching. DSH. The railgun launched the bomb, hardly creating any light or arcs of electricity. It seemed very ordinary and unimpressive compared to the kinetic round, but the result was anything but unimpressive. As the payload used gravity to descend, it soon reached an altitude of only 13 kilometers above the crater. It was moving much slower than the kinetic round, so much so that the Class 3s and 4s within the crater could actually see the payload. It was quite unfortunate for them. Detonate. Flash. Seconds later, a miniature sun was quietly placed above the crater, filling it entirely with beautifully apocalyptic levels of sunshine. Even the armies 200 kilometers away could see the sun that had descended onto the planet, and after only several seconds, they could hear it too. Bio-MM. Shockwaves and rumbling on the levels of the kinetic round shook the area once again. Everyone stumbled around the ground, including the demons, but maybe because they had just felt an earthquake, they were able to handle it better. So after everyone stabilized themselves, they all looked towards the little sun again. What was there was no longer a sun though, but a towering mushroom cloud filled with fading fire. What is that? It's the sun. Someone summoned the sun. Could it be a higher being? A god. Only a god could call upon such destruction. The gods have heard our pleas. They're smiting the demons from the heave-ah. Get back to fighting. Don't let the demons catch you off guard. The battlefield was shaken as everyone snapped out of their reverie. Many started to speculate, and some started to worship, but all had to get back to fighting for the demons had continued their charge. Up in the air, the family was shaking their heads. Who's a god? That's just Dream. He's no god. Iris. Such power is godlike though. He can wield that destruction by only thinking about it. To people who don't understand the technology, they would think that only a god could wield such power. Luna. Godlike powers or godlike knowledge. Dream could be said to have the latter. Celine. But he's using it to gain godlike powers. Riddick. Hey. He made those weapons himself. Doesn't that mean he got all that experience? Iris. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. When Dream had dropped that nuke before, he said he didn't get anything due to it not being bound by his mana. But since these weapons were made by him, and indeed, as Dream sat up in his factory, he watched as all the notifications streamed down his vision. Ooh, level ups. Just relax, relax. Sophia spoke in a soothing voice as Dream felt the changes in his soul. He obviously leveled up a lot from killing all those demons, and right now, he could feel himself jumping in power. His perception slowed. He felt warm and fuzzy, and his influence expanded uncontrollably, shooting past the 2 kilometers mark. After a few minutes, Dream's influence had reached over 5,000 meters. He could even sense the railgun platform only 4 kilometers away. Soon after that, though, he adapted to the feeling and got himself under control, taking deep breaths. Geez, that was abrupt. They were all killed instantly, so your level ups were also instant. Yeah, let me check my feed. I got to level 299, right? You sure did. Take a look. You killed a level 342. Grand Demon. You have gained experience. Congratulations. You have reached your class advancement. You cannot level up before choosing a class. Your selection of classes will be based on your profile and experience thus far. The choice you make cannot be taken back. Excess experience will be accumulated and gained after the class selection has been made. Select a class. A Shaper. Unworthy. Class advancement. Very nice. But what's that? Dream looked at the number 2 option in the small list. Unlike the bright letters of the option above it, this one was dim and crossed out. Weird. Unworthy is an odd class name. Don't play dumb. This is something different. It says you're unworthy. So does that mean you can become worthy? Maybe, though this kind of reminds me of something. What was it? Oh, my title. Bring up the description. All right. Origin Seeker. Granted to the one who has given everything for the chance to attain enlightenment. They refuse to be left in the darkness that is ignorance, and their path is the one to uncover the secrets of the universe. Remark. The one who has blessed you with this title wishes for you to one day escape the shackles that is the record. The foundation to do so has been granted. Perks. 6x experience gain. Your skills gain proficiency 5x faster. The mind of the individual cannot be influenced. The secrets of ascension will be gained upon approval. There it is. Number 4. Gained upon approval. Could that be related to this class? It's the only thing I could think of. Not the first time my little system has been messed with by whoever that mysterious dude is. Maybe it's some kind of special class, something that could help you ascend. That would be cool. All I need to do is become worthy. But how do I do that? No clue. Get stronger? That seems to be the ultimate goal of everything. Oh well, I'll just do my thing and hope it unlocks. Status. Profile. Name. Dream. Species. Magnesynthetic human male. Class. Exalted Arcanist. Titles. Origin Seeker. Level. 299. Stats. Strength S, Agility Stamina S, Magic S. Passive skills. Sophia, LVL 5. Arcana, LVL 18. Translate, LVL 27. Active skills. Summons from another world. Particle manipulation, LVL 14. Oh, S stats baby. No wonder I jumped in power so much. I'm feeling good. Groovy even. Alexa, play some BGs. Playing Despacito by Daddy Yin Dash. New. After checking out his stats and putting away matters of the class advancement, Dream continued to launch fusion bombs at demon armies and outposts around the continent for half an hour. He picked strategic spots that contained the most demons and hit those. With this, he would be able to buy time for the empires. Maybe if they acted quick enough, they could take advantage of the chaos in the demon armies and advance their troops. In total, Dream launched 30 nukes on 30 different armies or outposts. The experience he gained after launching nearly 30 bombs was astronomical, but because he hadn't advanced, he couldn't level up any further. The experience just sat somewhere. But he wouldn't advance until he saw the secret class. Even if it was to just satisfy his curiosity, he would wait until he was strong enough to unlock it. Other than launch nukes, though, Dream spent the time getting used to his new power. And the first thing that he noticed was that the heart's power didn't overwhelm him anymore. Over the 3 weeks that Dream spent building the railgun, his bodily systems and enchantments were steadily improving and becoming more able to take on the power of the heart. While it took longer than initially planned, at the end of the 3rd week, Dream could finally suppress the heart's power for long periods of time. However, it hadn't gotten to the point where he could control it without using energy. With this boost, though, he could now control it perfectly. Plus, even if he didn't restrict the flow with his soul, his enchantments could do it themselves. It didn't take any effort whatsoever to control the heart's power now, and he was very happy about that. Other than that, Sophia made some observations about Dream's improvement. In terms of his magic, Dream's pool expanded once again by about double. Not only that, but the flux content of his liquid mana increased, resulting in a greater mana density than before. And as for his influence, he already knew that it had expanded to around 5 kilometers. Dream came to see his influence range as representative of his soul's overall power. Although he wasn't entirely sure that was the case, it was a good gauge. He also came to wonder why he got such a huge power boost from the level ups. Dream had already strengthened his soul more than a bit from using his skills. He figured that the levels wouldn't give him much since that was the case. But that assumption was apparently very wrong. Levels inherently had the purpose to strengthen the soul, regardless of its state. Dream having a stronger soul would just mean that he got more of a boost when he leveled up. As a result, his already freakishly strong soul became even stronger. After messing around with his new strength for a while, Dream noticed people boarding the factory. "Hey, Dream," Iris shouted as she flew into the storage area in her fox form. After she ran over and settled on his shoulders, the other 3 came walking in as well. "That was an impressive display you put on, Dream." "Celine." "Yeah, sorry about that. I'm sure it got a little shaky over there." "A little?" "The blast shook the entire battlefield. And at the site, you created a crater at least 10 feet deep." "Iris." "I sure did." "Hey, I'm not wrong." "Hee hee." Iris chuckled at her own joke as Dream just shook his head. Luna spoke as she walked over to him. "So how many times did you level up?" "I got to my class advancement." "I see. So what did you pick?" "Nothing yet. I'm gonna wait until I'm stronger, level my skills a bit." "Okay, what about you guys?" "We're close. Both of us are at level 292. "What about skills?" "I can't level mine." "Ugh, it frustrates me." "Iris." Iris suddenly let out a growl after hearing the question. "Can't level it?" "Yeah, no matter what I do, my Devour skill won't go past level 90. "Huh, Luna, I'm doing fine. I only need 4 more levels." "Very nice. Anyway, we should try doing some experiments, Scarlet. It shouldn't be too hard to get 10 more levels. But I've done everything. I've eaten metals, rocks, plants, mana, bones, brains, hearts, and blood. The amount of animals I've eaten is too much to even count. How could there be anything else?" Have you eaten souls?" "Souls? Wait, souls. I've never eaten a soul before." "That's it. Ha ha ha. Luna, let's go get an animal." "Hold your horses, girl. Do you even know how to eat a soul?" No, I do not. But it shouldn't be hard. Just attack it with my skill." "But do you know how to find a soul?"
No.
"Then let's figure that out." "Oh, hey Celine, how far are you away from advancing?" "Me? I still have a bit of a ways to go. I don't kill as fast as those 2. In fact, I'm thinking we should go down and fight some more. What do you say, honey?" We can go. The army is still fighting. I'm sure they would appreciate our help." "All right, then we'll be going, Dream. Take care of them. Always." Saying bye, the 2 adults took a ship back down to the continent. "All right, you ready to find souls, Scarlet?" "Sure. I wonder how they taste. They're probably pretty nourishing." That's where the essence of a person lies after all. So, do you know where the soul is located? Kind of. We can see it with our eyes, but it's hard to locate it inside the body. Oh yeah, huh. You guys have that insane eye power or something. It's called ethereal eyes. So it's a skill? Yeah. Must be nice. What? You jealous? Maybe a little. A skill like yours would be a very good one to combine with my own sensory skill. Anyway, you can see the soul, so you at least know it exists. Of course. It's weird though. The soul exists within the body, but doesn't actually take up a space within the body. That's because it's located in the fourth dimension, something outside the third. The only way to contact the soul is with a material that also exists in the fourth dimension. Like mana? Yes, but you can't manifest that mana. You have to keep it in the fourth dimension and make contact that way. I get it, but we should find a demon or something to test this on. I know. In fact, one of my Bobs should be here any second now. There he is. Screech. Out of nowhere, a scream could be heard echoing through the factory. A moment after, a metallic humanoid came walking in with a demon in its hands. What the? I had one of my Bobs fetch a demon for us. Now, go ahead and do some tests. Okay. After bringing the demon over, Dream restrained it and Iris put her hand on it. Touch the soul with mana. Sense it. Fill the space with mana and use the mana to detect the soul. Then send your influence through the mana and target the soul. Okay. Iris closed her eyes and concentrated. Dream observed with his senses, watching her mana slowly inch towards the soul. As she could somewhat comprehend the general location of the soul, it didn't take long before she made contact. Once she did as Dream said and sent her influence across the bridge of mana, making direct contact with the demon soul. Oh, haha, I did it. Is that it? That was kind of easy. Now you just gotta directly eat the soul. It probably won't work the same way as eating everything else. Oh, word of advice. There are certain parts of the soul that will activate a self-destruction mechanism if they're tampered with. What parts? It's hard to explain. Basically, there are 3 skills attached to every demon soul, and if you mess with those skills, the whole soul will collapse. How do I know what part of the soul is those skills? Unless you have the ability to read the details of soul strings, you won't know. Just try eating parts of the soul first. I've got some animals on their way that won't have this problem. All right. Smiling, Iris disregarded being careful and directly activated her skill. Turns out, Dream underestimated how amazing Iris's skill was. Hey, it leveled up. Well, would you look at that? You're eating the soul. Dream watched intently with wide eyes as the demon's soul was disintegrated string by string. It started out slow, but eventually it picked up and the demon quickly had 20% of its soul eaten. Souls are delicious. So much energy. It's quite the shame you guys can't eat this stuff. Not really. I'm okay with just studying them. Hee, more for me. This stuff. Wait, it's dying. Hey. Oh, you must have hit one of the skills. No, my food. As the soul suddenly started dissipating, Iris hastened her eating. But in the end, she was only able to get around 30% before the demon became nothing more than a husk. Asterisk sniff starred. You are not crying. Shut up. You're crying. Where's the animals? I'm hungry. Chapter 171. Captured. After bringing up a few dozen animals around the Class 3 level, Iris quickly got used to finding and eating souls. But just a measly few dozen wouldn't be enough for her. She wanted not only more souls, but stronger souls. In fact, she told Dream that she wanted to try and get a Class 4 soul. So after finishing up all the animals Dream brought for her, Luna and Iris left the station and flew down to where their parents were. They were close to leveling up, and with Iris's bottleneck broken through, they wanted to quickly get to their class advancement. Although Dream thought it would be nice to go with them, he actually had some things to do in the station, so he stayed. One of these things was checking out the 2 massive cores from the United Empire. After Dream had stolen the Crystal Heart, the entire United Empire was thrown into a bout of chaos. While the ordinary citizens didn't really care much about a drop in mana density, the higher-level combatants did. Higher mana densities meant a greater clarity of mind and an easier time practicing magic. This was something every magician or fighter of the United Empire had enjoyed since birth, so much so that many didn't even know what it felt like to be among lesser densities. But after that day, everyone experienced the drop. And for the next 2 weeks after, nobody was in a good mood. This couldn't be more true for the Class 4s, and above all, the Ancients. For the highest tier combatants, while the mana density might not mean much, the heart itself did. It was a trump card and an heirloom of the entire empire. That heart had been with them since ancient times, thousands of years. To have it so suddenly taken away was not only humiliating, but massively detrimental to the defensive power of the empire. That heart was used to power several cores after all. These cores drove the defensive enchantments of the entire castle. But it was exactly because of this fact that Dream had gone ahead and took the heart. Those kings, and even the ancients, had no idea about the outer wall. They didn't even know those huge globes existed, globes that would power defensive enchantments capable of keeping the entire empire safe and nigh impenetrable. So to use such a valuable item for such mundane purposes was something that Dream cringed upon thinking about. And to think they had been doing that for thousands of years. Besides, Dream had already made more use of the heart in 3 weeks than they had in all those thousands of years. With the heart, Dream was able to drastically boost his construction ability. He was able to create cores of massive strength, and it was because of these cores that he could wholly integrate enchantments with his orbital railgun platforms. And those railguns were used only a few hours ago to deliver utter devastation. Dream killed tens of millions of demons in only half an hour. As far as he was concerned, he was using the heart perfectly and totally earned the right to possess it. But he wasn't planning to leave the empire totally hanging. Many people knew that Dream was a master enchanter and would give pretty much anything to push the war effort, so he could go on over there and offer to help out. There wouldn't be any reason they should refuse such help, so that's what he was planning to do. In fact, he was thinking about Usnig, one of the giant globe cores, to power whatever enchantments they had. And this was why he was going to check them out. In his factory, Dream walked up to 2 indents in the floor. Held by these indents were the 2 globes, one with the hole in it and one without. The one with the hole in it is totally filled with solid mana, so I'm definitely not using that. I'll just use the other one. It's only got a core of solid mana. Do you think we should remove the solid mana anyway? We don't even know how to make solid mana, so passing it off like that may be a bit suspicious. Maybe. I guess we can. It'll make it easier to enchant anyway. Saying that, Dream put his hand onto the globe that was hundreds of times bigger than he was and dumped some mana into it. That mana plus his powerful influence was able to unbind the solid mana from the metal and pull it out. Putting the solid mana elsewhere, Dream proceeded to decrease the size of the globe. He couldn't possibly go there with a globe this size, so he planned to reforge it into 10-meter spheres. This much was easy, and in only a few minutes, he had 1,000 10-meter spheres. Sheesh. I sometimes forget how multiplicative sphere volumes can be. Alright, we know exactly what they need. So let's enchant these for power distribution. Spreading his influence, Dream encompassed all the spheres and enchanted them all at once, with liquid mana no less. Soon, he had 1,000 fully powered cores made with grade 12 mithril. Very nice. Although I'll have to go to the Empire personally to offer help, I feel bad enough to do so. Plus, it would be suspicious otherwise. But before that, let's check out this other globe. Moving over, Dream observed the globe with the hole that was filled with solid mana. Its power couldn't be understated, and according to what he saw, this was the previous holding for the heart. Putting his hand on the globe, Dream streamed in his influence. Data on the structure soon filled his mind. I was right. The structure shows many lines of vessels, some big, some small, and in the center is the mold for where the heart was. Around that mold is where the vessel lines connect to receive power from the heart. So the heart did the same thing with this core as it did with Aegis. It has some will, and that will seeks to create vessels. It's like it wants a body. That will was able to take control of Aegis and transform him, but at the same time, Aegis got a pseudo-soul of his own as well as the power source that is the heart. At least we know this wasn't an out-of-place occurrence. I wonder what animal this heart belonged to. Or human. The vessels aren't the same as that of a human, but it's still a humanoid shape. As for the shape and material of the heart, I've got nothing. So it's some kind of humanoid. An extremely powerful one at that. Just the heart is able to release oceans of mana. It also lets loose a kind of soul energy. Although I can't totally convert the soul energy to my own like Scarlet, it instead adds extra power to my bodily enchantments. By the way, I'm actually making progress with the hierarchy skill. Give me another few days, and I should have a skill suitable for you. One that doesn't absolutely require a hierarchy between soul connections. Oh, very nice. Now, let's see to helping out the Empire. Contact them and tell them I'm coming and can help with their problem. Done. Then let's go. Saying that, Dream grabbed a few hundred of the 10-meter cores and left the factory, flying down with unheard-of speeds to the continent. After arriving, Dream was actually greeted by one of the Tiger Kings. It wasn't the ancient, but this king still held huge authority. Because of this authority, he was one of the main people who made decisions concerning the cores. Considering Dream came for that purpose, he naturally went to talk with him. The thing that startled the king, though, was the fact that he detected the power of a recently advanced Class 4 coming from Dream. If he knew that what he was detecting was only a disguise, however, he would be even more shocked than he was. There was only one reason why Dream decided to come here. He was confident in his stealth skills. If Dream hadn't gotten the heart totally under control, he would rather die than come anywhere near the Empire. He would even risk suspicions and just send his avatar. Or he would have never done anything relating to the Empire and just stayed up in the factory. Either way, him coming here meant he was absolutely confident. He was even confident that he could bypass the detection of the ancients. Above all, though, he knew that if he really was seen through and they detected the heart, he would probably be able to fight his way out. After getting over his surprise, the Tiger King and Dream discussed a few things before deciding what to do. The tiger was okay with him assisting, but his enchantments would obviously have to be checked. He would also have to make sure that they could operate it independently of him. This was all fine with Dream. For one, he already had control of all the enchantments. Two, he didn't want to make it so that only he could recharge them. That would mean more work, and why would he give more work to himself? As for giving them the cores he had, the tiger was more than okay with that. Who didn't want free stuff? Although it was a little odd that Dream was going to be doing all this for free, the tiger just took it as Dream trying to create a better relationship with the Empire. So after agreeing to everything, Dream was allowed to do as he wished under the supervision of several enchanters. He was given 5 days to work, but if he couldn't get any results during that time, they would have to just send him away and do things themselves. Fortunately for them, Dream didn't feel like spending a lot of time on this. So after only 20 minutes, he was done. Even those 20 minutes were just a farce, though. How did they know he was done? Well, as the enchantments were formed and charged, the entire castle fluctuated with powerful waves of mana. All the existing enchantments were rebooted and even strengthened. Plus, from the cores spread streams of mana fog. All the enchanters around Dream were baffled. Not only did he take hardly any time, but he was able to power everything and have enough power left over to produce a mana fog. Plus, they could feel something from the cores. It was an attractive vortex that pulled the surrounding mana inward. Dream had enchanted the cores to power everything and also pull in mana with the vortex. Except the vortex wasn't just present around the cores, but used the entire castle as a medium to pull in mana. This enchantment, of course, required lots of energy, and if it wasn't powered consistently, it would stop functioning. But Dream easily accommodated for that and made it so that anyone could charge the core by expending energy. For them, it would be as easy as wielding one of their weapons. Upon inspection, the enchanters couldn't barely make out how Dream's enchantments worked. While this would usually be a problem, Dream had given them instructions on how to utilize the cores fully. And seeing the instant results, the Tiger King was more than pleased. He had already solved one of their biggest problems and set them up so they could maintain the cores indefinitely. With that, the king didn't really care that the enchanters couldn't figure out the enchantments. He didn't hold them in high regard anyway. His superior, the Tiger Ancient, often expressed how displeased he was with this era's enchanters. For someone like Dream, a man who was known to have enchanting abilities surpassing even the dwarves, to fix this was almost expected. Plus, Dream was a Class 4. Even Class 4s who never dabbled in enchanting could get rather skilled just by trying a little bit. That's just what their transcendent power allowed them. But since Dream was basically a dedicated enchanter, his abilities would naturally be greater than any Class 3 could ever hope to match up to. And so, the Tiger King happily bid Dream farewell. As Dream flew up and entered his factory, Sophia was working on the hierarchy skill. In fact, Dream also helped by breaking it down with her. Although she had already been working on it for weeks, Dream had occasionally helped her while working on the railgun, so he had a gist of where she was at. This help actually served to speed things up greatly. Dream would often get immersed in things like this, so once he started helping, he didn't stop for an entire day. This day was enough for huge progress to be made. Sophia was already on the verge of completing her modification, and so when Dream helped, he was able to take care of many of the abstract problems that Sophia had difficulty with. With this, it was only several hours until she was done. And while Dream would have kept going until they were done, Sophia interrupted with some news. Hey Dream. A bit of a problem. It's about Irina and Mara. Those two? I haven't heard anything about them for a while. What happened? Long story short, they've been captured by the demons. I didn't notice until Mara's bracelet was tampered with, and records show that Irina was with her. Where? A stronghold. It's one of the medium-sized ones we were planning to hit later. I've got a drone on it, and those two along with 2,300 other prisoners are being held there. Dream looked at all the data that Sophia gave him. He could see the last moments captured by the bracelet of Mara getting thrown into a cell full of other humans. He also saw the entirety of the stronghold, the number of demons, and their estimated power level. Dream pondered for a bit, not about whether or not to save them, but about how to effectively destroy the place without the prisoners being harmed. I want a legion of soldiers, my avatar, the Bob Squadron, and my aircraft. Send some dust scouts to preemptively find the prisoners, and have ships on standby for extraction. On it. And you? I'm obviously going too. Someone's gotta take care of the class force. Oh, call for the girls as well. I'm sure they'll want the experience. Got it. Then let's get ready. Dream stood from the couch he was sitting on and prepared to leave, though not before taking a look at another part of the factory. Not far away from him was a certain room, and inside of this room were all the soldiers he had been building and stockpiling. Although Dream had sent out many soldiers to hunt demons, he also had many on standby in his factory. He split them about half and half. As the door to this certain area opened, soldiers whirred to life and poured out. They weren't just one kind of soldier either, but dozens of different types. Guardian bots, melee bots, ranged bots, hammer bots, shield bots, kamikaze bots, assassin bots, beast bots, small bots, big bots. All kinds of bots were inside. They could be used in all kinds of different situations, and Sophia had designed each one herself. She found that when they were assorted, the overall combat ability was increased as opposed to an all-round or multifunction soldier. And there wasn't just a measly few thousand. Inside this huge room alone, there were at least 1.5 million. With Dream's vastly increased mining speeds and his excessive amount of construction bots, he was able to make far more than the only 80,000 that had shown up at the Empire for battle. I still don't know why you want to withhold these guys so much. I know it's good to be cautious, but it's not like you need an army like this to protect you. It's not about me. It's about the people down below. You never know when the demons will throw a curveball like those assassinations. Just keep making more. More soldiers mean more control. Sure. Anyway, I'm taking out 200K. Is that okay? Of course. Round them up and let's leave. More time means more danger for those two. Chapter 172, Going Home. Meanwhile, as Dream was preparing his soldiers, Irina and Mara were huddling together miserably in the corner of a prisoner cell. They weren't the only ones either. In just this cell, there were over 200 people, and the demons had a dozen more cells just like this one. They herded them like sheep and didn't care at all about the fact that nearly everyone was wounded. If it weren't for the fact that there were a few healers in the cell, several people would have already died. Mara was one of these healers. In fact, she was one of the best. Because of that, she was treated a little better. Not by the demons, but by the other prisoners. Instead of being cramped, she was given a bit more space against the wall where she could rest easier. And right next to her was Irina. After receiving Dream's teachings, Irina was able to rise in power quicker than she had ever expected to. She could cast spells with ease, learn sequences many times faster than her peers, and manipulate objects however she wished. And because she had so suddenly jumped massively in power, she took it upon herself to catch up her level. As a result, in only a few months after Dream left the Spire, she had risen to Class 2, and currently, she was in the late Class 2 level. This combined with the demon invasion led to her eventually ending up on the front lines. At first, she didn't think going to the front lines was a bad thing. She would be able to level up even faster there and continue honing her skills in not only magic, but object manipulation. She could rampage with any weapon she wanted, and the more kills, the more prestige she earned. And it went exactly as she hoped. Although the battlefield was a place of death with an extremely high mortality rate, her fiery and competitive nature served her well. Being at her level also helped. If she were a class 1 like many of the soldiers, she would be lucky to last a single battle. It was on the battlefield where her appreciation for Dream's teachings also skyrocketed. It enabled her to have combat power surpassing her level, so as long as she didn't meet high-level class 3s, she would be able to at least escape with her life. Plus, Dream's manipulation techniques were also incredibly efficient when casting magic. She had much greater stamina than others and could last a long time. There was also another fortunate arrangement, and that was being placed next to Mara. While Mara was a healer, that didn't mean she was idling on the sidelines. Healers in this world took a very active role in warfare. They were not only taught how to fight, but placed in squads where they could support their team. They had a very important and taxing role, but because of that, they were also the last ones to die should their squad get wiped. Mara herself had actually gone through a few squads. Although the only reason she would change squads was that they all died, it wasn't any fault of her own. That's just what happened on the battlefield. But it didn't make it any easier, and because of her guilt, she had become even more of a recluse than she already was. This was why Irina was sent to her, and that arrangement was actually due to Merlin. He knew they were close, and with Irina being there, she wouldn't lose herself in depression or apathy. Although he would have preferred to put her next to Dream, Dream was no longer the simple boy he knew at school anymore. He had suddenly risen to unimaginable heights, and he was easily equivalent to a Class 4. In fact, anyone at the Class 3 level knew that Dream was in control of the Immortal Army. He had a combat ability that could rival an empire, and for Merlin to even contact him was an impossibility. Not even the Class 4s had him at their beck and call. Because of this, he had never tried, but he could at least pull Irina from wherever she was at. That much he was capable of. And it wasn't long before Mara had her partner. Like that, Mara and Irina went from battle to battle together. They would take care of each other and performed outstandingly. That was until the demons started acting weird. While they didn't know the details, they had heard from Merlin that several demon armies and strongholds were utterly obliterated. And because of this, the demons were a bit unstable. Despite that, though, the generals wanted to take advantage of this and push their offensive while the demons retreated. This led to Mara and Irina being quickly deployed. But they would have never guessed how devious the demons could be. As they pursued a certain army, they had been ambushed by reinforcements. Usually this would never happen as the generals had the best intelligence, but because of the hasty orders, the demons were given an opening. And so, their battalion was ambushed from all sides, leading to an intense struggle they could never escape from. Perhaps they were lucky though, and the demons decided to take prisoners. This wasn't the first time they had taken prisoners, and it was in fact a huge problem for the human armies. Either way, they were captured and taken to a stronghold along with a few thousand others. At first the girls still had hope. The strongholds were apparently obliterated, so they might have a chance to either escape or be rescued. But when they arrived, they immediately felt an unbelievably oppressive aura. It was an aura they had only felt when Class 4s were battling, and they knew there was one at the stronghold. If it were just one, it might not be so bad, but one of the Class 3s that had been captured had better senses, and he was able to detect that there were in fact 5 Class 4s. There were also millions of demons stationed around this stronghold. Those two pieces of information drove the girls to despair. Only if the empires were to launch an all-out offensive on this place would they have any chance of survival. But they knew that wouldn't happen anytime soon, so all they could do was hope for the best. But then, not long after they were captured, the demons had come for some of the prisoners. One of the Class 4s, in fact, had come, and this Class 4, right in front of everyone, cast a magic over a group of 100 people. This magic released black smoke that seeped into their bodies, and after an hour, the 100 people had turned into demons. Everyone was horrified after seeing this. Although the humans weren't turned into mindless monsters, they were enslaved and forced to do as the demons wished. Such a fate was definitely worse than just being killed, and it further drove everyone into hopelessness. Some people even killed themselves on the spot, but others weren't so decisive, and they waited it out as long as possible. Irina and Mara were among these people. They just couldn't force themselves to do it. But should the demons come and try to transform them, they had a pact. It was a promise between them that they would end each other should the demons try and transform them. With this promise, the two stayed huddled together for comfort. All was quiet as everyone waited for their deaths. However, on the 20th hour of their imprisonment, something happened. Right in the cell where Mara and Irina were held, a cloud of dust seeped in and brushed past everyone inside. Nobody noticed this cloud of dust even as it touched them. Eventually, this cloud had identified everyone in the front and made its way to the back. It floated between the cramped people, but after scanning each one, its internal systems sent a signal saying negative matched before moving on to the next. That was until it brushed past Mara and Irina. Positive match. Irina identified. Mara identified. Engaging contact protocol. After sending the signal, the dust cloud split in two and suddenly latched to Irina and Mara. Both of them were startled and looked down at their arm. When they did, they found a translucent band wrapping around it. After that, they could feel a connection being made, similar to when the bracelet would call someone. The next moment, a holographic image appeared in front of them. Dream. Both girls went wide-eyed as they looked at the image. It was Dream, as he was looking back at them. Shoo. Dream put his finger to his mouth and smiled. He then winked at them, upon which his image disappeared. The next moment, data was suddenly sent into their minds. They saw many more simulated images. It was of legions of bots, and they were all approaching their location. In fact, they had surrounded the entire stronghold and begun their slaughter, cutting their way towards the center. Contact made. Looks like they're still okay. Dream sighed after cutting the connection. He basically knew of what the demons did with prisoners, and he was worried that they had been converted. Luckily, he had learned of Mara and Irina's capture not long after it happened. The army is beginning their assault. The assassins, Bob Squadron, and your avatar have also infiltrated and are making their way towards them. Good. Hey, Dream. So who are these two girls that we're rescuing? Iris spoke up from next to him, curious about these two people. Dream wasn't close with very many people, so the fact that he had come to rescue someone was interesting. Friends from school. I guess they could also be considered apprentices after I taught them the ways of magical manipulation. Unfortunately, they were captured after the generals made a rash decision. Well, aren't they lucky? I don't think being imprisoned can be considered lucky. I mean how they know you. To be friends with one of the most powerful people on the planet. Only for them will an entire siege be carried out for their rescue. Although, you should also take care of them better. They're your friends after all. You haven't even made contact with them in several months. Luna spoke from his other side, poking him and reprimanding his negligence. Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll set something up for them after this. Good. You should be taking care of your friends, not letting them get captured by demons. Are there any other friends that you've forgotten about? Not really. Adona is a class 4, so she's pretty much safe. I don't have very many friends here, and you forget about the ones you do have. Iris. All right, I get it, but there's been a lot going on. You two know that. Sorry for forgetting about them, but at least I'm not letting them die. Now, the army is advancing, and the class 4s are going to come out soon. Prepare yourselves, because there's 7, the more the merrier. We're close to reaching the class advancement, and this might do it for us. Iris, I'll try to let you guys have as many kills as possible, and you make sure to eat their souls as best you can. I've learned how to integrate eating souls into my attack some. In fact, I'm only 2 levels away from maxing Devour. I know this is filthy rich coming from me, but you're overpowered. That really is filthy rich. Mister, I have an orbital bombardment platform. I'm building a second one actually. Plus, I still have one more project I'm going to be working on afterward. Space Lays Daff. If you can find a way to effectively harness gamma radiation, then I'll build the space laser for you. Until then, no space laser. Hey, that science crap is your job. I just eat things. Speaking of, I'm hungry. Where's those class 4s? They're in the center castle. Sweet. Let's go. You. Fine. After Iris blasted off, Dream just stared for a second before giving in and going. Luna chuckled and followed. Back inside the stronghold, the demons were going wild. When all the prisoners saw this, they were startled. They didn't know about anything that was going on outside, so they could only assume that something pissed the demons off. As far as they were concerned, pissed demons were bad news for them. Two people did know what was going on, though. Irina and Mara. Both were sitting in the corner, scared but hopeful. Unfortunately, there were several Class 3s outside their cell, and they knew that there were hundreds more throughout the castle. Then there were the 5 Class 4s. For anything to get inside such a heavily fortified place was a pipe dream as far as they knew. That was until suddenly, screams could be heard outside. Scree dash. DSH. DSH. Gra. Who are yo dash? DSH. Splat. Invade dash. Slice. Everyone froze up as they heard a quick succession of cut-off voices and lethal sounds. In barely 2 seconds, though, everything was quiet. That was until several humanoids approached the cells with silent steps. Irina and Mara, along with the other herded prisoners, looked at these humanoids warily. That was especially true for the one at the front. It radiated shocking energy for something that wasn't living. It had clothes and wielded a long, slender blade. Oddly enough, it also looked familiar. This was Dream's avatar, and it was currently on autopilot. Prison block cleared. Bobs 1 to 8, secure package, and move to deliver. Everyone else, prepare to extract prisoners. Roger, Guardian bots, to me. After giving orders, the other humanoids assented. One of them, known as Bob 1, called for 2 Guardian bots that had already been prepared. The 8 Bobs moved to Mara and Irina, opening their cell. All of them then went to surround the corner that they were huddling in. Irina and Mara, please allow us to assist you. Irina stumbled on her words as one of the Guardian bots disintegrated and floated over to her. Mara was also surprised, and after only a moment, both the girls were encompassed by the particles of the bots. They then levitated off the floor, totally out of their own control. Package secure. Moving to primary extraction point. Saying that, all 8 Bobs moved out of the cell and headed back down the way they came, girls in tow. The other prisoners in the cell just watched them incredulously the entire time, not having any word to say. First objective complete. Second objective underway. The avatar spoke, and moments after, he walked into one of the cells and up to the wall. Raising his fist, he threw a punch at the wall. Boom. The wall crumbled under the fist, and a massive hole was created to the outside. There, a huge ship with its hatch already open was waiting. The other bots went and punched holes to the other cells, allowing everyone to move over to the cell the avatar was in. The avatar turned to all the prisoners. Prisoners, load onto the ship. You're going home. When the avatar shouted, everyone's eyes went wide. None hesitating, they all quickly scrambled to board the ship, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. After all, they knew these ships and how fast they could fly. They even knew about these immortal soldiers. Any viable chance to escape was worth the risk to them. It wasn't long before all the 2,000 plus prisoners had loaded onto the ship. Once they were ready, a few of the Bobs also boarded to watch over them, after which the hatch closed. The ship blasted off into the sky immediately after, heading to the sword school, which was the nearest empire. Second objective complete. Move to assist package extraction. Speaking to itself, the avatar flew off towards the Bobs who were delivering the girls, intending to assist in his objective. Chapter 173, Offer. After Mara and Irina were carried off by the bots, they were swiftly transported through the stronghold. Along the way, they could see the corpses of all the demons that had once guarded the pathways. There were hundreds, and almost all of them were Class 3s. The girls were shocked, and they truly wondered how powerful these humanoids carrying them were. After many twists and turns, they eventually ended up exiting the stronghold. They proceeded out into the wide-open plaza, the entrance to which was a gate. And up in the air, they could see a shocking battle. The sky was blazing with dark, bloody fire that blocked out the sun. The pressure coming from that fire was immense, though not as immense as the pressure coming from the people within that fire. They could see 10 people. 7 were demons, 1 was a fox, and the 2 others were human. The fox was the one bellowing fire, and one of the humans, a woman, was releasing ice lances from a distance at the 7 demons. In the middle of them was another human covered in gray and red armor. He was handling the attacks of 5 demons by himself, while the other 2 handled 2 of their own. Suddenly, though, The woman who was launching powerful ice lances turned away from the battle and looked at the girls. Both of them shrank back a bit from the majestic aura of the woman, expecting her to quickly focus back on the fight. But baffling both of them, she turned away from the demon she was fighting and flew down to them. "Madam." All the Bobs bowed to the woman who gracefully landed on the ground. The girls, who were no longer floating, were confused as to what to do. "So you two must be Irina and Mara. Get rid of those suits, they won't need them." After she spoke, the suits around the girls came off and reformed into the Guardian bots. The woman finally took a close look at the two. "We are Irina and Mara." Irina spoke for them as Mara returned to her side. Luna titled her head. "Really? You sound unsure." Hee, I'm just messing with you. I'm Luna. Here, let's freshen you two up a bit." Saying so, Luna put her hands on them and activated her skill. Her mana quickly filled their bodies, rejuvenating their energy and fixing them entirely. No cell was left out, and no abnormality wasn't fixed. The wounds that had accumulated inside the bodies of the girls from many battles, wounds that only the best of healers could possibly hope to fix, were instantly repaired. Not only that, but the scars from their battles had also fixed themselves. They disappeared as if they were never there, leaving behind healthy, supple skin. This was the power of restoration. It went beyond just healing wounds. It sought to return the body to its peak state, void of any defects or hindrances. It was incredibly rare, and because of that, Mara quickly recognized it. "Our restoration. So you do have it? Dream told me that you had a skill like it." "Dream? He's the one in the armor up there." Irina and Mara looked up, taking another look at the armored man in the sky. He was taking hits and dishing hits to the demons constantly alongside the fox. Each hit was so incredibly powerful and concentrated that the only reason they knew he was delivering mana-filled punches was because of the explosion after making contact. "After discovering you were captured, he organized for your rescue. Good thing too. This was one of the places he planned to hit later." "Hit? It's nothing." "Oh, you can go ahead and relax in the ship over there. There's all the food you can eat and drinks to drink. We should be done with the fight up there soon. And no need to worry about any demons. They're pretty much finished. Avatar, attend to them for me." "Of course." Bowing, the recently arrived Avatar took the lead and led the girls into the prepared ship. Luna smiled to them one more time before flying back up to the battle. Howl. As the girls walked into the ship, they could hear the sounds of the battle going on, especially the gnarly growls and snarling of the fox. In fact, despite the raging mana, it was possible to detect the aura of the fox growing stronger, especially as it cut down one of the demons. Liquid mana that looked like blood roiled off the fox, while mana of lesser densities streamed into the fox. There was clearly something odd going on, but being as weak as they were, Irina and Mara couldn't tell what it was. Eventually pulling their eyes away from the battle, the two walked into the large ship. The ship was equipped with cushy couches, chairs, a bar, and a table filled with tons of food. Plus, it filtered the noise from outside, making the inside nice and quiet. "Please take a seat and eat whatever you wish. Everything here was prepared for you." It's okay. "Irina, please, I insist. It's been at least a day since you've eaten anything. This food is very nourishing for the body." All right." Nodding, Irina brought Mara over and took a seat. The Avatar went over and prepared 2 plates, piling them with mana-filled meat and delicious fruits from who knows where. After putting the plates in front of them, both girls stared at it for a bit before grabbing their utensils. Mara was the first to give, and she quickly put a piece of meat in her mouth. Mara shivered a bit at the delicious taste before gulping it down. When it entered her stomach, the mana in the meat filled her and gave her a nice, warm feeling. No longer holding back, Mara dug in like a ravenous wolf. Irina was surprised, but after taking a bite, she was doing the same. Soon, the plates were wiped clean, but the Avatar had already prepared more food which he placed in front of them. Thanking him, the girls went back to devouring the food. This went on for a while until they were suddenly interrupted. "Well, aren't you two enjoying yourselves?" Food in their mouths, both girls looked over to the entrance of the ship. There they saw Dream walking in with Luna and Iris. "Dream, finish food." Unfortunately, Scarlet didn't feel like saving any Class 4 meat, so we can't have any. Hey, Class 4 meat is good stuff, but you guys wouldn't appreciate it like I do. So I just make sure that it gets enjoyed to its fullest. You're just a glutton. You glutton. I can only imagine how bad it's gonna get as you keep advancing. You're lucky, Luna, and I never really need to eat anything. Unfortunately, there aren't any Class 5s here. I bet those are really tasty, especially their souls. Hoo-hoo. Iris chuckled and licked her lips as she thought about the impossibly delectable meal that would be a Class 5 soul. And while Dream thought she was looking pretty hot, Irina and Mara felt chills go up their spine. They had a much worse impression of Iris now, and their view of the graceful Luna improved by leaps and bounds. Why you can eat souls? Irina stuttered as she couldn't help but ask. Iris looked her up and down for a second before smiling. Don't worry, your soul might be strong, but not nearly that of a Class 4. You're safe. All right, that's enough, Scarlet. You're scaring them. What? It's the truth. Her soul is definitely impressive for a Class 2, but everything else isn't up to par. She might just barely be similar to an average Class 3. I would know. I've eaten tens of thousands after all. Thousands? Irina. Of course, only Class 4s can satisfy me now. It's quite the burden to bear. Poor little you. How about you and Luna go and finish off the captives my bots took? You should be able to max your skill. Okay, but before that, walking up to Dream, Iris suddenly planted her lips on his, giving him a deep, passionate kiss. Only after 10 hot seconds did she separate, looking into his eyes and licking her lips. I'll let you know when we're done. I look forward to it. Smiling, Dream turned to Luna, who also gave him a quick kiss. Saying bye, they both walked out under the incredulous gazes of Irina and Mara. Once they disappeared, the two turned back to Dream. Sorry about that. Are you really? I guess not. I mean, who would refuse a kiss from those two, right? Ooh, that fruit looks good. Eyeing a fruit that looked kind of like dragon fruit, Dream went over and took a seat, grabbing it and taking a big bite. That's good. Kind of tastes like strawberries. Asterisk gulp asterisk very refreshing. Now, I'm guessing you two might have some questions. But before that, I want to apologize. Dream sat back and looked at the two who had stopped eating. Mara was looking down while Irina was looking back at him, complex emotions in her eyes. I'm sorry that you guys got caught by demons, and that you were even in the situation in the first place. I guess it was mostly my fault that the demons went crazy and you got ambushed. One thing led to another, and you know the rest. I'm just glad that nothing untoward happened to you guys. I guess demons are pretty good in that sense. Either way, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. What won't happen again? You guys getting captured. Are you planning to guard us or something? I was planning on giving you something that could. 2 suits that nothing short of a Class 4 would be able to break through. Those combined with the systems on board would be able to either ensure your safety in any life-threatening situations or, should you meet with something too much to handle, will be able to notify me. I mean, this isn't my apology. Well, it is, but not all of it. I know I can't really make up for the months that I was gone, but I want to try. Granted, things are complicated right now with the demons trying to kill us all, but I can make it with Dash. You left. Interrupting, Mara spoke and looked up at him with teary eyes. Dream went quiet as a bit of guilt washed over him. Yes, I kind of did. And they all died. Who? Her squadmates. During the war. Irina. Oh. Dream just nodded his head. He didn't know all the details, but either way, having squadmates die during a war wouldn't be fun. Plus, Mara was a healer. He could imagine what kind of position she was put in. I guess I can make sure that doesn't happen again. If you two wanted, I could take you out of the war entirely. No more death, no more destruction. You could live your lives doing something else at the Spire or the Enchanted Mountain. You could take the people close to you and go. Is that what you want? I don't know. Mara. Mara stumbled in thought when she heard the question. To have any options open to her was new. All this time, she was just being directed around. There wasn't really any choice in the fact that she had to be sent to war and watch the people around her die. Seeing this, Dream sat up a bit and leaned toward them. He had a good idea where Mara's dilemma was now. Mara, we're friends. As far as I'm concerned, that's not going to change. But I'm sure you've heard the things I'm doing. And I can tell you now that my place isn't wherever you guys might be. The last time we saw each other was when you were boarding my plane a few months ago, to head to the mercenary empire. Since then, I went on an expedition and was almost killed. After that, my responsibilities shifted. I'm now taking care of the logistics for every human empire, as well as every empire on the animal continent. The entire world is at war, and I got myself wrapped up in it. I don't regret my decisions. And now that I was able to save you too because of my bracelets makes me glad I did everything. But that brings us to now. Both of you have a choice. Although there's still the demon threat, you can take any path in life you want. If you don't want to fight, you don't have to. If you do, I can ensure your safety. You'd be able to go onto the battlefield knowing you'll never be in any mortal danger. And there's another thing I can do. Mara, I know how much you care about those around you. You're a good person, and that showed at the hospital when you were constantly healing people. I can make you something, a staff, an accessory, a suit, an object that can assist in your healing. I would employ Luna's help in order to make it so that it suits you perfectly and can drastically boost your abilities. But if I'm going to make it for you, it's gonna have to get used. I know you must hate the fact that anybody dies with you around. Asterisk sniff asterisk. Dream. Arena spoke as Dream touched on a sensitive topic, making Mara tear up some. He just shook his head though. I'm just saying it as it went. I know it sucks, but it happened. However, I can give you the ability to become stronger. I can widen the path for you. I may not be able to help you save everyone, but I can make the task a little less impossible for you. That is, if you want to take up such a task. This offer is open only if you want it. You'd have to go back to the battlefield and see more people die. But at least then, you'd have a better chance of saving them. You don't need to answer now. You two are tired and need a couple days of rest before doing anything. You can take those bands on your arm. They'll allow us to communicate and act just like bracelets. This ship will also take you to wherever you wish. If you need a place to stay, I can make arrangements. No, it's fine. You can just send us to the sword school. Merlin is there. All right, go there, rest, and take however long you two need to give me your answer. Whatever you want, whatever path you want to go down. Thanks, Dream. Sure. Hugs. Come on. Bring it in. Getting up, Dream went over to them and brought them close. Arena just sighed and gave in, and Mara hesitated for a bit before also letting herself be held. After a bit, they separated. Dream looked at the two. I'm surprised. About what? Neither of you got boyfriends yet. Ever thought about getting yourselves some boy toys? B-boy toys? What do you mean? Hee, don't play dumb. You guys are adults. Don't tell me you've never thought about getting yourselves some dudes and settling down a bit. Anyone catch your eye yet? Mara? Well, what's this? Is that a blush? Could Mara have a crush on someone? And no, I don't know. Haha, I've seen everything I need to. Arena, you gotta make sure she doesn't shy away. You're her wing girl. Same for you, Mara. If Arena snares herself a dude, you gotta help out. And hey, if you guys end up getting partners and want to settle down in a house on a lake, just hit me up and I'll get you whatever you need. Capice? Okay, great. I only wish I could see the guy who caught Mara's eye. Now, you two get going. Merlin is worried sick. All right, then see you guys later. Saying bye, Dream stepped off the ship that lifted off moments after. Soon, it was flying off into the distance. So, how'd it go? A little later, Luna and Iris came walking up to him having finished off the captives. Good. I'm basically giving them the chance to become whoever they wish to be. Not something people often get. I'll say. All they had to do was fight a few battles, get captured by the demons for a day, get saved, and now they're getting anything they wish for? I say you're giving them too much. It's not really any skin off my back. Either way, hopefully they're happy, and so am I. Very well. Hey, guess what? What? We did it. Our class advancement. Our magic crossed into S tier, and I also maxed out my skill. I think we're finally ready to advance. Iris smiled excitedly as the same blood-colored mana from the battle streamed out of her. It was liquid mana unique to Iris, one that was appropriate considering her fighting style. And when it emerged, the mana around it was disturbed and pulled into it, as if being sucked in by a black hole. The surrounding temperature also rose, a result of her fiery nature. Luna also couldn't hold back her excitement as she streamed out her own liquid mana. Though they didn't know why, both of them seemed to share the same stats, so Luna was capable of doing the same thing Iris was. Hers was blue and silver like liquid ice that seemed to freeze the air around it. At the same time, though, it emitted an aura of healing and vitality, glowing with a soft light that felt comfortable to look at. Chapter 174. Preparing. Both girls were giddy as they showed off their liquid mana. Dream was also excited. Although he had seen them use it some during the battle, he hadn't been able to get a close look. Very cool. I can't say that I'm surprised, though. You were already only a few levels away from both your advancement and skill maxing. If you didn't get liquid mana from that, I would be surprised. I know, but still, that battle with the 7 demons was enough to get my level up, getting me to S tier, and those captives were enough to get my skill maxed. The liquid mana actually helped with maxing the skill, which was nice. And since Luna's skill has already been maxed, we're both good to go. Although, what? Well, our advancement only allows one choice. Really? I mean, I also only got one choice. Kind of. But I'm surprised it was the same for you guys. What is it? Mine is called Spectral Annihilator. I think it's a nice name. I guess it is kind of fitting. Luna. Mine is Spectral Familiar. Huh. Spectral. I wonder what that entails. Do you guys become something like ghosts? Ghosts? No. I don't want to lose my body. How would enjoy eating things again? Relax. I don't think it's gonna get rid of your body. Probably. Probably. Well, I don't know. I can't see the future. Try harder. Ugh, just chill. Not many things can go without a physical body. You guys had something like mana pathways be created at Class 3. So that means your body is probably here to stay. Maybe it has something to do with your fox form? Maybe you'll get to become a fox spirit or something. I guess. And if you guys really do become ghosts, I'll be sure to try and build you a body. Not helping. I don't want to become a ghost. Haha. I'm kidding. It's just a joke. Mostly. What was that? Nothing. All right. Before advancing, we should make preparations. I want you guys to have the best conditions possible. We'll also get your parents so they can be there. I'm not sure about the dangers of advancing, but since there might be some risk, we'll make sure to pry all the details out of your dad. I think we'll be fine. Luna. I'm sure you will, but better to have assistance than not. Never good to let down your guard. Ah, are you worried about us? Luna. No, just being cautious. We'll do the advancement in the factory. I'll build a place for you too, and make sure you have all the mana and flux you need. Hehe. Okay, thank you. Of course. Now, you two notify your parents, head to the dome, and rest up. We'll do the advancement in a few days. What about you? I'm gonna prepare some things, then we'll go with you. You guys don't need T-dash. If you're doing something for us, then we're going to be there. It's our advancement anyway. Don't you think we should understand the devices being built to help us? Luna interrupted and scolded him reprimandingly as he tried to refuse. Dream went quiet for a second before just nodding his head. All right, good. Sophia, in 3 hours, tell Mom and Dad that we've reached our advancement and are preparing with Dream in the factory. Send a ship to get them. Of course. Thanks. Now, why don't we get going? There's a couch up there that hasn't been used in a bit. Smiling and biting her lips, Luna rose a bit in the air, pulling Dream along. He just smirked before grabbing both girls and blasting off into the atmosphere. After those 3 hours went by, Riddick and Celine were finally notified. And after hearing the news, they didn't hesitate to take the prepared ship up to the factory. After arriving, they entered and could see the three lazing around on the couch. Despite being cuddled with the girls, though, Dream had a serious expression on as he stared off into space. Noticing their arrival, Iris turned to them and waved. Hi, Class 4, huh? Riddick. Soon, Dream's doing something. He's going to build a device to assist us. I'd be surprised if he wasn't. Luna, spread your influence as far as it can go. Dream. Okay. After Dream suddenly spoke, Luna let loose her influence, holding nothing back. Dream also let out his influence, which easily surpassed Luna's. Despite that, though, he was surprised. 1.8 kilometers. That's impressive. I'm guessing it's the same with Scarlet. Hey, old man, you had just barely crossed S tier before advancing, right? No, not barely. I had a decent gap. Sure. Anyway, how would you compare it to Luna's influence range right now? Definitely smaller. Past the kilometer mark, but not by too much. Alright, that means her soul would have been a good bit stronger than yours. How big was the core you made? My core is centered around my chest, a good deal bigger than my heart. I would say about this big in diameter. Riddick put his hands up and moved them a certain distance apart on his chest. Dream looked, visually calculating the length. Encompasses your heart and your lungs, but stops there. I would say about the size of your rib cage. So basically your entire upper torso. Just about, yes. It was then that I ran out of energy. Now based on influence range, both of them would theoretically be able to create solid mana the size of their entire torsos. That's with no assistance though. If I'm able to help, they should be able to extract enough energy to cover their whole bodies. That combined with the free and neutral liquid mana of mine should make fueling the process easier. Dream quickly traveled down his train of thought, exploring all possible avenues that this advancement could take. He just mumbled to himself as he and Sophia came up with all kinds of enchantments and devices that could assist the two in whatever way possible. Dream? Dream stopped his mumbling as Iris tugged on his arm. He looked at her, but Iris could tell he wasn't entirely focused on her. Don't you have solid mana already? You got those orbs from the tree, didn't you? Yes, indeed I did. So, why don't we use that? It would save lots of energy. Because that mana is aligned with nature. Although I erased the signatures and made it free, it would conflict with your conversion and force you to expend energy in an attempt to change the alignment. Alignment? Most mana has an alignment. Yours is aligned with the aspects of blood, heat, and devouring. Luna's is aligned with cold, ice, and healing. If you took in nature mana, you would have to change its alignment using your soul to match it with your unique mana type. It would be much harder than forming it yourself, and it could actually pose dangers as if you didn't totally convert it before doing the enchantment. It would hinder your soul's ability to move mana. Oh, but you said something about using your mana? My mana isn't aligned with anything, thus its transparency. I can also wipe the signatures, making it free to claim. How do you know it's not aligned with anything? Because the suits that I've made for you guys function perfectly alongside your mana, even going so far as to enhance your usage and power output. My transparent mana is one of the main reasons you guys are able to use the suits so well. The only thing that conflicts with my mana is the old man's destruction mana. However, if you've noticed conflicts with your mana and mine, you need to tell me. And no, I haven't noticed anything. Iris stuttered a bit at Dream's serious question. His solemn gaze caused her to question her answer, but after looking back, she verified that what he said was the truth. While she was caught off guard a bit, his solemn attitude told her how seriously he was taking this. She wasn't really sure why. She was totally confident in being able to handle whatever may come. She never even considered the notion of either failing or doing bad. She only looked forward to her jump in power. But with Dream acting as he was, she lost some of her carefree attitude and took the whole thing a bit more seriously, seemingly mimicking Dream's own aura. Hearing Iris's answer, Dream nodded. He in fact had data from the suits themselves that outlined efficiencies and deficiencies. From everything the suits told him and his own experiments with his mana, he was pretty sure that his mana didn't have an alignment. And if it did, it at least didn't conflict with other types of mana and could be converted rather easily. In a situation like this, that would help greatly. Dream went back into thought, but not for much longer. He knew that Luna and Iris's advancement would go differently from Riddick's, and while he wanted to prepare for a situation like Riddick's, he also knew that there needed to be room for improvising. That meant he couldn't build anything that would force them in any one direction. His devices needed to be purely supplementary. Luckily, that much was simple for him. While what he was planning to build would have to be powerful, the underlying concepts weren't anything crazy, and thus, he got to work. Without saying anything, Dream raised his arm. The four around him were confused until they sensed movement behind them. From the storage area came flying thousands of meta ingots, all of which contained super high levels of mana. As they flew, the ingots actually began disintegrating into ultra-small particles. After they did, they came to conglomerate in front of Dream, who fluidly extended dozens of mana strings from his hand and attached them to the conglomerating ball of particles. Soon, huge fluctuations of mana rolled off the ball of particles. Mana was passed between all of the individual particles and created an extremely complex network that propagated itself into the batches of particles that continued to stream in. This process of disintegrating ingots, mana fluctuations, and infectious enchantments continued for a while. It was only when the ball of particles had grown to about 20 meters in diameter that Dream stood up and moved it. Everyone watched as Dream floated over to another part of the factory that was empty. It actually wasn't far from the construction site of the second orbital railgun platform, and the family was able to see its massive skeleton that was constantly being worked on by thousands of construction bots. Dream didn't mind it though and picked out his area. After he arrived, he tossed the ball out, which quickly formed itself into a dome. The inside of the dome was 10 meters in diameter, and its walls were several meters thick. All of the particles squirmed over the surface of the dome as they fit into their places. Despite this, though, the particles continued to stream in and add themselves to the dome. At this point, one might assume that Dream was creating a nuclear bunker. And while that wasn't its purpose, this dome was already definitely capable of surviving a nuclear explosion. That was because of the material used, which was entirely grade 12 steel. This was the strongest material Dream had aside from the steel his bones were made of and Aegis's material. For some reason, he had never been able to surpass this grade, but he had also never tried to bind the steel with solid mana. He was sure that was the next step, but at least for now, that experiment would have to wait. Eventually, the particles stopped flowing and the dome solidified. Sophia had enchanted every particle, and they all created a network capable of doing anything Dream wished that aligned with his abilities. Besides Aegis or his own body, this was definitely the most powerful enchantment network he's created, and it took a bit of energy, but he was far from done, and moving on to the next step, Dream used his influence to pull over some objects. They were the orbs of solid mana he extracted from the tree. Dream knew he couldn't use these orbs directly for enchantments if he wanted maximum performance due to their alignment. But he did know that he could use them as fuel, which was exactly what he was planning. At this point, the family had pulled their eyes from the huge construction project and looked back at Dream. But not long after they did, Dream suddenly walked through the metal wall of the dome as if it were liquid, disappearing from their sights and taking the orbs of solid mana with him. Inside the dome, Dream split the solid orbs of mana into thousands of tiny pieces. He also activated the dome around him, giving it the order to condense mana. In only seconds, he had an environment of transparent liquid mana and a cloud of solid mana pieces. Taking a deep breath, Dream sucked in huge amounts of liquid mana, as well as a portion of the solid mana pieces. The two conglomerate in his lungs, and using his arcana skill to target the solid mana, Dream started extracting the flux. This was Dream's attempt at creating solid mana, and given how powerful his soul was combined with the nature of his arcana skill, he assumed he would be able to, and his assumption wasn't wrong. Although he had to expend quite a bit of energy, Dream soon had two small spheres of transparent solid mana in his lungs being formed. Arcana has leveled up. Arcana has leveled up. Arcana has leveled up. After around 15 minutes and a few level ups, those spheres had grown to fill Dream's lungs. And while he had expended nearly 60% of his energy, he smiled in excitement. Extracting the mana, Dream moved the lung-sized pieces through his body and out into the open. There he set them on the ground and continued the process of forming solid mana. At this point, the girls had already noticed Dream's energy expenditure and started sending him energy, which he didn't refuse. With that, he was able to form 4 more lung-sized pieces of solid mana before stopping, giving him a total of 6, though it came at a price. And although the girls were sending him energy, it wasn't fast enough to keep his energy levels from falling below 10%. After such a drop in energy, both girls were worried and entered the dome. There they saw the pieces of solid mana, totally transparent. "These are for you too." Dream spoke tiredly as he propped himself up. He really was running very low on energy, and while it didn't affect him physically, he felt like he was physically tired. "Solid mana? You can use it for the advancement. I thought that by eating it, you would be able to easily convert it and use it. It should save on a lot of energy. And while Luna can't eat it, converting this instead of making your own solid mana should still be easier. In fact, you guys can try and convert it now. I already wiped the signatures. I think that can wait until you get your energy back. We have time. Let's not rush things." Luna bent down as she spoke and activated her restoration powers alongside Iris's energy transfer. Both of these aided his recovery, and he was soon feeling much better, albeit still very tired. I know. I'm just worried. I want you guys to get the most out of this advancement. Your dad got a small enchantment in the form of his core, but I want you guys to get full-body solid mana enchantments. With that, you'll become much more powerful. We'll do our best, and you need to trust us. With both of us working together, there's not much we can't get done. We'll take the help, but just remember that this is our advancement. I don't want you stressing too much over it. Okay. I won't be leaving though. I'm gonna be in here with you guys through the whole thing. Of course, my new class is a familiar one after all. I gotta have my master there to bond with. Luna smiled teasingly as she stroked his silky hair. Dream just rolled his eyes. Chapter 175, Solid Mana Pathways. After spending a few hours recovering, Dream got back to work. The particle dome and solid mana was only the first part of his plan. He had two more parts, both of which actually revolved around himself. If he wanted to help them, then strength and ability was his foremost guarantor. The solid mana that he made was actually going to be used by both himself and the girls. While he recovered, Iris had already done some tests and successfully converted the solid mana to her own, confirming his assumption that she could use it. As for himself, he was planning on enchanting his body using the solid mana. Putting it simply, he was going to form himself a core. While it's known as a core, as per Dream's plan, it was going to be a full-body enchantment. Not only that, he would convert the liquid mana pathways going from his body to soul into solid mana pathways. That's how Riddick described the advancement process. And while it was usually extremely difficult to pull off, Dream and Sophia already had the whole thing planned out. And since he had his plans, he immediately got to work. Over the next 3 days, alongside Luna and Iris, he would constantly create lung-sized pieces of mana. He made enough to fill his entire body as well as the bodies of both girls, both fox and human forms. Then he made enough to cover the area that the mana pathways of the three took up, ensuring that they could convert everything. Finally, he made extra just in case. After that, he rested. Creating solid mana wasn't easy, and while it had gotten easier as he made more, it still took lots of energy. But with the help of the girls, he was soon recovered. And once he began the first part of his plan. Enchanting his body. Dream's body was filled to the brim with enchantments. In fact, nothing within it wasn't enchanted. Everything from his eyes to his blood cells to his muscles was interconnected by the unbelievably complex magic network that was his body. Along with these enchantments, there were two things that made his physical body stronger. One, his material composition. If you were to strip Dream of all his magical ability, leaving behind only his body, it would be incredibly strong. Nothing short of railguns would be able to pierce through his defenses, and his strength was thousands of times that of the world's strongest human. This was all due to the way his body was constructed. The second thing that made him stronger was the magical aspect of his body. When it came to normal people in the magical world Dream was on, they were enhanced by the mana and flux content in their bodies. This was why powerful people, no matter if they were mages or fighters, had stronger bodies. Their souls could control higher concentrations of mana and flux, and this higher concentration would enhance their bodies similar to how metals could be enhanced. This natural enhancement was only that though, a natural enhancement. The mana in people's bodies would only boost the systems of the body. Strength was the most obvious example, but there was also the immune system, regeneration, stamina, the senses, and even the brain. Everything was boosted, but not in an intentional way. This is what made Dream's enchantment stand out from everyone. His body was totally enchanted, giving rise to intentional systems that could be controlled and boosted even more so than normal. Another benefit to this was that his bodily power increased when his enchanting abilities strengthened. This gave him a body far surpassing that of a powerful warrior while having the magical ability of a supreme magus. Combine that with other things like his electrical overdrive and aegis, and you had a being that defied logic. But that very being was about to be strengthened once more, because he was about to turn his liquid mana enchantments into solid mana enchantments. When speaking in terms of solid, liquid, or gas mana, it's usually difficult for people to truly understand the difference between them. Primarily, the difference in power when one is used over the other. But Dream had come to slowly figure this difference out. When Dream did things, it was usually by his influence. Influence, or will, is the ability of a soul to control magical energies around it. There are only three magical energies that Dream has discovered: mana, flux, and Riddick's destruction-type mana. And he could control all three of these with his influence. And even controlling these energies isn't as simple as just controlling them. The ability to control things like mana and flux came from skills, which were soul strings formed into patterns that enabled certain applications of influence, and therefore mana or flux. And yet, these skills weren't even where power stemmed from. The true power of the soul came from its nucleus, the jumbled ball of soul strings that's covered by the shell of skill signatures. Dream wasn't sure why or how, but the will of a soul came from that nucleus. With all that in mind, one might wonder why using solid mana is better than using liquid. And as far as Dream knew, the answer to that was because solid mana could contain more influence, and therefore be utilized with greater strength. Dream thought of it as a weapon and its weight. When one got stronger, one could move greater weights. In the instance of a weapon like a sword or an axe, heavier weapons were better for stronger people. Lighter weapons would only be detrimental to the power they could unleash. It was the same with mana. Solid mana was metaphorically heavier. It required greater strength to use, but in turn, it would unleash greater power. Gas mana was lighter, and if Dream used it, it would greatly limit the power he could unleash. But if he used solid mana, he could properly utilize his full potential. This explanation is merely metaphorical, however, and the actual characteristics of mana and their interactions with influence were much more complex. It gave a better overview, though, and it helped Dream come to understand how things were used. So with all that knowledge in mind, Dream decided that it was time to begin his upgrades. And the first thing he would be upgrading was going to be his mana pathways. Dream could work on his body one piece at a time, but upgrading his mana pathways was a process that couldn't be interrupted. So in order to get the best results, he made sure he was at full power before proceeding with the upgrade. Once he was, he began with Luna and Iris by his side. When it came to replacing his pathways, it wasn't as simple as just taking out one pathway and putting in another. During the swap, Dream couldn't break the pathways. Instead, he had to directly integrate the liquid mana into the solid. Basically, if the liquid pathways were a river, he was going to pipe it with the solid mana, seep the liquid into the solid pipe, and then convert it all into one solid structure. And that's exactly what he did. Taking two of the lung-sized pieces of solid mana, he moved it into the fourth dimension where his pathways connected to the soul. After deforming the solid mana into strips, he piped one pathway at a time. Once all the paths were piped, he controlled all the pathways at once to seep into the solid mana. While Dream controlled the seeping, Sophia was controlling the transfer of the enchantment. The seeping wasn't just to combine the two manas, but hand off the data in the liquid pathway to its new shell. This required not only precision, but for Sophia to maintain the active state of the enchantments. Should things go awry, Dream would lose his direct connection from body to soul. But given Sophia's expertise, she lost control of nothing and allowed everything to progress smoothly. After all the mana was seeped and the data was transferred, Dream began the process of turning the seeped liquid into solid mana, as well as filling the hollow pathways. As Dream had much practice doing so, he was able to easily pull flux from the extra solid mana and mana from the environment, solidifying the liquid and filling the pathways. With that, he was done. With the pathways at least. This pathway upgrade was actually only 80% of the work. The other 20% came in when he had to connect the pathways to the soul. This was where Dream was most cautious. He was confident in easily converting the pathways, but as for changing their anchor to the soul, he wasn't as confident. The way the mana pathways anchored to the soul was by connecting to the mana environment of the soul. The soul consisted of the nucleus and the shell, and mana would accumulate inside and around the shell and nucleus. This was where Dream believed his mana pool to exist, but even on this point he wasn't entirely sure. Either way, Dream had connected the liquid pathways to the accumulated mana within his entire soul. Those pathways all conglomerate together into one big anchor, encompassing everything and even connecting to his skill signatures. In this sense, it also acted as a defensive barrier. Now, Dream would have to turn all that liquid mana into solid mana. It was obvious how much caution was necessary, as if they let their control slip, it could not only disrupt the pathways but also harm his soul and skill signatures. While he could recover, Dream still shivered in fear at the thought of feeling the pain that came with injuring his soul. He wouldn't let it stop him, though. This was a necessary step, and his thirst for improvement outweighed his fear of pain. With that, he proceeded with the operation. The plan was to intertwine strips of solid mana with the liquid mana. After weaving through everything, he would do the same seep and data transfer he did with the pathways, and after all that, he would solidify everything. The plan was straightforward, and at least with the live practice earlier, he had some semblance of confidence. So he and Sophia got to work. Dream's control followed Sophia's precision as they weaved outside, through, and within the shell. They slowly encompassed every bit of liquid mana, and only when everything was in place did they begin the transfer. Immediately after starting this step, Dream felt his energy draining. He had already been a bit tired after the pathways, but this really drove that exhaustion in. While it didn't show on the surface, Luna and Iris could quickly detect his wavering aura. They didn't send him energy, though. That was actually an instruction of his. Dream wasn't sure if it would interfere with anything, and considering he was so close to the soul, he didn't want external factors playing in, so he had to suck it up and forge onward. Luckily, he was no stranger to soul exhaustion, so as he worked, he prevented his control from slipping. Like this, nearly 6 hours passed. It was only after that time that the transfer completed. No hiccups occurred. Asterisk sigh asterisk, let's finish this up. Taking a deep, relieved breath, Dream continued on. The solidification was actually the easy part as he didn't need to be so precise. So after only 10 minutes, he opened his eyes. He had totally upgraded his pathways. Luna saw this and felt his aura that had stabilized. Done. Good job. You should rest up now. Saying that, both she and Iris started sending energy that quickly nourished Dream's soul. She also stroked his hair as he laid down on her legs, holding nothing back as he got comfortable. I love these juicy thighs. Squishing them isn't gonna soften them. You do that with mine too, but I don't know why. Iris, it works with pillows. If you want pillows, then use boobs. Maybe if you come over here, I'll use yours. Just pet my tails. Flushing a bit, Iris transformed into her fox form before cuddling up and draping her tails over his body. He just accepted it with a smile as her fur radiated heat that warmed him. Her tails were definitely one of his favorite things to fondle. After enjoying a rest for a while, Dream got back to work. He still needed to upgrade his bodily enchantments. Luckily, doing that would be much easier than messing with his pathways. For his enchantments, Dream wouldn't need to through the troublesome process of solidifying everything. He could just directly swap out the liquid mana for solid. It was many times less energy consuming, and considering he already had solid mana ready, it would also go very quickly. And it did. Dream and Sophia were able to upgrade all of his enchantments in only 2 hours. And after those 2 hours, his entire body was filled to the brim with solid mana. Luna and Iris also watched every step of the process. Since they were going to be doing something like this themselves, they wanted as much knowledge about it as possible. This was actually the only reason Dream took 2 hours. He had slowed himself down to let them watch, taking nearly double the time. So now what? Iris asked Dream as he laid there. He never bothered getting up as he never needed to. Well, I've created a core out of my entire body, so my magic stat has gone up again. S+? Seriously? I don't mean gone up a letter. It increased, but not that much. Before, my influence has about a 5 kilometers radius. Now it has a 7.2 kilometers radius. Oh wow, big jump, by about 40% or so, yes. Plus my mana pool has expanded a lot. I would say by about 60%. While I can still only naturally produce liquid mana, the density has gone up. Asterisk sigh asterisk, you just keep getting stronger. Doing this whole core thing is literally part of the advancement, so I would hope so. You guys are going to get a big jump in power too. Don't worry. Didn't answer my question though. What now? Now, I'm gonna move on to the second part of my plan. Aegis, my lord, Sophia and I are ready. Are you? Always, my lord. Good. Sophia. Understood. Emulating the passive skill. Hierarchy. After she spoke, Dream could feel a part of his soul quiver and slightly weaken. Luna and Iris could also feel the fluctuations in his soul. Within Dream's soul, the shell expanded and opened up, creating an empty void. After that, a string was suddenly created from another portion of the shell. It was Sophia's portion, and the string floated straight over to the empty void. This string was a creation of the emulator skill under Sophia, and it held enormous amounts of data. It was a different type of skill than the others Dream had, one on a seemingly higher level of complexity. It seemed that only Sophia could surpass it in sheer complexity, and contained within that string was the hierarchy skill. Chapter 176, Nexus. Although Dream's soul opened up an area for the skill, the shell wasn't the only place that the hierarchy skill would occupy. Dream knew how complex the skill was. He could tell by how long it took Sophia to modify it. She's never had so much difficulty before with any other skills, but now that she had totally modified it, it was time to actually give Dream the skill. And knowing how extensive it was, the skill would have to not only occupy space in the shell, but the space in between the shell and the nucleus. With this, there would be 3 layers to Dream's soul. When Sophia got her hands on the data for a skill, she could do 3 things with it. She could either write a new skill to Dream's soul, hold the data for the skill and do nothing or mess with it, or integrate the skill with another existing skill. Unless she did either the first or third option, Dream wouldn't gain much from the skill data. For the most part, whatever skills Dream got would be thrown into one of his 3 main skills. Those skills were very broad in their application, so they could accept all kinds of skills easily. It would only serve to strengthen or optimize the skill. But for some skills, they were too complex or unique to integrate. This was the case with hierarchy, and Sophia needed to write an entire skill just for it. While they didn't know how it worked, working with the data of a skill wasn't difficult. Only writing it took some energy. Usually, it wasn't a large amount of energy since most skill edits were small. But in this case, the energy expenditure was going to turn out to be large. Not only that, but the hierarchy skill Sophia was very different from the original. Not just because she had modified it, but because she would also be integrating certain aspects of demonic regeneration and mana-body manipulation. All 3 skills worked together, so Sophia decided to create one harmonious skill out of them. As soon as Sophia started producing the string, Dream could feel energy being sapped away from his soul. He was surprised, but didn't let it bother him as he just let Sophia do her thing. The string quickly got longer and longer as it piled around the void in his shell. Said void was quickly filled, and once it was, Sophia sent the string into the gap between the shell and nucleus to fill that space. This process didn't require anything of Dream, just his energy. So he just laid with Luna and Iris as the string kept on piling around. He was glad to be comfortable too, because the process would take around 2 hours. After those 2 hours, though, he needed to become active. By the time Sophia spit out the last of the string, his soul looked like a 3-layered mess of steel wool. Only Sophia could keep track of data in that mess, and using that power, she was able to easily lock onto the ends of the strings connected to the hierarchy skill. Alright, the 3-in-1 skill has been created. Now comes attaching it to your soul. For this, we'll split the string ends into thirds and connect a group to me, your nucleus, and then split the last group in half to connect to the arcana and particle manipulation skills. And that'll require me to cut enough strings to connect them to? Unfortunately, yes. I'll help you and try to dampen the pain, though you should mentally prepare yourself, because there's several hundred. Groan all right. Let's get this over with. Dream preemptively grunted in pain as he resigned himself. He also went and grabbed Luna's hand. I'll need this for a bit. Luna tilted her head as their fingers intertwined. She didn't know what was going on, but she didn't question it as she started stroking his hair again, giving him whatever comfort he was looking for. Alright, let's start. Steeling himself, Dream and Sophia moved their influences over to his soul. The first place they were going to cut at were the arcana and particle manipulation skills. The reason they didn't choose the nucleus first was because that would weaken his influence, so they wanted to save that for last. 132 cuts total for both skills. Follow my lead. Nodding, Dream followed Sophia to one of the strings in the middle of the arcana skill. After arriving, they both encompassed the skill. Sophia then started stimulating the string a bit, causing Dream to feel a burning sensation. Not long after that, he cut the string. Grunt. Dream winced a bit, but he was pleasantly surprised. The burning sensation actually dampened the sudden shock of cutting a string. What's that burning feeling? A kind of concentrated data overload. It weakens that section of the string, making it easier to cut and reducing the shock. While there's no way to make it painless, this should help spread the pain out. Thanks. Let's keep going then. Excited about not having to hurt as much, Dream moved on to the next string, doing the same thing. Sophia also connected the two ends per cut, causing a slight nourishing feeling to course through him. Like that, Dream went from string to string and cut as Sophia connected. After he started acclimating to the pain, he sped up cuts, doing 2 or 3 at once. It wasn't long before they completed the 132 cuts and 264 connections in the Arcana skill. And after taking a couple of minutes to rest, they moved on to the particle manipulation skill, doing the same thing. By this point, though, Luna and Iris had noticed the change. As they could see the state of souls, it gave them more information than just emotional states. It also let them see the energy states and strength of the soul. When Dream cut the first string, the changes weren't noticeable. But as he cut more, the girls could pick up on flickers of energy. It was very odd, but it told them enough. They knew Dream was directly working with his soul. What made it even more obvious was Dream's hand. Over time, his grip tightened and Luna had to actually activate her mana and exert a good amount of strength to keep her hand from being crushed. This caused her to sigh more than anything. Dream's natural bodily strength without any mana was enough to force her to activate hers. Unfortunately, this was only the beginning. After the Arcana skill came the particle manipulation skill, which after 20 minutes of cutting, was completed as well. Next was Sophia. Unfortunately for this, she couldn't help dampen the pain by stimulating the strings. What she could do, though, was take a large brunt of it. Since they were cutting her own strings, she would be able to absorb most of the pain. Because of this, they only took half an hour to cut her strings and connect the ends. Turns out, Sophia could simply turn off pain for herself. Although she still felt incredibly uncomfortable having her very essence harmed, it wasn't nearly as bad as what Dream had to deal with. Because of this, Dream wasn't opposed in the slightest to letting her take some of the load off him. The easy cuts only lasted for a bit, though. Once they were done with the almost 270 cuts, they had to move on to the nucleus. This is what Dream was most afraid of. Do I really have to? As Dream was overlooking all the cut locations on his nucleus with a frown, he asked Sophia. Yes, the hierarchy skill needs to be connected to you directly. The 348 strings that we're going to connect to your nucleus are all the authority bits. Without these, souls that connect to you won't maintain a proper connection. Any souls that you brand also won't be able to be controlled by you. Believe me, you need them. Fine, let's take it slow though. If I rush through this, I'm gonna be traumatized again. Of course. All right, first one. Asterisk psi asterisk 1, 2, 3, ah. As soon as Dream went to clip it, he felt a stabbing pain run through him. His whole body clenched, and Luna and Iris could see the large flicker in his soul. Sophia quickly connected the two ends to the cut strings, easing a bit of the shooting pain. Dream? You okay? Luna spoke as he trembled a bit. He just shook his head. And no, can't say that I am. This shit hurts. What are you doing? Just giving myself a new skill. Oh, well, be careful. Do you need healing? That sounds fantastic. But no, not yet. Saying that, Dream closed his eyes again. He continued cutting and connecting strings, and every time there would be a visible flicker in his aura. It would fluctuate unstably from strong to weak, as if it couldn't decide which it was. This went on for several hours where he would cut a string every minute or so. This gave him ample rest in between the bouts of horrendous pain. Ah, 2 more. Dream let out a yell on the 4th hour. This wasn't the first yell, and the girls had been holding him as if he were giving birth for a while now. They had long since learned what he was doing, and while it scared them at first, they understood he had already gone through with it. He could only go all the way now. You got this, Dream. Just get it over with, and I'll be able to heal you. Ah, 1 more. Cut. Just do it. Make your dreams come true. Ha! Done. Heal. After making the last cut and connections, Dream gave the word. Smiling brightly, Luna quickly activated her skill, revitalizing and stabilizing his soul. Iris also sent in nourishing energy. Ha ha, you did good. Luna. I hate doing that, as if you do it all the time. Iris. Iris snickered as she laid on his heaving chest. Dream just calmed his breathing and checked out the notification that popped up in his vision. You have attained the passive skill. Nexus? Nexus? We combined all 3 skills and heavily modified them. I'm not surprised the skill classification changed. True. How are you doing? After looking at the skill and recovering for a while, Luna spoke up worriedly. I'm all right, thank you. Good, and you're welcome. You need to be a little less reckless about these things. I know you have things under decent control, but your own soul isn't something you should be easily messing with. What if you mess up and harm yourself permanently? I won't. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't do it. I don't do many risky things. Liar. What about you sneaking into the United Empire and stealing their treasure? Or are you almost blowing yourself up with a nuclear explosion while playing with magic? You heard about that? Uh-huh. We also saw the aurora lights in the sky for the several days it lasted. That's one of the few mess-ups I've ever had. And me sneaking into the Empire wasn't that dangerous. They don't have a clue who took the heart. It was still risky. I'm just saying that you need to take more care of yourself. You worry me sometimes. Sorry. It's all right. I guess supporting you and Iris really is my job. A bit of anxiety and worry is natural when I think about it. I'm glad that you're by my side. Both of you. Dream reached out and put his hand on the side of Luna's face, to which she nudged into. He also stroked Iris's warm and silky fur, which she always enjoyed. All right, now since I have this skill, time to use it. What skill is it anyway? It's called Nexus, but it was originally the 3 skills that the demons have. Those hierarchy ones? Yes, I combined and modified them, and I'm planning to use it on Aegis. Interesting. Very. Now, are you ready, Aegis? Of course, my lord. Speaking from within, Aegis acknowledged Dream. Great. Then let's activate it. Shouldn't you rest first? Luna. It'll be fine. It won't take too much energy to accept a willing subordinate. Saying that, Dream activated his influence and mana. He didn't spread it out though. Aegis was next to his soul, so all he had to do was target the space right next to him. Alright, I've got the gist of this skill. Brand the soul, form a connection. Since he's a subordinate, his essence will open itself up to me. I'll have full access to his power and skills, and I'll also be able to give him some power. That's the gist. Yeah, I've already prepared everything. Then go ahead. Activating Nexus. After she spoke, a line of influence latched onto the pseudo-soul that was Aegis. The soul existed as part of the heart itself, so branding the soul was the same as branding the heart. And although they didn't understand what the material the heart was made of, it didn't prevent them from interacting with it. This was especially so when they had the assistance of Aegis, who wielded the will of the heart. After activating the skill, Sophia sent its power over to Aegis, who shut down any form of defense he had. The heart was laid bare, and the power of the Nexus skill made contact without inhibition. Beginning subordination. Aegis, do you accept subordination? I accept. Good. Creating master-servant contract. With that, the power of the skill seeped into Aegis's soul and created a batch of strings that wove into it. These strings made up the contract, and with it, Dream would have full control over Aegis's being. It didn't take long for the contract to root itself. The two already had somewhat of a connection, so using that as a guide, it was easy to overlap the Nexus skill's own link. And once it was, Dream could sense the entirety of Aegis's power. Subordination complete. Very nice. Would you like me to do a one-over of his skills? When Aegis combined with the heart, his enchantments were overwritten and turned into skills. They're weak versions though, and should we upgrade them, his control over the heart will magnify. Sure, why not? Beginning upgrade. Using the new Nexus link, Sophia sent her influence into the heart where Aegis's soul resided and targeted the skills. There were many skills, and all of them were weak variations of the enchantments that Dream had given Aegis as a suit. Things like stealth, particle manipulation, thermal control, magic, and so on. There was a problem with the heart overriding the skills though. Dream and Sophia had designed Aegis as a kind of symbiotic being. All his abilities mainly worked alongside Dream's, not independently. This served to enhance Dream's own usage by using Aegis as a kind of amplifier. But even then, the purpose of the amplification was to use Aegis as an armor and weapon. Aegis's stealth wasn't necessarily to enhance Dream's own stealth, but to stealth the armor. Aegis's particle manipulation wasn't entirely to enhance Dream's own skill, but to strengthen Aegis's material strengths. And his magical network wasn't created to enhance Dream's base magical abilities, but to strengthen the magical armor aspect of Aegis as well as his magical mediary capabilities. Dream used his skills alongside Aegis to power and strengthen what Aegis was. The boosts to his own power weren't large, and perhaps the only real large boost that Aegis gave Dream was an external mana source. But now with Sophia rewriting his skills, she would be able to use those skills to harness the power of the heart directly, and then find a way to use it to strengthen Aegis's functions and channel some power to Dream. The boost in sheer power wouldn't be astronomical, but the precise applicability would be greatly enhanced. Before, Dream used Aegis and the heart's power crudely. But with this skill rewrite, he would be able to precisely wield both, giving him greater power that came from technical skill rather than sheer power output. Chapter 177, Gods. Although Dream and Sophia were working with Aegis's skills, it didn't take nearly as much of a toll as it did when working with his own skills. Even when Sophia was writing the entire Nexus skill, it didn't take a crazy amount of energy. Although he was tired, he still had around 40% of his energy left afterward. And the reason he was so beat when connecting the skill was because of how he had to cut strings. That wouldn't need to happen this time, though. All Sophia needed to do was edit strings and add some. Both processes were easy, and it only took half an hour for Aegis's skills to be totally revamped. Once they were, the power of the heart coursed through its new skills, stabilizing them and activating them. The first thing Dream noticed happen was the stealth activation. Once Aegis's stealth activated, the heart alongside the blood vessels seemed to disappear from the fourth dimension entirely. The only reason Dream knew they hadn't was because he could sense them through the connection. But disregarding that, any outsider wouldn't even notice the heart's existence. Even he could barely sense it. Other than its stealth, Dream could tell that the manipulation abilities had greatly strengthened as expected. In fact, his recovery immediately sped up. This surprised both Luna and Iris, who were still treating him. Not only that, but the flow of power from the heart was totally controlled. Controlling the heart had been a big problem for a while before Dream had slowly improved his enchantments and soul strength. Once he was strong enough, the power could be blocked naturally. But now with Aegis's upgraded skills, he was able to control the power by himself. At first, Dream had actually weakened since the power wasn't coursing through him. But after Aegis adjusted a bit, he reapplied the flow of energy and rejuvenated Dream. This was different than simply dumping power into him. Aegis was able to directly supply controlled power to Dream's enchantments and skills, supplementing them, not overloading them. While Dream's power had decreased, it was much more comfortable for him. He had always felt full, too full, but now he wasn't. He felt lighter, more flexible, more accurate. Plus, he could tap into that insane reserve of power whenever he wanted. He was only gaining here. In general, Dream's power jumped once more. After he properly subordinated and edited Aegis, he did a couple more upgrades. First, he upgraded and enchanted Aegis's particle body that covered him like armor with solid mana. This particle body hadn't been changed like with the blood vessels. Those he couldn't mess with, but the particles were the same as always. Since they were the same, Dream decided to shrink the particles once more. Though this is when he ran into some problems. First, Dream's manipulation scale had decreased to the sub-10 nanometer range. In fact, after properly measuring, Sophia had measured the scale to about 1.6 nanometers, and if he improved his skill, that would only decrease. This scale was so insanely small that he was now in the domain of messing with individual atoms. This posed certain problems as steel was an alloy between carbon and iron. If he kept getting smaller, he would have to arrange individual clusters of atoms himself, making sure the ratio of iron to carbon was correct and that they formed the lattice correctly. Otherwise, it would decrease the overall strength of the material. While this wouldn't be a problem if he could truly mess with individual atoms, he unfortunately couldn't right now. At the least, he could control clusters of 5 or 6 atoms. This wasn't enough to solve his ratio problem, which would require singular atomic precision. However, after a bit of thinking, Dream came up with a rather genius idea. Instead of doing clusters of ratioed steel, he could do clusters of pure carbon and iron. The carbon content of his steel was about 3%, creating what's known as high-carbon steel. While he had actually thought about doing pure carbon particles, the steel Aegis was made of had an extremely high flux and mana concentration. They could create magical bonds better than anything else he had, so he was going to stick with it. Anyway, Dream decided to make clusters of pure iron and carbon. He would extract the carbon and iron, separate them, form them into nanometer-sized clusters, and then mixed the clusters back together. When it came time to bond them in the form of his armor, the pure clusters would bond together in the original ratio, creating a macroscale lattice. This would give them the strength of steel while solving the problem he had. So knowing that, he decided to do it. After resting for a day and getting back to peak strength, Dream took some dense solid mana to act as a microscope. With it, he scoped over all Aegis's particles and did exactly as he planned. This process took a few hours, and after a few tests with the final product, they found that it worked exactly as hoped. All they had to do then was do some optimizations on the enchantments, after which Aegis was perfect. Dream even got some level ups for his particle manipulation, bringing it to level 19. When are we going to do our advancement? As Dream was admiring Aegis and his power, Iris came over and grumbled, a bit displeased. Soon. How soon? We've spent the past few days making sure you didn't kill yourself. You originally said we would do it yesterday. Tomorrow. Really? Yes. Now that I'm as strong as possible and we have the necessary solid mana, we can move forward. The only thing I need to do real quick is enchant the dome for something, after which we'll rest. Hee hee yay. So tomorrow for sure. Bright and early. Yes, that's a promise. Otherwise we'll do it without you. Deal? Deal. Haha. Luna, we're doing the advancement tomorrow. Iris transformed into a fox and hopped back to the couch where Luna was, excitedly pouncing all over her. Dream just chuckled and turned to the dome. Sigh last precaution. Let's get it done. Looking at the dome, Dream went over his last plan. Though before he went inside, he suddenly turned his head to the left curiously. About 300 meters away was a lone man, unknown in nature and incomprehensible in appearance. The two looked at each other, neither acknowledging the other. Then, after who knows how long, the man turned and disappeared as if he never existed in the first place. Dream also turned back to the dome, walking inside and preparing for his last precaution. That night, Luna and Iris were so excited that Dream had to directly put them to sleep using his cognitive manipulation skill. Stuff like that was easy, especially when they didn't resist. Either way, the next day the three woke up refreshed. All of them were as powerful and ready as they could be. So after calling over the parents, they finally decided to start the process. As of now, Dream and the family were outside the metal dome he built. He was facing them, his face serious. All right, you two. We're going to carry out the advancement in the dome. It'll provide protection and an extremely dense mana environment. We've also got the solid mana in there. Other than that, there's nothing else to prepare. We just have to take it as it comes. Old man. Yes? I hate to, but I'm gonna ask you to stay outside. I don't know how your mana will affect the surroundings. I'm fine with that. Celine will be with me too. You just need to take care of them, of course. Then if there's nothing more, let's enter. Aegis. My lord, you know what to do. Of course. After assenting, Aegis walked out from within Dream and manifested in front of everyone. When he did, the family could see the heart and the thousands upon thousands of red blood vessels that comprised him. After he stepped out, Aegis went over and merged into the dome itself. The dome suddenly roiled off huge waves of mana before calming itself and directing the power inward. Dream. Aegis will help us with any stabilization within the dome. You'll be able to tap into him with a mana channel should you need to. Sophia and I will also be there to help. Sigh you're too paranoid. Maybe. You guys are a special case though. Never know what could happen. Now let's go. Saying so, Dream walked into the dome. The girls turned and gave their parents a hug before also walking in. Meanwhile, in another realm, on another world, a woman was walking through a garden. This garden was special. In it, all the flowers, trees, grass, and bushes were blue with frigid coldness. Even the soil shone with a silvery light as it fluctuated with shocking power. The world was bright, not with the light of the sun, but with the shine of the moon. Multiple moons, in fact. 6 moons rested in the sky in a circle, and all of them radiated a soft light that nourished the garden below. In the center of the garden was a pond. It wasn't a big pond, but not small either. It seemed like an oasis of sorts, and this was true considering the pond was the source of power for the surrounding exotic plants. Even the moons in the sky seemed inferior to its splendor, and they shone most of their light upon the pond as if to highlight its grand existence. The woman who was walking through the garden was carefully tending to the plants around her as if they were her children. Sometimes she would rejuvenate a withering leaf or nourish the soil with a bit of water from the pond. Because of her care, the entire garden was bursting with life, so much so that they seemed alive. Gra would bend towards her as she walked. Flowers would bloom in her presence. Even trees would step aside and bow should she come walking through. It was a grand and holy sight that made one wonder if she were a goddess. Right now, the woman was knelt down, tending to an ice rose whose petal was slightly withered. Her features were veiled by moonlight, but it only made her seem more beautiful. Suddenly, though, the woman's head lifted. From under the veil, her eyes opened. They radiated such might and light that the moons couldn't match up to it. A daughter, advancing outside the realms. Luna, she is worthy of a blessing. Smiling, the woman stood up. When she did, the 6 moons shone with unprecedented brightness as they encompassed her in light. The next moment, she disappeared from the garden. In another realm, in an unknowable dimension of space, a being was drifting. This being didn't have a definite form. It was dark, however, darker than even the empty, lightless space around it. It radiated chaotic energy that would kill anything that got near. Energy that would devour everything that approached. Energy that would eat entire worlds. It wouldn't be inappropriate to liken this being to a black hole. Out of this darkness, though, 2 eyes suddenly opened. When they did, the previously unidentifiable being took on form. It was a man clad totally in black garments, a black mask, with black hair and black skin. Everything about him was black, as if he radiated darkness from himself. A daughter, in the outer cosmos. Annihilation? She's a good candidate. Saying words not unlike the woman's, the being suddenly warped in on himself. In mere moments, he disappeared, and the space around him seemed to get a little brighter. Luna, is it? Up in the space outside of Dream's factory, that woman who disappeared from the moonlit garden reappeared. Nobody could sense her presence, and nothing could hide from her eyes. She looked down at the 3 people inside the dome, more specifically, at the woman with white hair. She reminds me of myself from so long ago. This blessing should serve her well. Maybe we'll meet in the Futudash. As she spoke, she was suddenly interrupted by a dark force not far from her. About a mile away, a spiraling void opened up, curving the light around it and spitting out a being clad in black garments. There really is a daughter here. Wait, I blessed her father with a lesser blessing a few years ago. Interesting. And that other woman, can I assume that's why you're here, moon goddess? The black being casually turned to the woman not far from him with his black eyes. She similarly looked at him, though she wasn't as casual, and shivered a bit with fear and apprehension. Yes, I'm here for one of my daughters. Those 2 are both daughters. Looks like they're twins. An amazing miracle. They should have destroyed each other at birth. Indeed, I only plan to give her my blessing, as do I. But we can't both give blessings to them. They're directly opposed, and if we dash, you don't need to worry about that. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the heads of the 2. Their eyes went wide. Solomon. Hello, Void God. And hello, Moon Goddess. Solomon. The Moon Goddess curtsied a bit towards a certain direction in space. The Void God also turned and looked at the same area, though with less subservience and more malice. What are you doing here, Solomon? Just overseeing this advancement. Thank you too for coming, by the way. Of course you knew. Are you going to prevent me from giving a blessing? And no, but I will prevent you from doing it yourself. As for the Moon Goddess, she will give her blessing alongside a friend of mine. Who is this friend? That'll be me. Along with that voice, another person appeared. It was a woman. She was dressed in white robes and had bright golden hair. On her head was a helmet, and she carried a shield and spear. Athena? You? No, that can't happen. We can't both give a blessing. Those girls are connected, and if they directly oppose each other, they'll kill each other. Solomon, I wish to give that girl a blessing. Are you going to oppose me? The Void God lashed out a bit after seeing Athena appear. He already wasn't happy about the situation. Void God. You cannot stop me even if I did. Are you sure about that? There's nothing I can't eat. There's nothing I can't destroy. Void God. You are only a major god. I'll say it again. You cannot oppose me. The only one who can oppose me is the Demon Sultan, and you are not it. Besides, I don't plan to stop you. I only wish you to apply the blessing through me. They will both receive a blessing. You and your plans. You have your entire faction. Why must you make a big deal out of these two? They have relations with a specialist. That boy, he's a specialist? Yes, a seeker. So you're training another one? But how will that keep those two from dying? He will find a way. Are you serious? There's no way he can handle that. Nobody can. You don't need to worry about that. Now, give me the power of your blessings. I don't wish to be here forever. Actually, Solomon, I have a better idea. Athena suddenly spoke before they gave the blessings. What is it? My blessing won't be compatible with this one. She's not a virgin, and her beliefs don't match up with mine. She wishes to protect. She's a healer, a guardian. As Solomon spoke, the pressure on the three others increased. He was observing, and to observe more thoroughly, he needed to increase his presence, something that increased his pressure. I see. You are right. Leave a partial blessing and summon Apollo. Very well. Nodding, Athena put out her hand. Out of it came a small globe of light that swirled with two different essences. After that she disappeared, and not long after, Apollo appeared. Solomon, I knew you would call me. With a loud, mighty voice came a man clad in robes. He shone with bright light that resembled the sun, and around his shoulders slithered a large python. He was athletic, and his beauty seemed to surpass that of even the moon goddess. Despite the grand entrance, though, the void god just sneered. The moon goddess also looked on, not with any derision, but not with any awe or respect either. The Apollo, leave a blessing. For that girl, right? Athena was right. She isn't very compatible with her. I'll bless her desire to heal, to fight, and her love of music. Saying these things, Apollo put out his hand, out of which came a globe of light that swirled with three essences. It was similar to Athena's. After that, Apollo took his leave. Void god, moon goddess. I warned you. Don't be surprised when they kill each other. Shaking his head, the void god put out his hand. Out of it came a black orb that sucked in the very light around it. Space also seemed to corrode, symbolic of the essence of the blessing. Not saying anything, the moon goddess did the same. Hers was a white orb that swirled with a silver and blue essence. After this, the two disappeared back to where they came from, leaving the four blessings in the air. The Greeks are minor. The moon goddess is a partial major. Together they should balance with the void god, a full major. Now it's up to him. He's got the alignment, so it's possible. Either surpass this trial or die trying. I've never attempted this with such weak beings from the cosmos before. Hopefully, I won't be disappointed. Chapter 178, Life and Death. In the dome, Dream was sitting down with the girls. They were beginning the advancement. All right, Luna, you first. Okay, I choose. Spectral familiar. Whoosh. When Luna spoke, the mana around her began to fluctuate. Dream watched her closely with his senses. Talk to me. Evolution? Species evolution. Wait, Iris. Whoosh. I didn't mean to. Out of nowhere, mana started moving around Iris as well, causing her to be surprised. Dream's brow furrowed. What happened? My class advancement started. I didn't start it, though. It might be because of Luna. Just go through it and let me know what happens. I'm doing the same evolution. It's figuring it out. Fox Spirit. Mine says Fox Spirit too. Luna. No, we're gonna become ghosts. It's happening. Iris shouted worriedly as they saw the notifications. And not long after that, both Luna and Iris transformed into their fox forms. Everything hurts. Iris complained as she writhed in pain on the floor. Luna was doing the same. Dream was about to speak up, but not long after they transformed, they suddenly stopped moving. Luna? Iris? Dream called out to them, but got no response. He suddenly had a bad feeling, and if not for the soul connection, he might think they were dead. Even after a minute, though, their bodies kept on sucking in huge amounts of mana. Even the solid mana wasn't spared, and half went to each of them. After those pieces were absorbed, though, the mana vortex stopped. Moments later, Dream could see the paws of the girls start to disappear. It looked like they were disintegrating, and Dream could sense how they were being targeted by large amounts of mana. What the? Dimensional analysis. Confused, Dream activated one of the observation skills under Sophia. When he did, he could sense the souls of the two. Around the souls were two forming illusory outlines. Within the outlines, only the paws were visible, and they were slowly being built upon to form the rest of the body. The forming speed matched the destruction speed of the physical bodies. No way. Their bodies are becoming four-dimensional. It's similar to the heart, but at the same time isn't. I'm really hoping this is supposed to happen. They said something about a fox spirit, so they probably really are becoming spiritual beings. And their bodies don't seem to be getting destroyed, only moved into a higher dimension. Let's just wait until the process is over. Then they should get their new class and better skills. All right. Nodding, Dream just got comfortable and kept his eye on them, casting aside his worries. There was nothing he could do anyway, though that didn't stop him from observing the process. It was a good opportunity for research. 14 hours later, Dream was still watching them. Come on, almost there. As he observed, he could see their almost fully formed bodies. On the outside, only the ends of their tails were left, and soon, those disappeared as well. Once everything had been turned spiritual, their bodies glowed bright with their respective colors. After a few minutes when the glow dimmed, both of them had grown another tail, amounting to 6 total. I forgot about that part. Poof. Luna, Dream was startled as a fox appeared in front of him. This wasn't the illusory body, but an actual physical body. It was Luna, and her fur was pearl white with icy blue designs running across it, all of which pulsed with power. Iris also appeared, and it was the same with her. Her void black fur pulsed with dark red designs, going so far as to raise the ambient temperature a couple hundred degrees. Ugh, that sucked. Yeah. Hey, you two. Dream smiled as the two foxes sat themselves up. After blinking a few times, they looked back at him, then at themselves. Oh God, I'm not real. My body. It's here. Hey, we didn't get turned into ghosts. Iris. Asterisk sigh asterisk thank God. Luna. Haha, I still get to eat. Yak. Huh. As Iris started jumping around in joy, she suddenly tumbled to the floor. Luna also grunted and laid down. Guys, what happened? Damn, we just recovered. Iris. Ugh, it's doing the skill stuff. Wait, blessings. Luna. Blessings? What about blessings? Dream was startled at her words. He had only heard of how Riddick got a blessing, but now Luna was getting one. I'm also getting one. But it hurts. Iris. Wah, what kind of blessings? Blessing of the void. Iris shouted out her blessing as she was blasted with waves of pain. Luna was in less pain, but not by much. Mine is from the moon. And the Greeks. Greeks? Greek gods exist? What the hell? Ah. As Dream started pondering, Iris started yelling at the top of her lungs, clearly in lots of pain. After that, she disappeared again, in her place appearing a black cloud. Dream released his influence to take a look at the black cloud. This is destruction mana? But you wield regular mana. Don't tell me it's trying to convert your mana type. D-Dream. Yes? Luna shouted his name as he contained the mana around Iris. She had also turned back to her illusory form, leaving behind a white, icy cloud of mana. Our bond. We're exchanging mana. I can't handle her destruction mana. Seriously? Eyes going wide, Dream concentrated his influence on the two souls. Sure enough, both girls were exchanging mana. If they both wielded regular mana like before, they would be fine. But Iris's mana was being changed to destruction mana, and it was incredibly harmful to Luna. Not only that, but Luna's mana was passing over to Iris. It was also harming her. Dream had already known the two types of mana to be mutually destructive, and while he couldn't exactly put his finger on why, it seemed as if the two souls were trying to overtake the other. In fact, both of them were already being weakened as the nature of their souls turned absolutely opposite. This was on top of the fact that their souls were changing. Their skills were evolving, and they couldn't even control their own influence. The two sides entered a battle over their own bond, not out of any intention or malice, but by pure reaction, as if it were a law that they couldn't exist together. If it went on, Dream wouldn't be surprised if one of them died. Knowing that things were heading down a very bad path, Dream's perception accelerated, and time seemed to slow. His brain immediately started coming up with solutions. They're killing each other. Should we break the bond? I don't know if we can. The bond is actually being strengthened, so much so that they're passing soul strings to each other's nuclei. We need to divide them somehow. Their powers are opposite. You can control the two types of mana. We just need to find a way in between them. Let's try creating an external barrier and blocking the powers. If that doesn't work, we might have to cut the strings. Thinking about it purely objectively, Dream came up with this solution. And not wasting any time, he immediately went into action. He stood up and put himself in between the two clouds. His influence then went to encompass their souls and the bond between them. After encompassing the bond, Dream tried to fight the two opposing flows of mana. This actually succeeded, but after observing a little more, he found that the soul strings connected between them were still passing along power. One black, one white. Dream, we can't stop it. I don't know what to do. As Dream observed, Luna's voice came into his mind. She was scared, not because she was being harmed, but because she knew her power was hurting Iris. She also couldn't do anything about it. The evolution and influx of power prevented her from controlling anything. I'm gonna figure it out. Don't worry. Are you sure? This time, Iris spoke. She was also helpless, but more than anything, she was angry at herself. The lack of control enraged her. Yeah, it's gonna be all right. I might have to cut the connection though, so you two need to be ready for that. If it means this stops, then do it. All right. Nodding, Dream concentrated back on the bond between them. It was clear what the problem was, and it was only getting worse by the second. Strings were being passed between them to strengthen the bond, but they needed the opposite. Guess there's no other option. Steeling himself, Dream latched onto the bond. Then, he exerted power. Slice. Ah! Both girls let out a howl of pain as all the strings were cut. With that, though, their mana and powers wouldn't be passed to each other. All right, that seemed to. No way. Right as he thought it worked, Dream suddenly saw the strings repair the bond. Power continued to be passed between them like before, except this time, they had both been weakened. Dream. It didn't work. Luna. I can't stop it. Iris. Both girls were struck dumb as well when they saw the reconnection, and while Dream was shocked, he observed some more. As of now, their powers were reaching each other's nuclei. Dream was sure that the souls were trying to invade each other. They didn't even bother defending themselves as they just attacked with opposing forces. Shit, we need a better barrier. Slicing the connection doesn't work as it'll just keep being repaired. So we need to intervene personally. Do we connect our own strings? No. We'll need to use the Nexus skill and create a junction between their bond. But by doing this, their powers will be redirected to you. It'll allow us to act as the barrier. That's fine. But if we're going to bring them under Nexus, it's going to be as equals. Of course, I modified it for exactly that. Just say the word. I really didn't want to do this, but I don't think we have a choice. Do it. Activating Nexus. Luna. Iris. Do you accept the creation of an equal bond between you and Dream? Sophia asked Luna and Iris directly, and within that question was a power that would determine whether or not the connection would be made. After hearing the question, both girls were about to agree. But after thinking about it for a second, Luna asked her own question. If we make the connection, is Dream gonna be hurt? This connection is between souls. If we connect to his soul, the powers will still conflict. Luna, I need you to accept it. No, if we can't even deal with this, then you can't. Both our powers conflicting with you in the middle would be even worse. It could kill you. I can control it. Dream, we know what this power is best. I especially know this new destruction power. It requires a soul. You don't have to control it. Iris. Iris spoke solemnly. She knew her new destruction mana would obliterate not only other regular mana, but the soul. The mana was loaded with power aimed at destruction itself. Something like that invading Dream's soul would be lethal. Dream obviously knew this as well, but he didn't really care. There was a problem, and he was trying to solve it. But with the girls rejecting, he suddenly got very serious. I don't care. I'll make it work. All I have to do is divide the two powers. But you're making a soul connection. Even if Luna doesn't hurt you, my power will eat away at you. Dream, we're sorry. You can't put yourself in the middle of this. We'll figure it out. Figure it out? You'll die in less than an hour if this goes on. You'll only get weaker. Dream shouted angrily at them. He knew that things really had gone bad. At this point, it was a matter of life and death. Even now, he could see their powers bombarding each other's souls. Accept the connection. You too. Let me do this. No. You'll be destroyed if that happens. Luna. No, I won't. We're running out of time. Just dream, it's okay. Iris. Don't say that to me. This is serious. You two will die if I don't do something. So let me do it. No dream. We can't do that to you. If we do, then all of us will die. Luna. It's better for you to live. Iris. No. Just me? Live? No. I'm not gonna let you die. Not again. This is what I've done all this for. I'm not gonna let a fucking class advancement take you away from me. Yelling in pure rage, Dream mustered all the power he could and targeted the girls' souls. Creating contract? And no. Iris. Dream. Don't do this. Please. Luna. Both girls shouted in despair as he forcefully created the contracts. Unfortunately, they couldn't resist as they couldn't even control their own mana. Dream tuned out their pleas as he and Sophia created the strings. These strings were inserted into their souls where certain ends spread out between the shell and the nucleus. Dream then activated his emulator skill, which was used to read string data. With it, he went over and cut certain strings of both the nucleus and the skills of the girls. He also cut the string of their bond. Anywhere that the power stemmed from, Dream made sure to make connections. Dream gritted his teeth with each cut. He knew how excruciating the pain was, and to inflict that on the girls hurt him, but he did it anyway. It was necessary. After a few minutes, the strings had been cut, and the contract connections had been made. This didn't stop the girls' souls from battling each other. Instead, the battlefield was just moved to a different location. That location was Dream's own soul. There was no direct connection between their souls with strings, so the powers were seemingly transmitted across the void, and they popped out within the confines of the Nexus skill. Immediately after the contracts were formed, they infiltrated the skill and started spreading across the strings. Dream watched as some strings turned black and some turned white. They made contact and battled each other on some strings, but they also spread out to try and take over more ground like a parasite. Dream had to put his all into keeping the strings that the forces opposed each other on didn't break. At first it wasn't difficult, but it gradually became harder as the powers spread out. Iris's power was especially nasty as all the strings it covered were gradually corroded and destroyed. And while Luna's power didn't destroy him, it instead did the opposite and overloaded them. He was quickly racked with waves of pain. Not as bad as directly breaking strings, but still not good. He sent out his influence and energy to stabilize everything. This is kind of bad. How bad? Well, we can't pull the powers apart, as they'll just find another way to attack each other again. One way includes going back to the girls' souls. But if we let them battle it out, your soul will be gradually destroyed. So we need to give them a battleground in which I can control them both, or you need to find a way to mix them without them destroying each other. How am I supposed to mix opposites? Find similarities. Well, my Arcana skill can control both energies, and if one thing can control both energies, then there's a similarity between the two. So the Arcana skill is key here. We need to find what parts of the skill control each energy. Can we activate only certain parts of the Arcana skill instead of the whole thing? We can. The Arcana skill is comprised of many different strings. We just need to activate individual strings. Then we're gonna do that. And quickly. I don't have much time. Chapter 179. It'll be okay. After figuring out what to do, Dream didn't hesitate to test the theory. He was now on a clock, so the faster things went, the better. In the Arcana skill, there were thousands of strings. Many had different bits of data, enabling them to do different things. Dream needed to figure out which strings allowed him to control each energy. With Sophia's help, he was able to activate one string at a time. When he did, he used his influence as the medium to exert the power of the string onto the conflicting energies within his soul. Didn't work. Next. After trying one of the strings on both energies, he found that it did nothing. Accepting it, he moved on to the next. 1 string, 5 strings, 50 strings, 500 strings, 5,000 strings. Dream went through each and every one, not leaving a single one unchecked. Some strings would work on Luna's energy, and some strings would work on Iris's energy. Sophia kept track of which did which as they went along. Arcana. has leveled up, Arcana, has leveled up, Arcana, has leveled up. After several minutes and a few level ups, he had reached the last string. After testing it, he found it did nothing. That's it. I guess the level ups are nice considering the situation. What do we have? Out of 8,319 strings, over 6,000 affected lunas, while only 244 affected irises. Seriously? Seriously? There really isn't anything related between them then? We'll have to take those 244 strings and combine their data with some of the other 6,000 strings. Can we do that? I can try. I don't know how fast it's gonna go though, even with my speeds. It's not just logical data I have to work with. There's many abstract problems that I may not be able to solve. I can help with that. Before we start though, let's do the same thing except with the particle manipulation skill. AY. That one handles matter. Because there's a relationship between matter and magic. Iris showed me that when she sucked in fire and turned it into energy. I just want to work with everything we can. All right, let's hurry. Saying that, the two went over and started testing the strings of the particle manipulation skill. As expected, many of them did nothing. Despite that though, Dream actually received some levels. Particle manipulation has leveled up. Particle manipulation has leveled up. Notifications streamed down his vision after every couple hundred strings. And while he was surprised about that, what shocked him most was the fact that there were some strings that worked on Iris's energy. No way. This stuff is supposed to work on matter. There really is a relationship between magic and matter. Dream's eyes were wide for the several minutes that he worked. He was also being struck with a bit of inspiration. Last one, done. Out of 6,195 strings, 12 of which were created from level ups, 42 worked on Luna's energy, while 177 worked on Iris's energy. Dream? I think I understand why. Why what? Luna heals, so she would be aligned with building and creation. Iris destroys, so she's obviously aligned with destruction. Two opposites. However, Iris's and Riddick's energy, the destruction mana, has the peculiar property of scattering, dispersing. It creates a lack of control and lack of predictability. When you go to try and control the scattering mana, it seems to evade your grasp as if it's not even there. Yes, we noticed that while enchanting Riddick's mana to his suit. Why would that mean your particle skill can control destruction mana? Because of the unpredictability. It's there, but it's not there. Just like subatomic particles. You're talking about quantum mechanics? Yes, it's not an exact relation, but the concepts are kind of the same. Iris's destruction energy is more than just destroying things. It's about causing chaos, randomness. Quantum mechanics is kind of the same. It can be very random, leaving things up to probability. It's directly opposed to things that are predictable like classical physics. Luna's energy matches with that. It's very orderly, concentrated on building things according to a blueprint. I'm just trying to find the relationship here. I don't know if I'm right, but it's something. And we need that something to find the similarities between the energies. But what you just said creates more of a difference between the two. Maybe, but we at least have an idea of how the two are different. One is predictable and orderly, one is random and chaotic. So we need to find the center of order and chaos. Isn't that the point of yin and yang? Am I gonna have to comprehend a great Chinese philosophical concept to survive? Probably not. Look, let's just keep it simple and go through the string data like we were planning before. If you somehow become enlightened and fix the problem, great. If not, then hopefully we can brute force our way out of this mess. All right, let's do it. Focus on the ones that interacted with Iris's energy first and keep my mind accelerated. I'll go as fast as your mind can take. Just worry about sifting through the data with me. Okay, following her lead, Dream went on to tackle the data of the strings. 6 days later, Dream was still going through the strings with Sophia. Well, it wasn't really 6 days. On the outside, only 10 minutes actually passed. Dream wasn't worried about that though. While it felt like he had a headache, he didn't let anything faze him as he processed string data with Sophia. It wasn't simply processing the data though. Dream had to find similarities on how bits of data controlled energies. If he could combine the functions of the strings that controlled Luna's energy and the ones that controlled Iris's, then he would be able to find a way to combine the two without them conflicting. Things would be a lot easier if the energies didn't seek each other out. Dream grumbled as he sifted through more data. He had spent tons of time, only taking very occasional breaks. Even during those breaks, he would be trying to catalog and compare data. They react negatively, negative and positive. The same positive and negative numbers cancel each other out. Can we cancel out these energies? No, that would just destroy them. It would drain the girls of all their energy as they constantly send it to get destroyed. We need to mix it. Harmony between opposites. You're pondering philosophy again. Asterisk psi asterisk all right. Give me another batch. Another 6 days later. What about their connection? Can't we just divide them? That way they wouldn't attack each other. Even after breaking the bond, they still target each other. They were even able to target across your soul. There's nothing else I can detect that would indicate a connection between them. As far as I know, their true connection is somewhere we can't see. For all intents and purposes, it doesn't exist. Great. So they have an invisible connection. Guess we have to write that off. Another 6 days. Ugh, I have a headache. I know. I'm sorry. It's only been 30 minutes though. Their energies are moving toward your nucleus too. I estimate another 40 minutes or so before things get lethal for you. Let's just keep going. We'll find it. We'll figure it out. 12 days later. I can't find it. We've gone through all the strings. The data's all different. I'm trying to find 0. Positive and negative cancel out and turn to 0. All our tests didn't give us 0. I know. All it does is explode. It just disperses. How are you supposed to mix creation and destruction? Am I just not creative enough? Am I not smart enough? Dream. No, random. Let's just try random mixtures. Or maybe we can directly merge the data. What if we combine the strings? I don't know. That's fine. We'll try it. Maybe it'll work. Maybe. 6 days later. Sophia. My head hurts. I know. Can I save them? I don't know if I can. Maybe we should take a break. I can decelerate your mind for a bit, but we're running out of time. It'll only be 10 more minutes. I know. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's not your fault. I'm supposed to figure this out. I'm the one who's supposed to be in the middle. I'm supposed to be able to work with anything because my mana is supposed to be neutral. Should we consider the worst? I'm not leaving. I can't lose them. I can't do that again. Maybe you can go. We can offload you onto Aegis. No. If you're going down, then I'm going with you. Then, I guess I really need to figure this out soon then, huh? I can't end up killing 3 people. Over the span of over a month, Dream did his best to absorb information and figure out how to fix the problem. He went through all the data of all the strings, but no matter what he tried or what tests he did, the results were never as he wished. Like this, he brought himself to the last 5 minutes. After those 5 minutes, the clashing powers would reach his nucleus. From there, his very being would be destroyed. It would be unbelievably painful and also permanently harmful. He would lose memories, power, and cognitive ability. And if he didn't stop it, it would simply destroy him. Then the powers would go back to their host souls and continue their battle where their hosts would die as well. Nobody would come out alive. Nobody outside the dome had any idea what was going on. It had only been 15 hours since they started the advancement and things had devolved into such a bad situation. Unless anybody from the inside said anything, nobody on the outside would attempt to interfere. Maybe that was for the best though. Luna and Iris understood that things had become irreversible. With Dream creating the contract, their powers were forcefully funneled to him. There weren't any bonds to break, and the connection was invisible. Only Dream himself would be able to break the connection, and he clearly wasn't going to do that. Calling their parents in would also only make things worse. They also understood how little time was left. The two had been overcome with despair for the past hour as they could only watch Dream's soul get eaten by their own powers. They both hated themselves. How could they kill the one closest to them? Why did the situation have to go down such a horrible road? But no matter what they did or how they struggled, they had no control. The powers from beyond were too much for them to handle. So they watched. They watched and pleaded with Dream constantly to break the contract and save himself. They didn't want him to meet his end here, especially by their hand. They couldn't live with themselves should that happen. But he was only silent, silently working, silently experimenting. In his accelerated world, Dream had 2 days before the powers reached his nucleus. Neutral, 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 neutral. He repeated these words. After all the thinking he had done, everything had come down to that concept. He could feel it. He knew that word was the key. Something was tugging at him, and he felt the tug every time he repeated the word. Neutral, neutral, territory, neutral territory. Opening his eyes, Dream looked up. Aegis, my lord, I need some capillaries. Of course. Not hesitating to obey his commands, Aegis used his power to slice some veins and arteries, producing only their ends that combined. He then quickly passed it to Dream in the 4th dimension. After Dream received the capillaries, he brought them over to his soul. Specifically, the location within his Nexus skill where the girl's contract resided. After locating the white and black contracts held by Luna and Iris respectively, Dream targeted the strings that passed between them. He quickly cut them, disregarded the pain, and connected the strings to the ends of the capillaries. Whoosh! Sensing a new path, the two powers streamed through the capillaries that were both soul and material. They quickly clashed once again, but not before Dream attempted to make adjustments. I just need a neutral territory. Insert my clear mana. Mumbling his actions, Dream sent over his clear mana and saturated the capillaries with them. This clear mana stood in between the opposite forces, and when the two powers flooded the clear mana, the mana sought to divide them and merge them. PSH. Black and white flooded into the clear mana and spread out like dye in water. Dream's eyes went wide. It didn't disperse, accelerating his mind even faster than before. Dream used all his power to observe the interactions. Mediating. The clear mana mediates between two forces. They communicate over the clear mana. It's a mediary. A mediary. I don't need to mix them. I just need a neutral territory. I just need a mediary. Aegis. More capillaries. Not bothering to speak, Aegis immediately cut off and sent more capillaries. They grew back on him anyway, so he had no trouble. Dream collected them all and did the same thing as before. He found areas where the two forces clashed and cut the strings, placing the capillaries between them. He then filled those capillaries with his clear mana. This occurred hundreds of times. Each cut caused waves of pain, but Dream was already too hopeful and too numb to notice. Eventually, all battlefields had been directed through the capillaries. The two powers dispersed and communicated through the clear mana. They communicated through the neutral territory. Unfortunately, after watching for a while, Dream found that the two forces still didn't get along. They attempted to overrun the clear mana and drive it out. Control. I need control. Sophia, connect the strings from my two skills that control each power to the capillaries. I don't care which ones they are. We'll use those strings to mediate the battleground. My nucleus, too. We'll use it as sheer divisive power. 3 strings per capillary. Got it. Sophia immediately carried out his plans. Going to his 2 skills and nucleus, she cut strings and brought them over to the capillaries, attaching them directly to it. Each capillary received 3 strings. One controlled Luna's energy, one controlled Iris's energy, and one that controlled the results of both. This happened across all the capillaries, and after it was done, Dream noticed a vast improvement. The forces are being mediated. For some reason, the Nexus skill is running in overdrive. Nexus. The Nexus skill is a nexus, a place where things converge. Perfect. It's perfect. Capillaries converge. A nexus converges. I knew it was the thing to do. Neutral territory. Neutral. Let's observe more. If the situation continues to devolve it won't. I won't let it. This is what we can do. We'll do it. Maybe once the girls get their powers under control, things will get better. We just need time. Saying that, Dream proceeded to decelerate his mind. Upon deceleration, Dream was able to focus back on his body. Though when he did, he realized things had gone a little awry. His body was mangled. Blood was flowing incorrectly. His body was spewing out mana randomly. His bones were twisted in some places. He looked weird. Not that it mattered. Ugh, I guess I messed up some of the mana pathways. Who knew they would mangle my body? That you did, but it's fine. It's a problem for later. Though you're running low on blood. Never mind. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, it'll be okay. Chapter 180, Promise. That's the crudest solution I've ever seen. Somewhere in the space outside the factory, A presence was observing. He hadn't left for the time that Dream was solving his problem. Neutral territory, huh? I guess. He's one of the few who could find a solution like that. Not many people have neutral mana like him anyway. But he didn't even tap into the concept. Or did he? He is from the cosmos. His lack of contact may provide a subtlety that even I can't see through. Not that anybody has ever tapped into that concept yet. Not even I was able to do so. But maybe, yes, this is a good one. He showed it was possible. That's what matters. With that, the presence disappeared, though not before leaving behind one more order. Declare him worthy. As Dream observed his mangled body, the girls noticed his emergence. Dream. The girls' souls attempted to materialize, but their lack of control wouldn't allow them. Dream looked over at the two clouds of black and white. It'll be okay. Dream, you daft. Shoo. Just focus on yourselves. Finish your advancement. Do that. And the problem might be solved. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it as fast as possible. Don't hurt yourselves. Smiling, Dream closed his eyes again. Seeing how his soul wasn't destroyed, the girls felt a flicker of hope and focused on themselves. Gradually, the two clouds began to disappear as they were brought into their souls, similar to their bodies disappearing. After several hours, 80% of the clouds had disappeared, their power now residing within their souls. With the power moving into their souls, the girls regained proportional control over themselves. They didn't dare to activate any skills though for fear it might affect Dream. However, what they didn't know was that with every percent of the cloud they absorbed, Dream received more pressure in the capillaries from the increase in power. However, he had found another remedy for that. Use the power against themselves. The solution works. It just needs more power. My needles. Use the needle enchantment. Got it. Knowing Dream was barely holding on, Sophia mustered her power and did as told. She proceeded to enchant the clear mana with the same enchantment that went with Dream's needles. Sure enough, after a bit of modifying, she was able to get it to work. As the clear mana was bombarded from the two opposing sides, it extracted some of the influence and used it to counteract the energy. This way, each energy would fight itself, and it would allow more time to fuse the two energies within the neutral mana. Some needles would also come to collide in the middle, controllably spread the constantly accumulating power within the capillaries. Like that, 10 hours passed after Dream solved the problem with capillaries. At this time, the girls had finally absorbed the last of the clouds. Materialize. With an urgent shout, Luna and Iris suddenly popped into existence. They were in their fox forms. Iris had retained her black fur and red accent, except now, the red color seemed to corrode the air around it. The black also became overwhelmingly darker than before, and no light reflected off her fur except that of the red. What drew attention the most was the mark on her forehead. It was a black hole, and swirling into that black hole were strips of white light. If it weren't for that white light, one might not even know there was a black hole mark there. Luna's fur has also become more splendorous. She shone with a bright but soft light, like that of the moon. Her fur had become more silvery than white, and the blue accents became more pronounced. She radiated a much heavier aura of vitality as well that pulsed from the blue accents. On her forehead was also a mark. It was a crescent moon whose points faced down like a dome, and under that crescent was a Spartan. The Spartan was a woman. She held a blue shield, wore a golden helmet, and carried a silver spear. It was a magnificent sight that made one want to bow in respect. The two foxes with their new looks weren't worried about their looks though. Upon appearing, they immediately dashed over to the mangled body that was Dream. His soul. We need to stabilize our powers. We can't cut it off, but we can make it less turbulent. That'll allow him to handle it better. Luna. Okay. Nodding, both of them observed Dream Soul while activating their powers. They sent their influences across the contract they had with Dream and didn't stop the raging battles, but took control of them. Like this, they were able to calm the flow and push their power through his soul capillaries, working with the clear mana, not against it. After a while, they saw results. The white and black powers stopped spreading through his soul, instead diverting themselves towards the capillaries. This continued until the only things that were black or white were their contracts with Dream and the capillaries. Dream obviously sensed what they were doing and worked alongside them. After finding a rhythm, he felt much more comfortable. They did it. It's working. All right, let's get your soul in order. Then you can rest. Calming herself, Sophia got to work, repairing broken strings and even creating new ones to replace the ones that were destroyed. The process only took half an hour, and once she was done, Dream's soul fluctuated stably with power flowing through it properly. His pathways were also repaired, putting his body back in order. The girls noticed his healing body and were relieved. They could also see his improving state, and once he was fixed, they transformed into their human forms. In these forms, both girls looked mostly the same. Their bodies seemed to have been refined, turned more perfect. Iris's hair was still void black, but now it also had a strip of red. Luna's was the opposite, having silvery white hair with a strip of blue. Luna's eyes were blue and crystal-like, and Iris's were red like flowing lava. They kneeled down next to Dream, but neither touched him out of pure fear. "He'll be fine." Sophia's voice suddenly came to their minds. "Really?" "Yes, his soul is just recovering. It shouldn't be more than a few days before he's back." "We're sorry. We didn't dash. Don't apologize. He needs you more than you think. Nothing was going to stop him from doing what he did. Just take care of him. He's weak in more ways than one. We will. We're not going anywhere. Thank you." With that, Sophia went quiet. Sniff asterisk. As she kneeled there, tears started streaming down Luna's face. Iris was also sad, but if anything, was more depressed. She didn't know whether to back away or get closer, so she just curled up on herself, a painful feeling crushing her chest. Both of them felt ashamed and scared. Everything had been going fine, but then a crisis occurred out of nowhere. All they could do was watch as they destroyed the soul of the one they loved. And even though the crisis had been averted, it had come at a cost. Even now they could sense how weak Dream's soul was. It wasn't just a weakness from injury, but as if his power had been reduced. His soul only matched that of an sea-level being. It was far from the impossibly powerful soul that he had before, and whether or not he recovered would only be seen with time. So they waited, staying by his side the whole time. 4 days later, Riddick and Celine had been made aware of the situation, not to its fullest extent, but they at least knew that things had taken a very bad turn. That much they could pick up from Dream's extremely weak soul. On the other hand, they were shocked at how strong Luna and Iris had become. Iris's aura could already put significant pressure on Riddick, as did Luna's, albeit not as much. Maybe it was the difference in their types of powers. Iris's matched up with Riddick's, but since she seemed to occupy a higher version of his power, he felt an instinctual inferiority. Unfortunately, he couldn't pry out of them any details. Neither of the girls wanted to even speak, and the depression was evident in their dim eyes. Literally. Usually the colors of their eyes were vibrant, but the blow to their mental states had actually dimmed them. Either way, with neither of them speaking, eating, or drinking, and the parents could only console them as best they could. This went on until the 4th day. At this time, Dream was finally waking up. His eyes opened, instantly focusing and seeing the dark ceiling of the dome. "Sophia, they're alive. Good." Sighing in relief, Dream started doing a one-over of his body. Seeing what he was doing, Sophia gave a rundown. "Your bodily systems are normal. However, your soul isn't in the best state ever. I recommended checking your status." Status. Profile. Name, Dream. Species, Magdasynthetic human male. Class, Exalted Arcanist. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 299. Stats, Strength, B. Agility, B. Stamina, B. Magic, B. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 11. Arcana, LVL 31. Translate, LVL 27. Active skills, Summons from Another World. Particle Manipulation, LVL 24. That's a significant decrease. I was able to repair the strings, but not the power that occupied them. The girl's power spread to nearly all of your Nexus skill, some of your Arcana and Particle skills, and even seeped partially into mine. Your nucleus was also damaged some, but luckily nothing irreparable. The damage they spread wasn't light, and considering you're almost entirely recovered, I think this might be permanent. It's fine. They're alive. That's all that matters. Power is only a tool, and I used it. It's not like I can't come back from this. Besides, I didn't only come out of this with losses. My mind seems clear. It's stronger, definitely stronger, and I got some skill level ups. Yes, that's true. Now, what about the girls? They're not doing the best. They've been at your side for the 4 days you were unconscious. Turning his head, Dream saw Luna on his right and Iris on his left. Both were a bit paler and thinner than usual. Iris was curled up like a child, and Luna had tear stains on her face. They were both sleeping. Sigh, you too. It's not your fault. Reaching out, Dream rubbed his thumb across Luna's face, getting rid of the tear stains. This obviously woke her up, and after her eyes went wide, she quickly started crying again. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You didn't do anything. Don't cry. Come on. I just wiped off those stains. Heh. Sniff. Luna chuckled a bit, causing Dream to smile. There's my girl. No more tears. It's over now. Isn't that right, Scarlet? Turning his head, Dream looked over to Iris. She hadn't done anything, but he knew she was awake. Come on. Dream wants a hug. Sigh. Dream sighed as he looked at her. He realized she had really taken a blow. She probably thinks that she's the main one at fault considering her power is destruction. And yes, she did do most of the damage, but that wasn't her fault. He shook his head. She really was blaming herself for all this. Without words, Dream pulled himself off the floor and moved over. Seeing that, Iris moved away. And no. Yes. No dash. Come here. Suddenly shooting out his hand, Dream reached out and grabbed Iris's arm. He then pulled back, falling to the floor with her on top of him. No, I can't. I don't care. But you. I don't care. After struggling a bit, Dream just tightened his hug. Iris eventually stopped resisting. I need you here with me. I did this so I wouldn't lose you. It wasn't your fault. You did your best. It's over and we're all here. Can you stay with me, Iris? Will you stay by my side? That's all I want. Do you want that? But. Sniff. What if I hurt you again? I don't want to hurt you. I don't want you to die. Don't worry about that. I'm not going anywhere. I made a promise to take care of you too, and if I have to get a little hurt, then so be it. Besides, at this point, we're kind of linked in a non-reversible way. I couldn't get rid of you if I wanted to. What? How? The contract? Dummy. It's a contract of equals. I have a contract with both of you, and your powers conflict across those contracts. If we get rid of that, you two will end up killing each other. You two are stuck with me whether you like it or not. I just hope you're okay with that. Will you stay with me? Stroking her hair, Dream looked toward Iris, who was hiding her face in his chest. Softly, she nodded. I will. I'll stay with you. I won't leave. But you can't leave either. I'll only stay with you if you stay with me. Please. Yes, of course. Promise. Promise. Ah, are you two making a promise without me? Luna. Oh, come here you. Smiling brightly, Dream went and grabbed Luna, bringing her in the hug too. Together they laid there for a while. I love you. Iris. I love myself too. Why you? Ha ha ha. I'm kidding. Kidding. Please don't hate me. Come on. I love you too. Gimme some kisses. Shut up. You broke the MPH. Mwah. Meanie. Alright, let me give your sister some sugar. Saying that, Dream turned to Luna and did as the French do. For a while, the three made up and made out, greatly easing the tension. After a while, the three stepped out of the dome. Outside were Riddick and Celine, both of whom were surprised to see them. Dream? Hey old man, were you waiting for me? I'm flattered. Humph. Hoo. Dream, are you withholding your aura, or did things really get that bad? Celine walked over, clearly worried. She could sense his power, or lack of it. It's not that bad. I'm still in the B tier. What? It's not as bad as it could be. Besides, I have these two with me, and my machines all work. It's only a little setback. Nothing I can't fix. If you say so. And plus I got Aegis. My lord, there he is. Sorry about taking those capillaries from you. It was no problem at all, my lord. I'm only glad that you surpassed this tribulation. Ho. You always know how to butter me up. Anyway, it's been a while. 2 months? 5 days. Iris. Right. Anyway, we better get started with testing these new abilities you guys got. I imagine you guys got some good stuff. But it'll be fine. Just doing some experiments. How bad could it go? Bad. Very bad. Do you not remember how you almost died? For what is to die than to stand naked in the wind and to melt into the sun? Wah, what does that even mean? It's poetic. Gosh, no sense of profoundness.